Hello there. I'd like to welcome you to Windows PowerShell course. And if you've ever wondered what PowerShell is about, or better yet, if you've ever taken those first few steps and opened up a console and tried to work with PowerShell and realized that it kind of feels like the old command prompt environment in Windows, but then quickly realized that you were getting confused and getting error messages and things just looked rather complex, and you got frustrated and stopped, then this is the course for you. What I'm going to do here is take you through the very basics of PowerShell from square one and help you understand how to get moving with PowerShell, how to take those first few steps, and then kind of start to jog a little bit, and by the end of the course, have you running along pretty well. There's a lot to PowerShell that you just simply have to understand that's unique to PowerShell to really be able to lay a foundation for doing some really cool stuff with this. But make no mistake about it, Windows PowerShell is the future of Windows operating system administration. And it's going to be very, very tough to survive out there as administrator very much longer without some significant PowerShell skills. So PowerShell continues to grow. It continues to become more and more popular. And with each released version, it gets even more and more powerful. Welcome to the course. I'm glad you're here. We're going to work hard over the next few hours to get you ready to really do some cool things with Windows PowerShell. Now, before we launch into the course, I want to give you a little roadmap, a course overview of some of the topics we're going to cover here. Now, keep in mind, anytime you do a course on something as big and wide and deep as PowerShell, the biggest problem by far is scratching things off a list because you're just not going to have time to cover that. And so you really have to try to boil this stuff down into the most useful information, and trust me, that's tough to do. But we're going to cover a lot of information here on the foundational aspects of PowerShell to get you up and running. We're going to start off talking about why Windows PowerShell. You're going to have to invest a fair amount of time and effort and brain cells in getting really comfortable with Windows PowerShell. Why would you want to do that, and is it worth it? And we'll talk about that. Then we'll do a little history on scripting and PowerShell and command line scripts and so forth. Then we'll take a look at comparing PowerShell with the old command environment that we've always seen at Microsoft. Then we'll talk about the real power of PowerShell under the hood, the .NET integration aspects that makes this so special. After that, we're going to go through some videos on getting and installing PowerShell. Then we'll talk about configuring the console so that it looks the way you like it to, and you can see everything and work with everything. And then we'll start to get into some of those aspects of PowerShell that tend to confuse people when they first come to this. Talk about PowerShell Profiles and why we need them and how to use them. Then we'll talk about some of the basic PowerShell commands, things like the Cmdlets, get command, get help, format, get member, get child item, those sorts of things. And then we'll talk about the pipeline. If you've been around the Unix operating system for a while, this makes perfect sense. If you've just been around the Microsoft world and not working with PowerShell, the pipeline is really cool. You're going to like it, but it takes some getting used to. And then we'll talk about creating a PowerShell script and executing a PowerShell script. This is the point where most people who kind of sit down one day and say, I'm going to take a look at this new PowerShell thing and see if I like it. If they get as far as creating a PowerShell script, they start trying to execute it and finally just throw their hands up in disgust and say, why would anybody do this with their life? But trust me, there's a method to the madness, and it's really quite simple when you build it step by step, and we'll do that together here. Then we're going to talk about some of the programming aspects of PowerShell because, after all, this is a scripting programming language. We're going to talk about variables and constants, how to create them, how to deal with them, some of the unique aspects that PowerShell brings to them. Then we'll talk about comparison operators. It's a little different from most languages. Then if statements and looping on how we can use the various constructs to get the data we want. Then we'll take a look at regular expressions. Now, this is a pretty deep topic, but we're going to do a brief intro to help you understand the power of these. We'll talk about the escape character and how to use it in PowerShell, and then we'll talk about using parameters with scripts. Now, once you understand how to create a PowerShell script and execute it, and then how to create a script that accepts parameters, trust me, you're now officially dangerous and you're on your way. It's just a matter of learning some syntax and some new commands, but hey, there's all sorts of scripting libraries out there. And we can cut and paste and hack on them a little bit, add our own parameters in there, and we've got some really cool functionality with not a whole lot of effort. After we talk about parameters and scripts, I'm going to talk about PowerShell providers. Providers are one of those things that when you're reading the documentation, you tend to kind of gloss over. But we're going to cover them here in a very succinct, efficient way. But I want you to understand and grasp these things because it really is where the power of PowerShell meets your fingertips, okay? Then we'll do just a few examples of working with files and folders. All I want to do is kick off some ideas, get you thinking, show you some possibilities. Then we'll take a look at a few examples of reading and writing data using PowerShell commands. We'll look at outputting and reading HTML, XML, CSV, comma-separated values. Show you lots of examples on making that work. Then we'll take a quick look at working with processes, starting and stopping processes and manage them. Then I want to talk to you just a little bit about Windows PowerShell and WMI. And this is another deep topic. We're just going to scratch the surface here, but I want you to understand what it is, why it's so powerful, why you want to go here next, and I'll show you a couple of simple examples that will kind of expose some of that power to you. And then we'll close this out talking about the next shiny new version of PowerShell that we can already see previews of, and that's PowerShell 5, and it is offering some really incredible functionality. So that's where we're headed. We're going to cover a lot of stuff and get you up to speed on a good basic PowerShell footing. So grab something to sip on, get a comfortable chair. Let's jump in and get started. I'm really glad you're here. A great place to start a course like Windows PowerShell Basics is to begin with the question exactly, why should I care about Windows PowerShell? Why should I involve the amount of time and effort it's going to take to understand PowerShell? Well, let's go back and think about what has happened in the world of the Windows computer administrator's life. First of all, way back in the beginning, we had a few administrators. Now, if you remember back to the beginning, a lot of companies were administrator heavies. They had a lot of us nerds out there, and we understood a fair amount about the operating systems and so forth. And so we had quite a few administrators, and we had relatively few computers for the amount of administrators we had. We had administrators that specialized on almost everything. And then as time went on, we maintained our administrative staff, and of course, we added a lot more computers, and life was going pretty well. And then the realities of budgets and competition and costs and overhead came in, and we saw that we began to have fewer administrators out there, and yet we added a lot more computers. And so the process of administering and managing and maintaining our networks got a lot more complex, especially for the Windows administrator. Now, think about the evolution of Windows administration. The Windows operating system very early on, once they went to the graphical user interface, Windows 95, they really conquered the corporate desktop and the personal home user desktop. And then from there, it was almost a very short, quick leap into the back office or the server. Now, back when I was in corporate administration, we were Unix-based, and we never considered going to Windows for quite a while, but then, of course, we finally did the same thing. Now, keep in mind, the Windows operating system administration was a GUI-based, a graphical user interface-based world, and this was very, very easy and user-friendly on a single machine. But over time, as our environments grew larger and our IT teams and our administrative staff shrunk, this started to be a problem. Because graphical tools, even being able to use a graphical tool to connect to a remote computer, there's a lot of mouse clicks and a lot of steps to remember, and you're only working on one machine at a time. Now, the command line tools, most of us fell back onto our old familiar command line tool friends because they were easy to automate. Now, I don't know if you've been around this long, but do you remember DOS? When we could go out there and open command.com or later command.exe, we could sequence commands in a batch file, and just by double-clicking or calling a batch file, we could make a lot of cool things happen quick. It was relatively easy to perform multiple actions in a script and make all kinds of magical things happen, but with those tools, the available actions were extremely limited. It was very, very difficult to manage most aspects of the Windows operating system. Now, that is where PowerShell comes in. PowerShell gives you that command line interface, and it provides a lot of power to the Windows administrator. Now, this is where the Unix Linux world has giggled at us, and rightly so, for many years. As Windows administrators, we just did not have the kinds of powerful tools that the Unix Linux guys had out there, and we just simply couldn't provide the same functionality from a command line environment. So PowerShell gives us that, and then it adds some really cool functionalities. PowerShell exposes most of the aspects of the Windows operating system to us in a relatively easy to figure out and utilize method. But the big one here is PowerShell kind of hooks in or integrates, whatever you want to call it, into the .NET framework. Now, if you're a developer, if you've ever done any kind of programming in the Microsoft environment, you fully realize what that means. With the .NET framework, I have a lot of classes and functionalities that I can simply instantiate objects from and call methods and properties and so forth. And that is extremely powerful. Now, PowerShell provides a lot of really cool things for me. Cmdlets for performing common system administration tasks. We can work with the registry. We can work with services on the machine, our processes, running processes. We can work with event logs. We can even work with WMI objects or Windows Management Instrumentation. And that's a lot of power there. Now, PowerShell is a task-based scripting language. And it also gives us support for existing scripts that are out there and for command line tools. The one thing, you'll have to go through a bit of a learning curve on PowerShell. I'm going to help you as we go through this course. PowerShell brings a consistent design, a common syntax, common naming conventions, and an incredibly powerful pipelining feature. Now, we'll talk about pipelining later, but let me just kind of give you a little teaser here. Pipelining functionality combined with some of the functionalities of the .NET framework really makes pipelining a lot easier, especially if you've worked in a Unix Linux environment with pipelining. Now, you also get a very simplified command-based navigation capabilities of the operating system. And what I mean by that is you can access and work with the registry and other data stores using the very same techniques that you use to navigate the files and folders of the file system. You also have in PowerShell very powerful object manipulation capabilities. So objects can be very directly manipulated. They can be sent to other tools or databases. We can pipeline them. There's automatic conversion of data types, automatic parsing, all sorts of things. And you're also going to see in PowerShell, it's an extensible interface. You can go as deep as you want to here. And at this point, a lot of independent software vendors or ISVs and even enterprise developers in your own company can build custom tools and utilities to administer your own software application, environment, network, whatever. So there's a lot going on in PowerShell. I'm going to really try to crack it open for you, give you some good basic understanding, and kind of set you free here and turn you loose to go absolutely crazy with PowerShell. Now, as we move into the course, trust me, a little bit later on, we're going to spend a lot of time out in that PowerShell environment, writing commands, looking at what happens with commands, and showing you all kinds of little tips and tricks. But for now, we've got to go through a little bit of minutia here. We've got to talk about history on PowerShell and some of the other aspects about .NET integration and some other things to make sure that you're up to speed and you understand what's going on with PowerShell when you read in documentation and when you look at certain issues that you will run into. Now, keep in mind, PowerShell first appeared to us officially as PowerShell 1.0. Now, this was originally called Microsoft's Monad project. This was first introduced as Monad way back in September 2003 at a developers conference. Now, when it finally was released in November 2006, the name was changed to PowerShell. Now, when it was first released, it was intended for use with Windows XP, either Service Pack 2 or Service Pack 3. It was part of Vista, and it was part of Windows Server 2003. Now, this can get just a bit confusing for newcomers to PowerShell, and I'll talk about these issues through the next few videos. But based on the operating system that you have, you automatically have a particular version of PowerShell. Now, PowerShell 2.0 is probably the one that most people have seen. Maybe even all you've done is notice that there's that little blue icon out there and you've opened it up and said, hey, this is the command environment with a blue background for some reason. And what you're looking at there is PowerShell. We'll look at opening it and working with it a little bit later on in the course. Now, PowerShell 2.0, though, was released in August 2009, and it was released as part of Windows 7. So if you're running a Windows 7 machine and you open PowerShell, it's very, very likely that you are looking at PowerShell 2.0. Windows Server 2008 Release 2 also included PowerShell 2.0, and there were major improvements and enhancements over PowerShell 1.0. Some of those enhancements were PowerShell remoting was greatly simplified, and it made executing commands on remote computers much, much easier. We added hundreds of new commandlets, features, just a lot of things, because when PowerShell 1 was released and administrators started working with it, they flooded Microsoft with, we need this. It'd be cool if it would do this. Why doesn't it do this? And a lot of this came from experience in other operating systems like Unix and Linux and some of their administrative tools. Now, PowerShell 3.0 was released in 2012. Even more features, even more capabilities. One of the big ones is it introduced support for workflows. Now, we're not going to get into workflows in this course, but I can point you to some resources, and what you will learn here will make jumping into workflows much, much easier. The graphical PowerShell tool that we now know as the Integrated Scripting Environment, or ISE, which we will look at and play with a bit later on in the course, was renamed and got a whole new lease on life as a part of PowerShell 3.0, and they improved the tab completion feature, and we'll take a look at that a little bit later on as well. PowerShell 4.0 is now effectively the top version. There is a PowerShell 5, but just hang on, we'll talk about that. PowerShell 4 was released in 2013, notice, just 1 year after PowerShell 3 was released, and this gives you an idea of the momentum that's building out there with administrators with PowerShell. Just a year later, you didn't get as many new features, but some really big ones have now started to appear. One is called DSC, Desired State Configuration, was added. Now, this manages the deployment and configuration of Windows services and their settings. Now, this has to do directly with the security of an entire organization. One of the key components of security is commonality of configurations between all your systems. It's very easy for hackers to kind of probe and find a soft spot because we don't have consistent configuration across all of our servers, all of our desktops, and so forth. Desired state configuration takes care of that. I'm going to give you some information on that a little bit later on. Now, DSC can manage files, directories, registry settings. You can stop and start any services or processes. There's commandlets just for DSC for user and group account management. You can discover configuration status. You can restore configurations. You can even deploy new software with DSC. So this is a big one, and it's something by the time you get to the end of this course and you feel a lot more comfortable with what you can do with PowerShell, you're going to really want to dig into DSC and play with it just a little bit. Now, PowerShell 5.0, this is very soon going to be the latest version. Right now, PowerShell 5.0, as I'm doing this particular video, is in preview mode. Now, this was released. There was one in April. There was an update in May. And this is part of the Windows Management Framework 5.0. Now, do keep in mind, let me point this out here. I didn't want to confuse you too much at the start of this. But PowerShell is always part of the Windows Management Framework. And so PowerShell 2.0 was part of the Windows Management Framework 2. PowerShell 3 was part of Windows Management Framework 3. You see the pattern, right? And so the way you get PowerShell is to download the Windows Management Framework if you want a version different than the one that came pre-installed with your operating system. And we'll talk about that later when we talk about getting and installing PowerShell. Now, a couple of really cool things that are being introduced in PowerShell 5.0 that you definitely need to know about. First is a new commandlet called PowerShell Get. This is a new way to discover, install, and update PowerShell modules. And then there's network switch commandlets, and this is really cool. This gives you the ability to manage network switches that support it, and you're going to see a lot of them support it over the coming months. And we also get something called OneGet. This is a new way to discover and install software packages from around the web. So we're just seeing PowerShell get more and more automated. It's gaining more and more power. Keep in mind, all these versions I've talked about, we will revisit in some form in 2 or 3 different places later on in the course. So this little bit of history will help you get acclimated to some of the issues you'll deal with when you're working with PowerShell out there in the real world. Now, the first time you open PowerShell, there's going to be a common thought that everybody has. I had it when I opened this up in live classrooms. First thought is, that's just Command EXE with a blue background. It's a little bit different formatting. PowerShell and Command EXE certainly do have similarities. Those similarities hide a complexity and a power that you need to be familiar with and you're going to learn in this course. Both of these definitely are a command line environment, and both allow the creation of scripts. Now, that is one of the really cool things about PowerShell. It leverages everything you've learned about the old Command Com and the Command EXE environments. Your old Command.exe commands still work in PowerShell. A directory, CLS, etc. So what I want to do is, I'm going to jump out to the desktop. We'll open the PowerShell environment, and you'll notice that if I type CLS, it clears the screen. If I type DRR, it gives me directory functionality. CLS, once again, clears the screen. Now, don't worry about how my fonts look and the colors and size of the window. I'll show you how to change all that a little bit later on in the course. But for now, just think about the fact that everything we've learned in Command.exe still applies for us. So what's the big deal? What's the difference between PowerShell and the Command.exe environment? Well, Command.exe did give you a command line interface, but you had a very limited set of functionality as far as the operating system and the network was concerned. It did give you a text-based scripting environment, but dealing with command results was difficult. Command.exe does not provide access to many aspects of the operating system and applications without some seriously convoluted coding and scripting techniques. PowerShell is, under the hood, an object-based scripting language. Everything you deal with in PowerShell is an object, and since you're dealing with objects that are based on the .NET framework, there's a lot of intelligence kind of wired in under the hood, and this makes dealing with command results very, very easy and efficient. PowerShell provides access to the .NET framework. Now, the .NET framework, we'll talk a little more about this later, is the building block of the Windows operating system and exposes all the Windows functionalities. Now, what I hope to do in this course is just kind of whet your appetite, give you just enough knowledge to really go crazy, working with the .NET framework and objects and so forth to see what's going on. But an example would help you right here. So let's go back out to the PowerShell environment. Now notice, I can type ipconfig in PowerShell, and I can get ipconfig to show up. Well, that's kind of cool, but now let's clear the screen, CLS, and let's look at what we can also do with ipconfig. Notice, with a PowerShell command, ipconfig, the pipe command, outfile and tell it where to send the results to a text file, and then open that text file. I want you to notice what happens. When I run it, it creates a text file out there called iptext. It loads the results, and notice it even formats those results properly into that text file, and I can close this, and if I go look, I actually have this text file now located on the root of my C drive, and I can put it anywhere I want to with my file path argument here, or parameter. Now this is incredibly cool. I didn't have to parse anything. I didn't have to tinker with anything. I just simply had to pipe it, use the outfile commandlet, and tell it where to send it. We will look at examples like this all through the course, but there you get a little hint of the power that's coming to you as a result of PowerShell. What's the difference between PowerShell and Command.exe? PowerShell gives you the programming power and the accessibility of an object-oriented programming language, but yet you're still in a scripting environment. That is really, for most parts for administrators, almost unlimited power, because everything you have out there, all of your servers, whether they're Windows Server 2003, 2008, 2012, or whatever's coming next, whether you're running Windows Vista, Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 8.1, and so forth, again, they're all built on the .NET framework. And the .NET framework is always being extended. It's always adding new functionality. And so once you kind of get the hang of working with these objects, you can use PowerShell to access and manipulate virtually any aspect of this that you would like to. PowerShell is going to change the way you think about administration. But let me be honest with you here. PowerShell will require a bit of a learning curve. Now, for the most part, they've made it as consistent as possible, but there is enough differences in there, like anything with computers, to absolutely drive you nuts. I'll show you those things. We'll work through them together. But when you first open PowerShell and you think, hey, wait a minute, this looks like Command-EXE, just notice that when you raise the hood and start working with this is a lot different. This is the difference between a tricycle and that brand new 2000 Corvette. I don't know if you've seen those things. They look awesome, okay? That's the difference between PowerShell and Command-EXE. Welcome to a video that I've entitled .NET Integration. Now, .NET Integration is such a foundational part of understanding how PowerShell works, why it works the way it does, and to get an idea of the kind of power you have here with PowerShell. This is going to be a two-part video, and in part one, we're going to talk about what .NET Integration is. I'll show you a little example, and then we'll close it out in part two in talking about exactly what this means for you. Well, first off, you're going to read everywhere you look in the documentation the fact that PowerShell is closely integrated with the .NET framework. And you say, well, that's very impressive. And what that means is everything in PowerShell is an object. But that brings up two questions for most people. Number one, what exactly is this .NET framework you're talking about? And number two, what is an object? Well, let's start off with the .NET framework. Now, we'll talk about various aspects of the .NET framework as we move through the course, and we'll access different pieces of the .NET framework, and I'll point that out as we're moving through there. But the .NET framework is the foundation for the entire Microsoft Windows application programming environment. The .NET framework provides a consistent, object-oriented programming environment. There's that word again. And I'm going to talk more about object-oriented in just a moment, so just hang with me. Now, the .NET framework, one major aspect of it is a collection of classes that we can use to create in-memory objects that give us easy access to virtually every aspect of the Windows environment, the operating system, the computer, the applications on it, the functionalities of the application. It's almost limitless. So the best way to understand what integration with the .NET framework is all about is to show you a pretty cool example. I'm going to open up the PowerShell environment, and what I'm going to do is just copy in some code. Now I want you to take a look at this code here. This is way advanced past the point of this course, but I do want you to see the possibilities. And by the way, by the end of this course, some of this stuff's going to make a lot of sense to you, and you're going to be kind of chomping at the bit to get out and do some of this stuff. Notice we've started off with void reflection assembly. We've loaded with partial name. Notice system.windows.forms. This is the namespace, and the forms class is what we're going to use to create a Windows form using PowerShell. So we're creating a new object here called form. We're going to set the name of that text, form 1. We're going to add a new button to that form. We're going to put text on that button, click to close, and then we're going to set the doc situation. We won't get into all that right now, but it has to do with the way the form looks. We're going to add a click event, and we're going to show a dialog box and so forth, okay? So notice what happens when I run this. Now, just PowerShell code, we have created a Windows form, and we've put basically a button on it. And if I click to close this, just like a lot of Windows applications, it closes the form. Now, how cool is that? Every bit of that is running off of this code purely from PowerShell, okay? And that is PowerShell kind of hooking back there into the .NET framework, grabbing those forms and classes and so forth, and creating that. What exactly is an object? Well, an object in a programming environment is a software representation of a real-world object. Could be a file, could be a folder, anything like that. Okay, so a file actually exists out there on the hard disk, but when we want to manipulate that file, we want to create an object that represents that file in memory and then work with aspects of that object and then make those changes back to the disk. Now, objects are based on classes. A class is a blueprint for an object. It's what we use to construct that object in memory. And this is very similar to the way a home builder would use a blueprint. It describes the properties, characteristics, measurements, and aspects that he would use or she would use to build a house. Let's think about a file on a computer. The file has properties, right? It has a size, it has a name, and it has a location. And it even has permissions. And that is what makes that particular file unique and recognizable to us. Now, that file that's out there that has a particular size, name, location, and permissions also needs to be manipulated from time to time. There are actions that we need to perform on that file. We need to read the data that's in that file. We need to write new data to that file. We may need to copy or move that file. And so what we're going to do is use a class to basically read information from that file on the disk into memory, take the actions we need to take to that file, and then those changes persisted back down to the disk, and we've worked with that file. That is what's happening over and over and over in PowerShell. Everything you're seeing in the PowerShell environment ultimately is an object back there in the background. Don't overdose on that too much right now, but just know what's going on, because that is really the secret into digging into PowerShell and really starting to do some cool stuff. So what I want to do here is I'm going to end part 1. Join me in part 2. We'll do a little animation, give you a visual of this, and kind of close out the significance of PowerShell's integration with the .NET framework. Welcome to part 2 of .NET integration. And in part 1, we started talking together about exactly what .NET integration means and exactly what the .NET framework is. And then we did a little example of jumping out there and actually hooking into the .NET framework and creating a very, very simple forms application just using PowerShell. So what I want to do now is let's talk about how we go through this process, kind of what's going on under the hood. And I want to show you a very simplified animation here. Now, a file class is the blueprint for representing a file on the hard disk. Now, we talked about right at the end of part 1, there's a file out there on the hard disk that we want to manipulate in some way. And so we're going to use one of the .NET Framework's file classes as the blueprint for representing that file that's out there on the hard disk as a software object in memory that we can manipulate. So when we want to work with that file that's out there on the hard disk, we're going to reach into the .NET framework. We're going to utilize the file class, and we're going to instantiate an object in memory, and we'll give it a name called File A. Then we will populate File A with the characteristics of our actual file out there on the disk. And at that point, we will have built in memory kind of a software representation of that real-world file object. Okay, so let's look at it as an animation. So I've got my hard disk out there, and I have a file that I have saved to that hard disk. Now, I want to manipulate that file in PowerShell. And so what's going to happen in the background when I use some of my commands, PowerShell is going to hook into the .NET framework. It's going to grab a file class, and notice the file class is pre-programmed. This has all kinds of programming written already. It exposes properties like size, name. We can set those properties. We can read those properties. And then it has methods out there. If I want to read data from this file, all I have to do, once I create an object off of this file class, is just simply execute the read data method, or just call read data and pass it whatever information I need. So I would call read data, maybe give it the name of this file or the location of this file. And it has all the code written. I don't even have to know how to do it. And it's necessary to open this file, to grab the data, to parse it out on my screen, and let me see the data in there. Same for write data. If I want to add information to this file, this write data method allows me to pass some data, and it will take care of actually adding that data to the file. So here's what happens. We want to work with this file. We're going to use a file class from the .NET framework, and we're going to instantiate an object, or we're going to create an object based on that file class, based on that blueprint. And so now in memory, we have an object called File A. We then will reach off of the hard disk, we'll grab that file that's on the hard disk, and we'll populate properties. The name is customers, the size of File A is 475K, and the location is C users, whatever. And so now we have an in-memory representation of that real-world object. But notice what happens. Getting the file size is now very easy utilizing that size property. So notice over here in the file class, we have a property set up called size. Over here in our object, that property shows up, and we can read that property simply by utilizing that size property. In code, this is what it looks like. Notice what we've done here. We've created a variable called $A, and we've set it equal to, or we're going to load it with, file_a.size. What will that do? It will go look up size property 475K, and it will load 475 into our variable $A. Later on in our program, we can refer back to $A, and it will be equal to 475, right? That is what's happening. Now, you don't necessarily have to totally understand what's going on, but if you understand that files have properties that we can access, and even our variable, once our variable is loaded, it is also an object, and it has properties and methods we can access. I'll demonstrate that for you later on in the course. But if you get your head kind of wrapped around this and it's making sense to you, you will really start to move really quickly and understand the kind of power you have available here. PowerShell utilizes the .NET framework to represent everything as an object. The advantages to you is that the .NET framework can automate many tasks for you in the background. You don't need to understand exactly what's involved writing data to a file. You can just use the method that the .NET framework lays out there to pass it some information that'll happen. One of the big things you're going to see is parsing, converting text. When you're working with the pipeline, is handled for you in the background. Many properties are standardized, things like size, length, name, those sort of things. You can also expose hierarchical objects very efficiently and easily thanks to the .NET framework. So we can see files, we can see folders, folders within folders, or subfolders as they call them out there. We can see files in those subfolders. When we're talking about registry keys, we can work with those as well. Now here's the bottom line. The better you understand objects and how they work, the faster you'll understand the depths of PowerShell. You'll get a lot of mileage out of PowerShell just knowing a few commandlets, right? Get, process, ipconfig, those sorts of things. But the real power comes in when you really start to kind of get a grasp on objects. The more powerful your scripting capabilities will become, the better you understand objects. Now, if you feel the least bit confused, welcome to the club. Object-oriented programming is one of those things you just have to look at it for a little while and you have to play with it. And finally, I always tell my live students, it's kind of like turning on a fluorescent light. It's going to flicker for a minute, and every time the flickers will stay on just a little longer, and finally the light will come on and you got it, okay? So that's the bottom line on .NET integration with PowerShell. Now there is one aspect of PowerShell that I need to cover with you, so I'm going to go ahead and put it in here, and that is backward compatibility. Now, as of the time that I'm creating this video, there are 5 versions of PowerShell that are out there that you can work with. They're 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and brand newest version 5.0. Now at the time I'm doing this video, 5.0 is not a fully released version. It's actually in preview mode, but we're already seeing what's going to come and some cool stuff. Now here's the bottom line with all this. Each version of PowerShell adds new capabilities. Now, most of the time, this comes simply by adding new PowerShell commands. It's not very often that we see any kind of serious architectural changes to PowerShell, but it does happen from time to time. Now, these versions and these new commandlets that are released in these new versions can create some issues that you may run into concerning backward compatibility. Here's an example. You go out there and you create this really cool PowerShell script using PowerShell version 4.0. This script is going to be used to perform remote operations on other computers. So you've written this on a machine where you've loaded PowerShell 4.0, and it's going to reach out there across the network and carry out some scripting actions on remote computers. Well, there's only one problem with that. Each one of those remote computers have to be running PowerShell 4.0, meaning PowerShell version 4 has to be installed on those machines. Otherwise, PowerShell over there in that neighborhood's not going to recognize the commands that you're using from PowerShell 4 because they're on PowerShell 3 or PowerShell 2, and they're just not aware of the new commands. So that's one issue you're going to run into. You also, though, you say, well, okay, I tell you what, we'll just replace it. We'll just go to PowerShell 4. Well, guess what? last month, a couple of years ago, you went out there and wrote some real cool scripts in PowerShell 2. And you may have other local PowerShell scripts on that machine that are doing some great things, but they were created using a different version of PowerShell, and there are instances where some of those earlier ones may not work exactly as prescribed using that current version of PowerShell. So what we really need to do is run the scripts that were created in 2.0 in 2.0 and run the scripts for 4.0 in 4.0, right? So I can go out there and make the script run as intended by running the shell in another version of PowerShell. That would be kind of easy to follow, right? Except there's one more little twist. There's the bottom line on PowerShell backward compatibility. PowerShell 2.0 was designed to be absolutely fully backward compatible with 1.0. If it worked in 1.0, it'll work in 2.0, no problem. Any script for 1.0 will run on 2.0. PowerShell 3 and 4 are fully backward compatible with 2. Now, here's the deal though. You can run PowerShell 2.0 and PowerShell 3 or 4 side by side on the same computer. However, PowerShell 3 and 4 cannot run side by side. You can run 2 and PowerShell 3 on the same machine. You can run PowerShell 2 or PowerShell 4 on the same machine, but PowerShell 3 and 4 can't be run side by side on the same computer. And by the way, whenever you install either 3 or 4, they just go ahead and replace PowerShell 1. And that's a good thing. You're not going to have any problems with that. So let's talk about how you can find your PowerShell version and how you can change it if you would like. So I'm going to jump out there to the PowerShell window. And first of all, what version of PowerShell am I running at this point? All I have to do, and I'm going to give myself some space here, okay, so you can see this. I'll use the $sign PS version table. So $PS version table, press return, press enter, whatever you want to call that. And notice it showed me right here, PowerShell version is 3.0. So I am running PowerShell 3 on this computer right now. I need to be running 2.0. What can I do? Notice PowerShell space hyphen version 2.0. Press return. It'll take it just a moment. And now if I run my $PS version table, notice I'm now running PS version 2.0. Okay? And I can do my version back to 3.0, just like that, and then do my PS version table. And notice I go right back to PowerShell version 3.0. So very easy to switch back and forth between these. Very easy to determine what PowerShell version you have. But just keep in mind, you may bump into some backward compatibility issues. You may read about these. They're very easy to deal with. A lot of times identifying them will be the hard part. So that's how to identify and switch and understand the issues with PowerShell backward compatibility. Now let's take a look at the things that are involved in getting PowerShell, or especially getting the version of PowerShell you would like on your machine. Now there are two ways to get a copy of Windows PowerShell. First of all, if you're running a Windows operating system, you've got the version on your machine. There's one version on there anyway. It came with the operating system and it was installed right along with it. And you can always go out to www.microsoft.com and you can actually either search for PowerShell, or you can go to www.microsoft.com/PowerShell, but you can go download the other versions of PowerShell. And for the most part, as long as you're really Windows 7 or later, you can put any of the versions on your machine. Understand PowerShell is part of the Windows Management Framework toolset. So, as a result, PowerShell 5 is part of the Windows Management Framework 5. PowerShell 4 is part of WMI 4. And you kind of see the pattern, right? So it goes all the way down. PowerShell 2 was part of Windows Management Framework 2. Now, just for your information, these Windows Management Framework downloads are less than 20 megabytes. And so you're not talking about a big, large investment in time or bandwidth or anything. You can get these things very, very quickly and download them and then just go through the installation process. PowerShell 2.0 is part of Windows 7 and Windows Server 2008 R2. So if you're running Windows 7 and you open up PowerShell, I'd be willing to bet you're probably running PowerShell 2.0. Now, you can also install PowerShell 2.0 on Windows XP if you have Service Pack 2 installed, Server 2003 with Service Pack 2, and Vista with Service Pack 1. PowerShell 3.0 comes automatically on Windows 8 and Server 2012. You can install this on Windows 7 if you have Service Pack 1, Server 2008 Service Pack 1, and Server 2008 Release 2 Service Pack 1. PowerShell 4 disappeared in Windows 8.1 and Server 2012 R2. So if you're running those or you've updated Windows 8 to 8.1, you're going to find that you have PowerShell 4. You can go back and install PowerShell 4 on Windows 7 with Service Pack 1, Server 2008 Release 2, or Server 2012. Now keep in mind, PowerShell 5, at the time I'm creating this course, can be installed on 8.1 and on Server 2012 R2. It's not on there automatically. You'll have to go download it, but please make sure you pay attention to this. Note, PowerShell 3 and 4.0 are right now the most commonly used versions. You will still see quite a bit of PowerShell 2.0. The only thing you have to watch for there is if you're coding using some of the new commandlets in 3 or 4, you're going to have problems trying to run those on a machine that still has 2.0. You can run a 2.0 PowerShell script on a machine with 3 or 4, but going backwards, if you're utilizing some of the enhancements introduced in 3 or 4, you're going to have a problem and you'll have to add 3 or 4 to that machine that just has PowerShell 2. Okay? Now, PowerShell 5 is in preview release mode at the time I'm making this video course. And here's the main thing. Make sure you notice this. Make sure you hear this. You should not install PowerShell 5 until their final release on a production machine. And as a matter of fact, I would never install the newest version of PowerShell on a production machine without first testing it somewhere. This could be a serious mistake, all right? It is software, it is Microsoft, it is complex, it's all of those things, and there's any number of about 12 billion things that can go wrong. So just be very careful with new versions of PowerShell on production machines until you've thoroughly tested them in a test environment. In this brief video, I want to give you a few pointers about situations that you will incur when you install PowerShell on your computer. Now keep in mind that for most instances, you won't have to worry with installing PowerShell for the purposes of this course. You can just pretty much open up PowerShell in Windows 7 or later, and you will be just fine. Keep in mind, PowerShell is included in your Windows OS installation. I've mentioned this already. Real quick review here. The version of PowerShell that you have depends on the operating system or the OS that you have. Windows 7 and Server 2008 Release 2 have PowerShell 2.0. Windows 8 Server 2012 have PowerShell 3.0. Windows 8.1 and Server 2012 Release 2 have PowerShell 4.0. So whichever one of these you have, you're going to be just fine in this course. Everything's going to manage and behave just fine. If by any chance we wander down toward the end of the course into a PowerShell 3 or 4 functionality, we'll talk about what's involved with installing at that point. But I do want you to understand, if you're running PowerShell 2 and you want to install PowerShell 3.0 on your machine or PowerShell 4, you can very easily do this. Now do keep in mind, and I'm not going to go through an installation here because it's kind of a short class and I don't want to waste a lot of time on this. You will probably have to update the version of the .NET framework to install a later PowerShell version. Now if you'll kick off your install, it will quickly tell you don't have the proper .NET framework. It will usually give you a link to go get it. But even better than that, I've gone out to Microsoft's website, to TechNet, and downloaded and compiled some PDF documents for you. And I have one out there in the Working Files folder. So if you want to install PowerShell 3 or 4, just for the experience of doing it, feel free to do so. And just go out there into the Working Files folder and print out or take a look at installing PowerShell 3 and 4 PDF. And it will talk about all the things you need to watch for. Now here's the main reason I did this video. I want you to be very, very careful when you're updating PowerShell on Windows Server. Now you can play with PowerShell on the desktops and everything's fun and everybody's happy, and you can kind of get overconfident and go out into a production environment and begin to install later versions of PowerShell on Windows servers. And this is not a good idea. You need to do some reading and kind of do your homework before you do that, because some server applications are absolutely not compatible with all PowerShell versions. Now, here's an example of that. If you have systems that are running these server applications, you should not load Windows Management Framework 4.0 or PowerShell 4.0 on those machines. If you've got a Windows server that's running System Center 2012 Configuration Manager, and this is not including Service Pack 1, so if you've got Service Pack 1 on there, you may be okay, but make sure you check the documentation. System Center Virtual Machine Manager 2008 Release 2, including Service Pack 1, you do not want to put Windows Management Framework 4 on that machine. And notice this one, this is probably the biggest one, Microsoft Exchange Server 2007. You do not need to install Windows Management Framework 4 on there. It will mess up. It will break certain aspects. Keep in mind, one of the big selling points on PowerShell by Microsoft is the fact that in Microsoft Exchange, they have now gone to a situation where the administrative console, that administrative environment that you see on Exchange, is PowerShell based. Now, while we're doing graphical things to add mailboxes and move mailboxes and so forth, in the background, that is executing PowerShell commands. But because of some differences in the Management Framework 4.0, how it was written in the Exchange Server 2007 environment, it will not function correctly or reliably. And so you do not want to put the Windows Management Framework 4.0 on a server that's running Microsoft Exchange Server 2007. Same deal for Windows Small Business Server 2011 Standard Edition. So the bottom line is, make sure when you start to update PowerShell, especially on a server machine, to check the supported system requirements very, very closely, and if at all possible, do this in a test environment. On the desktops, it's not as big of a problem. They're pretty straightforward. They're a lot simpler compared to the Windows Server and the applications that are running there. So the bottom line for this course, if you've got Windows 7 with PowerShell 2, you're going to be just fine. If you've got Windows 8 or 8.1 with PowerShell 3 or 4, you're going to be just fine. Everything's going to behave just the same. And the main point in this course is to get you comfortable with the concepts. And I want to help you learn how to learn PowerShell and understand what's going on with it, and just get comfortable with the syntax and basically kind of turn you loose on getting out there and getting dangerous on your own. So that's just a couple of little tips about installing PowerShell on your machines. In this very brief video, I want to bring something to your attention about PowerShell that might surprise you, and that has to do with administrative privileges. Now, one of the things that Microsoft really wanted to strive for was to make PowerShell as secure as possible, and we'll certainly talk about that as we move through the course and point out a couple of things there. But you need to understand that by default, PowerShell runs under normal user access privileges. Now, if you remember, back around Vista, Microsoft introduced that user account control. And this allows you, even if you have administrative rights, to log in and work with standard user rights. And then when you bump up against some action that requires administrative privileges, it will notify you that what you're about to do requires administrative privileges and allows you to say, yeah, okay, I want to do this. This is to prevent us from fat fingering and forgetting what we're doing or whatever's going on, and then making changes accidentally to the programs or to our server or to our machine. And so PowerShell is playing in that same little arena there. So by default, when you open that PowerShell window and the application starts, you're running under normal user access privileges. Now keep in mind, it just makes sense that some of the functions that you're going to need to do with PowerShell code will require administrative privileges. Now there are a couple of ways to run PowerShell with administrative privileges. We can, first of all, just right-click on the PowerShell icon and choose Run as Administrator, right? So if I jump out to the desktop and I have PowerShell right here pinned to the taskbar, okay? And keep in mind that I'm on a Windows Server 2012 box right now. You may see a different one later on in the course, and I'll show you a different way to get there. But PowerShell is right here on the start screen, okay? Well, notice I have this pinned to the taskbar, and if I just right-click on it, I can choose Run as Administrator, and at that point, I'm running Windows PowerShell as an administrator, and everything's going to be cool here, okay? Now there is another way that I could do this, and I can use the start process commandlet and just use start process PowerShell and then put verb run as, okay? And this will kick that off. And notice this opened a new window that is absolutely running with administrator privileges. Now, depending on how your user account control settings are configured, you may see a UAC pop-up happen there, okay? So don't be surprised if that happens. So once again, in that PowerShell command environment, you can enter that command, start process PowerShell -verb run as, that will give you that. Now, just keep this in mind as you run PowerShell. Just watch for this. It's going to come up from time to time. I just wanted you to understand what's going on. But again, one of the goals for PowerShell was to create a secure environment. Scripting can be incredibly dangerous. It can open a lot of incredibly wide, gaping security holes. And Microsoft really went to a lot of pains to make sure that that doesn't happen very easily with PowerShell. So that's why you're dealing with some of these things. So just remember, by default, if you just start PowerShell and run it, you're running under normal user access privileges, and you may have to elevate for some of the things you're going to want to do. Now let's talk about some post-installation tasks, and actually you'll need to do these tasks the first time you open PowerShell and run it on your machine as well. And there are 3 tasks that you're going to need to perform either after you install PowerShell or before you use it for the first time and get anything useful out of it. First, you will need to install or update the PowerShell help files. Then you will need to enable the PowerShell script execution. We're going to change the execution policy. And then you will need to enable PowerShell remoting on your remote computers. Let's first of all talk about the PowerShell help files. Now, the main method for learning and mastering PowerShell is to use the PowerShell help functionality. And the first couple of times you look at it, it's not very clear, but you will get used to it. And after a while, you'll be able to get just what you need by reading these help files. Now, what you want to do is open the PowerShell console and choose Update Help, or just type Update Help. So if I open the PowerShell console and type Update Help, notice it is going to come back and start to connect out there and start to download the updated help files. Notice it's updating help for the PowerShell management. You will need to be connected to the internet for this, but it's going to download this stuff, put it on your machine, and then you will always have the absolute latest version. Now, you always want to do this from time to time, so every few weeks, couple of weeks, whatever, kick off the update help process and let that thing run and let it update, okay? We'll let that run in the background as we continue. So from time to time, do this. Make sure you have the latest help file information. Now, here's something that's real interesting. Right out of the box, the first time you open PowerShell, you can run the commands, okay? But as a security precaution, you cannot execute PowerShell scripts. This is disabled by default. So you'll have to go in and set the execution policy to allow those scripts to run. Now, we're going to talk more about the execution policy and the options that you have later on in the course when we look at security specifically. But for now, just kind of trust me on this. You want to go into the PowerShell console and you just want to execute the Set Execution Policy Remote Signed functionality in the PowerShell console. Okay, so let's go back out to the PowerShell console. And as you can see, we're still updating. So we're going to just kind of let this run. But what you would want to do is to go out there. I'm just going to stop that for now. Well, first of all, notice I can type Get Execution Policy, and I can see that I'm running restricted, right? You can see it right there. Well, I want to set execution policy. PowerShell is not case sensitive in some places, and so, but I'll use it here so you can see it. Set execution policy, and then I'm just going to set it to remote signed, okay? And execute. Then it's going to say, this helps protect you from scripts you don't trust. And do you want to change this execution policy basically to remote signed? I'll just answer yes and hit that. Now at this point, we can run scripts. We're going to take a look at creating scripts and running them a little bit later on in the course, okay? So you'll have to execute this command, set execution policy remote signed, or none of your scripts are going to run, okay? Then the last thing, you need to enable PowerShell remoting. Now, one of the big sales points, one of the big powers of PowerShell is the fact that we can do remote commands on a bunch of machines at one time, and by default, PowerShell is configured to run remote commands on other Windows computers. Now, we're getting into the whole WinRM environment here. However, the computers that you're trying to run the remote commands on probably will not allow remote commands to be executed on them. So you're going to have to go to each computer that you want to execute remote commands on and run this PowerShell command, enable-ps remoting. All right. Now, once you do that, you'll just follow instructions. You're going to be making some changes to WinRM and so forth. But just follow the instructions as you are prompted. And do keep in mind that on Windows Server 2012 machines, these by default will allow remote commands to be executed, and you won't have to do this on Windows Server 2012 machines. So all three of those things are going to have to be done. We're going to talk more about this execution policy and creating and running scripts. Just make sure you take care of these three things when you open PowerShell for the first time and get ready to build scripts and execute them. Now, before we move on, I want to show you how you can go out there and configure the PowerShell environment that you work in, because you're going to spend quite a bit of time out there, and you can customize the console to suit your individual preferences and to make a little bit of tweaks on the actual functionality of it as well. So let's go out there and just take a look at it. It's going to be the easiest way to understand. So what I'm going to do here is just jump out to Windows PowerShell. Now, in the Windows 8.8.1 Server 2012, you can just go to the Start menu, and then what I've always liked to do is to just pin this thing to the taskbar. And notice when I come down here, I can see it right here. Then I can open it very easily. Now, I want you to notice a couple of things. My window scrolls down off the bottom of the screen down here, and you're going to notice that the background color is a dark blue and the text is white. So you can change all of this, and let's go up here, and if you'll just go to the PowerShell symbol on the upper left, it's really the window icon for this particular window, and just left click and come down to Properties. Now this is very, very similar to the property settings that we've always had in the command.exe environment. Right off the bat, we can change the cursor size that's blinking back here from small to medium to large. Large is just the big full square like we used to see in the old 80s movies when they were hacking. Then the command history. Now, as you know, I don't know if you've noticed it yet, we'll talk about it later in PowerShell. It remembers, just like in the command.exe environment, we can use the up and down arrow keys and scroll back and forth through the commands that we have executed. And so the buffer size sets the number of commands it can remember and the number of buffers used. You can play with these to make sure you like them and that they suit your needs. Now, these are the ones that you really want to watch for: the quick edit mode and the insert mode. Quick edit mode and insert mode gives you the ability to copy and paste things into PowerShell very easily, and you can just right click and choose paste if you have the quick edit and insert mode set. And so if you're having trouble copying and pasting into the environment, come out here and take a look at these, and you'll see me do that as we move through the course. Now, on the fonts themselves, notice this is a preview of what it's going to look like actual size, and I can choose to change the font size for whatever I would like. Notice if I hit OK here, my fonts just jumped to that larger size. Then you'll notice on the font that I can also change the type of font as well. So whichever you like. Notice on the raster fonts, this is what we used to see all the time out in the old command.exe environment. So if you like that more traditional look, you can certainly do that. Then the layout. Now this is probably the most important tab here. The screen buffer size, the window size. Now notice my window size, I have a width of 106 and a height of 35. Well, notice if I scroll back on this, you can see up here in the preview what it's doing. And then on the screen buffer size, I can change this. Now, the buffer is not necessarily changing the size of the window on my desktop, but it is changing the memory that's allocated to it. And so if I change the height, this is determining how much data will scroll down off the screen and still be available for me to scroll up and down and take a look at it, okay? So if you want more or less than that, then you can just kind of set this and make those changes. But that's totally up to you. And then the window size. So notice if I drop this down to like say 25 and hit OK, now I have this very small window and I can set this obviously any way that I would like to. Okay, so I'll go back out here and I will kick that up to where it's almost full screen. That's kind of the way I like it. And I also like it to be, pretty wide so that I have plenty of room to work. Now the window position, I can let the system position it, and generally it will open it up the last place that I had it when I closed it. Or I can just use this and set the left and top. It's going to come in from the left and down from the top. And that's going to be the beginning position. It's going to be the upper left-hand corner. It's going to be these coordinates. And I'll just let the system position mine. Then on the Colors tab, this is the one where you can change exactly what your environment looks like. Notice we can set the screen text and we can choose a color, so like yellow. We can choose the screen background, and I can use the dark red, and then I can do the pop-up text for anything that pops up, and the pop-up background, okay? And so notice I've changed this to the red and the yellow, and if I click OK here, that's what I have. So choose something that feels good to you, that's easy on your eye, and get a font that you can see real easily. Now let's go back to font. I'm going to change that back to something similar to what I had so that you can see that. Notice you can use bold fonts. Some people like those, some people don't. That's totally up to you. And then notice this is kind of what I had to try to make it easier for you guys to watch along with on the video. So when you save this, this all goes into the registry. And notice this is showing up a little different. So I would just want to come back out here, go back into properties, and I want to bring this back up just a little bit. So go make the changes that you like. When you save this, it's written into the registry, and then the next time I start up PowerShell, it's going to remember all those settings. So that's how you can customize the console. Play with this, get real comfortable with it, make it look however you want to, and it should stay there. And that's going to be unique to every machine where you're using PowerShell. You can go set those console settings. Now, most of the time, especially in this course, we'll spend our time working in the PowerShell console, but I do want to show you the PowerShell IDE and other IDEs that are available. And these are great when you kind of graduate up into more complex script writing and script preparation. Now, understand that the PowerShell console is a basic command line shell environment, much like our old command environment for our DOS type commands. Now, there is a PowerShell integrated scripting environment. It's called PowerShell ISE. And this tool is included with your operating system along with PowerShell. And we're going to take a look at it later in this video, but I just want to bring something to your attention here in this brief video, and then we'll kind of move past this, but you need to be aware of this. There are a number of free and paid PowerShell scripting environments that you may want to go out there and take a look at as you get more and more seriously into scripting. And the first one I'll show you here, and I just grabbed these. These are some popular ones. There are others out there. You can go do some searches. Notice there's Power GUI Pro from Quest Software. This is a free tool, and here's a screenshot of what it looks like. You can get more information about this and download it at www.quest.com/powergui-freeware. So feel free to go get that. There's also another one called PowerShell Plus from Idera. This one also is absolutely free. Notice it's a little more sophisticated. You have a lot more things going on. This one really starts to look a lot more like the Visual Studio environment in a lot of ways. And so you might like that one. And there is the URL to find that. And I won't read that to you, but you can just go take a look at those. And then I wanted to throw one in there. There's Primal Script from Sapien Technologies. And this is a really nice tool. There's a free trial available, but you'll have to get your checkbook ready. It's $389 for the full functioning version. Now, normally this is not just a PowerShell scripting environment. So if you do other types of scripting, this could be pretty cool. And there's the link for that one. All right. But now let's turn our attention to the free PowerShell integrated scripting environment, or the ISE tool that's included along with the Windows operating system. Now, the best way to find this is just to kind of go search it out. If you're in the Windows 7 environment or before, you can find it out there in your start menu, but for the Windows 8, Windows Server 2012 environment, and even on Windows 7, just go to the run bar and do a search. Here we just go to the start screen and just type PowerShell. And notice we have PowerShell. This is our original console. So if I choose this, I get the standard console that you've seen already in the course. Here's my PowerShell ISE, and then this is the PowerShell ISE, the 386 version, and then here is the standard console 386 version. Okay, so I'm going to open up the 64-bit version, and it'll take it just a moment the first time you start it up, a little longer than that. But this is what you're going to end up with. Now, I'm going to make this guy full screen so it's a little easier for you. And right off the bat, notice there's a lot of things starts to pop into place here. Now, you can change the layout on these by clicking these different tabs up here and changing these, and then you can further customize by dragging and creating more or less real estate in certain areas wherever you want to. I'm going to go back to the default, and notice over here on the right, there's a commands section. And if you'll notice, we can go through and start to search for commands. Okay, so just by typing get, I can see all of my get commands here, right? And then if I choose on a get command, like get date, notice I can run it, I can insert it, or I can copy it onto the clipboard. Now notice there's a lot of cool stuff over here. I can choose, here's our parameters for the get date. And notice there's like format, hour, milliseconds, display hints. I can set it for date, that sort of thing. And notice I can copy this or I can insert it. If I click insert, it puts it over here in the pane right here, or I can take that out. And I can also copy this and come up here to the scripting environment and paste that in. And then once it's there, I can execute it and see what it does down here. Pretty neat stuff, right? Also, notice right down here, there's a little slide bar, and I can make all my text get larger. Probably should have done that before I executed the command, right? Notice it's not changing this, but it does change this. Now, we haven't really talked about it, but there are modules that bring different pieces or families of functionalities to PowerShell. And notice there's a DNS client module here, and we have get commands for DNS client. And so I can import this module and its Cmdlets, and I can click show details to do that. I don't want to mess with that right now. And so I'll just kind of take that back out, and we'll go right here. But notice I can do all sorts of things here and find these and work with them. Now, the idea is I can script in this area and then execute that script and see it here. But there's one other really nice thing. And if I go to edit, you will see start IntelliSense. Okay, now I've already started mine, but let me go back here and do this again. Notice if I type get date, I can do my tab completion. I can start to see IntelliSense here. Notice just by hitting the dash, I can just tell it just to show me the year. Then I can execute that, and it will give me a hassle down here because it didn't specify a parameter and so forth. But IntelliSense is there. There's a lot going on here. Just open this up and play with it a little bit. You'll like what you can see. And for building scripts, you can put multiple commands up here and then execute them and even debug them to see what's going on with them later. So this is a full-fledged scripting environment. Once you get into scripting, take a look at this thing and get familiar with it. That is the Windows PowerShell ISE IDE environment. It never fails when you're putting together a course like this that you always run into these questions of how deep should I go in certain sections, especially when it's kind of an intro basics course like this on PowerShell. But let's talk about PowerShell Profiles. And I don't want to throw too much at you, and I don't want to make it look uselessly complex to you when you're just learning basics. But there are some things that you need to understand about PowerShell Profiles, and so I've decided to go just a little deeper here. Now, the purpose and function of a PowerShell profile is really simple. It is just a text file. Actually, it's a script file, but we write them as text files. It's a text file with a .ps1 extension that automatically gets loaded every time PowerShell is started. This is very similar to what Windows user profiles do us every time we log on, right? Every time we log on, the profile sets the desktop background picture, color, whatever. It keeps our desktop icons and so forth in place and our map drives and all that sort of thing. So PowerShell Profiles is going to do the same type thing. Now, PowerShell Profiles are used to persist certain customizations that we have made. Now, I'm not talking about colors and font size and stuff. I'm talking about things like aliases. We'll talk about aliases later on in the course. Functions. We'll take a quick look at building functions later on in the course. And, of course, any variables that we want to persist and have from one session to the other. So the bottom line is if we create aliases, functions, or variables that we would like to use every time we open PowerShell, we're going to have to place these things into a profile so that when we open the shell, those things are available. Now, that's simple enough, but there's another level here that you'll have to understand. A couple of things that you will need to understand about PowerShell Profiles. And the first one is you don't actually have a profile until you create one, because your colors, your fonts, all that sort of stuff, your screen buffers and all, that is set. And if you haven't seen that, you can go back and look at configuring the console. That video in this course will show you that. That stuff's written for you out there and maintained. But since you haven't worked with any kind of aliases, functions, variables, and that sort of thing yet, you really don't have a need for a profile. Then your PowerShell execution policy must permit you to load configuration files once you actually have a profile. So if you have trouble loading it, go take a look at your execution policy. And we're going to talk about that when we get to security near the end of the course. So to create a PowerShell profile, it theoretically is quite simple. You're going to go out there and create a text file with the specified name of a profile, file name, and you're going to put it in the specified location for that type of profile based on the type of profile you're wanting to utilize. Now, there are actually 4 profile types in PowerShell. The first one is called All Users, All Hosts, and this applies to all users and all PowerShell shells. Now, you're thinking, wait a minute, what do you mean all PowerShell shells? Well, I don't want to go too deep here, but when we open up the console, that obviously is a shell environment. When we open up the ISE, that's a shell environment. And there are other applications that can be customized, that can be built from scratch by your mad scientist developer types, and those will also be different types of shells as well. But for all users and all hosts, this is going to be located if we put a file named profile.ps1 in this location, your Windows system directory, and for most of us, that's going to be Windows. Then notice /system32 in that folder inside Windows, Windows PowerShell inside that folder, and then version 1.0 inside this. Now, don't let this confuse you. This is not the version of PowerShell you're running. It's just unfortunately the way they built the paths, and they've never changed them, okay? So if you drop a profile file in this location, you will then have one. Then there's the All Users Current Host profile. And this applies to all users, but only the Microsoft.PowerShell shell. And this one is located in the Windows System Directory, System32, Windows PowerShell version 1.0. Notice the name of this file, Microsoft.PowerShell_profile.ps1. The third type of profile is Current User All Hosts, and this applies only to the current user, but to all PowerShell shells. And this is in the actual user profile location, My Documents, Windows PowerShell, and then Profile PS1. Then there's a Current User Current Host, and this applies only to the current user and that Microsoft.PowerShell shell. And notice it's in the user profile location, My Documents, Windows PowerShell, Microsoft PowerShell _profile PS1. Now here's the bottom line. To create a PowerShell profile, you want to first create a text file with the specified name for the type of profile you're trying to build. So you just kind of back the video up here, a couple of slides, and you can see the 4 different profile types. And so you first determine exactly what should be the name of the text file that I'm going to create, profile.ps1 or Microsoft.PowerShell _profile.ps1. And then you're going to put either of those files based on what you're trying to create into the specified location for that particular file type. And that's how you're going to determine which profiles you're going to provide out there. Now, I'm going to stop right here. That's kind of the chalk talk on it. What I'm going to do is, in a video entitled Creating a PowerShell Profile, I'm going to go through the steps in code for creating the main default profile and show you a couple of more little ins and outs that you need to be familiar with. So join me there, and we'll complete this process of helping you understand the basics on getting your own Windows PowerShell profile. Welcome to a video that I've entitled Creating a PowerShell Profile. Now, we talked about profiles in a video entitled PowerShell Profiles in a different place in the course, so you may want to go take a look at that, because that's kind of the chalk talk and kind of the basis and foundation for everything you're going to see here in code. Understand that when we start to deal with profiles, there is an automatic system variable that's loaded for us that PowerShell handles in the background called $profile. And this built-in variable displays the profile location. But you got to keep in mind, it will show you the path, but the path and the profile don't actually exist at that location until you go out there and create them. Then there's a command called test path profile that you can use to tell you if one has been established there. So let's go take a look at these commands first of all, okay? And what I want to do here is jump out to the desktop so I can get down here, and I want you to first of all see this location, and then let's go open the console. And if I type the $profile command and press return, notice it is showing me here users, administrator, document, Windows PowerShell, Microsoft PowerShell. Now notice these locations may be slightly different than what we talked about in the PowerShell profiles when we talked about locations, but Microsoft adjusts these a little bit from version to version and from operating system to operating system. But notice it's telling me that my profile will be at this location, and the file name will be Microsoft.PowerShell_profile.ps1. Well, if I go out to that location and take a look, notice if I go to Users, Administrators, My Documents, and start to look, there is no Windows PowerShell folder out here, so there's no PS1. But I didn't actually have to go do all of that digging right there. What I could have done, let me give you a couple of lines so you can see this easy. I could have simply put test path $profile. And this is a commandlet that will actually go out there and look, and notice it returned false. So this is telling me, hey, wait a minute, you don't actually have a profile out there. Now, before I do any more, let me go out here. Kind of worried that you guys may not be able to see this as easy as I would like you to, so I'm going to make it a little larger. I hope that helps. Well, let's go back and think about this. Now that we know how to determine our profile path and then determine if we have it out there, if we run test path profile and it returns false, now I need to create a profile for myself, all right? And here's the way I do that. It's the new item commandlet, and I'm going to pass it some parameters. Notice the path, and I'm going to pass it whatever is loaded into $profile. The type is file, and I'm going to tell it to force, okay? You can go look that up and help and see what all those various aspects actually mean. Now, the profile path, I've already mentioned this, may vary depending on the operating system you're running, humidity, those sorts of things. These things do change from time to time, version to version, and so forth. So you'll just have to go through the steps that I've outlined here to see where yours belongs. Now, a customized profile file, the PS1 file that we're creating, can easily be remotely deployed to other computers if you want to make sure you have a consistent environment and functionality across different machines. And you can remotely do that from your one machine there if you have remoting set up. So let's jump out there and create and customize a profile. All right, so I'm going to jump back out into PowerShell, and we've already determined this is our location. This is our profile location. This is the file we need to create, but the good news is we don't have to create that. We're just going to call new item, then we're going to call path, and we're going to do $profile. Notice it's not case sensitive. And the type, we're going to say it's a file, then we're going to call force. If I didn't fat finger anything, notice it has written this, okay? Now, if I come down here and go back out here, notice there is now a Windows PowerShell folder, and if I open that, there is my PowerShell profile file. Notice .ps1 and notice the name of it, okay? Now what I'm going to do is double click this and open it. Notice it opens in Notepad by default. I could have right clicked and said open with Notepad. And I'm just going to add some things to this profile. I'm going to copy these in so that you don't have to endure the pain of watching me attempt to copy all this. And so I will just right click and paste this in. Notice this is a comment. So the # is a comment in PowerShell. I'm going to execute the clear host command to clear the screen. I'm going to use the write host command. It will just simply write text onto the screen. This is an escape sequence. This is the tick character up just to the left of the number 1 key. And T is basically an escape sequence for tab. Then it's just going to literally put whatever I put in the quotes. And then I noticed a couple of tabs. This computer is only for use by authorized company personnel. I've never understood who those are for. It's not like the bad guys are going to read that and say, oh my gosh, this might be illegal and I don't want to get in trouble, and stop. So enough of my cynicism. I'll just save that. We will close it. You'll notice now it's 1 kilobyte. And I will now close my PowerShell environment and we will open it back up. And you will notice that now I should get this information, and notice there it is. We're getting this warning every time it cleared the screen. Go through that, play with it, make sure it makes sense to you. You'll do this so rarely that you'll kind of forget how you did it, okay? So that's how you go about creating and customizing a profile in PowerShell. When you first think of PowerShell, you think of the commands that you can execute and the actions you can take and the information you can get back. And that is all caused or made possible by the use of commands, which in PowerShell are called Cmdlets. And so here we are finally. We've covered all the chalk talk and profiles and what you need to know about setting it up and getting it to run the first time. Now let's start to concentrate on the commands and the functionalities that we can accomplish using PowerShell. Now Cmdlets are what we use to describe the commands that exist in the PowerShell environment. Cmdlets perform an action, and they typically return a Microsoft .NET Framework object, and then that object can be passed to the next command in what's called a pipeline. And we'll talk about the pipeline a little bit more later on. But the bottom line is because of this .NET Framework interaction, this business of passing things to another command using the pipeline is greatly simplified, and there's a lot of power there for us. Now, Cmdlets are designed to have similar structure and syntax. They utilize the same basic structure, although, quite honestly, you're going to see just enough distance between the different structures to kind of drive you nuts sometimes. So notice, this is what you're normally going to see with Cmdlets. You're going to see a verb, get, set, those sorts of things, hyphen, and a noun. Okay? So you'll say, get, hyphen, process. And then after it, you'll see a lot of times a dash or a hyphen, and you can put a parameter name, and then you can put an argument for that parameter. Now, the verb describes the action that is to take place. Get, set, write, out, invoke, those sorts of things. The noun describes the target of that action. And the parameter is an optional characteristic or property of the noun. Now, the big question comes, and when you first jump into PowerShell and you start to run commands, you're going to suddenly feel lost and a little bit overwhelmed. And it's like this anytime you start to jump into a programming language. I used to ask the question all the time, now wait a minute, how did you know that command was out there? How did you know you could do that? How did you know that's the way you do it? How did you know that you coded up that way? Because it's not necessarily intuitive. And the answer is always, I don't know. I saw it somewhere, someone showed me this, I copied it somewhere. That's usually the answer, and that's exactly what you're going to go through with PowerShell. But as we move through the course, I'm going to show you how to go find a lot of that stuff. Now, keep in mind, PowerShell parameters are always preceded by a hyphen, and the argument is a value that can be provided for a parameter. Now, there are 6 very common Cmdlet verbs, and that is get, and the get verb simply queries a specified object or functionality. The set Cmdlet modifies the settings of an object. Enable obviously enables a setting on an object or a functionality in the operating system or an application. Disable is just the opposite. It disables a setting. And then new, and this is the one where the power really comes in down the road. This creates a new instance of an item, a new instance of a class. Basically, this is creating an object out there in object-oriented scripting, object-oriented programming. Remove removes an instance of an item. Now, there's a lot of other verbs out there, and you will see these, and they're things like add, clear, export, format. We'll look at format a little bit later on. Import, invoke, and others. Now, let me just give you a little bit more on the commandlet syntax. I want you to kind of get comfortable with this, and we're going to revisit this as we move through the course. I've already mentioned that all of the commandlets are in this rough form right here, a verb hyphen noun, get process, set execution policy, and then you can have parameters out here followed by arguments. And sometimes you'll have arguments and sometimes you won't. For example, let's look at the get process commandlet. With the get process commandlet, notice that we see get process, and if you look at the syntax of this out there in help, and I'll show you how to do that later in a separate video, notice anything that's in these square brackets, anything that's totally enclosed in square brackets is optional, meaning you don't have to input that at the time you run the command. So as you can see, everything here is inside these square brackets. And so get process can be run just by typing get process at a command prompt in PowerShell. But what if I wanted to get the process information for a particular named process, for example, like PowerPoint? Well, if you'll notice right here, I can put the parameter name and then a string value right next to name right here. And I can put get process hyphen name PowerPoint or PowerPNT because that's the way it's actually listed in the get process command. Now, as you start to kind of get comfortable with this idea, it will slowly build on itself. And so let's just go out and take a quick look at this right now. So I'm going to jump out there into PowerShell and I'll just clear that screen. And notice that if I type get process, okay, notice what it returned, and I'll scroll back up. It gave me all the processes running on the machine. And notice process name right here. If I come down, there's PowerPNT. Okay? So I'm going to come down here. I'll just hit the up arrow. It will bring up the last command that I did. And I will just come right here and type name for my parameter and then PowerPNT for PowerPoint and hit return. And notice it just returns that process name's information. Okay? So this is the way you're going to use these commands, and as we move through the course, I'll show you how to figure all that stuff out. Welcome to what may be the most useful two-part video in the entire course. Over the next two videos, we're going to talk about how you get help in PowerShell. I've already mentioned that when you first come into a new programming environment like PowerShell, it's somewhat intimidating. You feel overwhelmed. You feel kind of lost with no ability to find your direction. You don't even really know where to start. You certainly don't know which direction to go. And that's because there's just so many commands. And you find yourself asking people questions like, well, how did you know that command was out there? How did you know how to do that? How did you know how to write that code? The answer to all of that is PowerShell help files. The best way to learn PowerShell is to read the help files. Now, I guarantee you, this is not classic literature. This is not a great short story, anything like that. Everything you really need to know about PowerShell you can find in the help files. Now, there's a lot of good websites out there where you can find scripts and copy and paste them and then hack on them a little bit and get them running. But to really understand PowerShell, if you can get comfortable with using the help system, and the way we access it is with the command or the commandlet get help. Now, the get help commandlet displays information about PowerShell commands of different types. We're talking about functions, commandlets, CIM commands, workflows, providers, aliases, even concepts. And so there's a lot of different ways to get information right there in your PowerShell console. And the way you do that is you type the command get help. So we'll put the commandlet get help, a space, and then the commandlet for the command that we're trying to execute. For example, if I'm trying to work with get process and I suddenly realize that I don't understand exactly what's going on here, and I'd like to know more about what I can get out of the get process commandlet, I can just type get help space get process, and it will give me information. Now you can also get help in various forms and at various levels of detail. And I'm going to show you these here, and then I'll demo them in part 2, and we'll take a look at these in action. To display information basically in one page, I can just type get help and then the commandlet that I'm wanting to get help on. Or I can just type the word help and then the commandlet that I'm looking for help on. Now if I want to display the information on multiple pages, meaning I want to get a little more information, I can just type the commandlet that I'm needing to get help on, a space, a hyphen, and a question mark. Now this is very similar to the way we got help in the command.exe shell, and that's where we typed a command, a space, a forward slash, and a question mark. This is the same thing, we just substitute the hyphen for the slash, okay? Then, probably one of the coolest ones, and the one I use a lot, is I can see examples of the command without having to go through all of the command verbiage. I can just type the commandlet get help, space, put the commandlet that I'm wanting help on, and then give it the parameter hyphen examples, and it will just show me examples on that command. For more detailed information, I can type get help, the commandlet I'm wanting help on, and then pass it the detailed parameter. And then for even more information for the full-blown deal, all the technical information on that particular commandlet, type get help, put the commandlet, and then pass the parameter hyphen full, and that will give me that information. Now I want to show you something here, but I want to make sure I don't confuse you. You can open the help information in a separate window, kind of a pop-up window, and this only works in PowerShell 3, 4, and 5. So if you're running Windows 7, you're probably running PowerShell 2, and this will not work. So you'll have to install PowerShell 3 or 4 or 5. Keep in mind, I'm running right now at this point in the class on a Windows Server 2012 box, so I have PowerShell 3, and I'll demo this for you. But notice it's the get help commandlet followed by the commandlet we want help on, and then we just pass it the hyphen show window parameter, and it makes that magic happen. So what we're going to do here is I'll stop right here. This will be the end of part 1. Join me in part 2, and we'll kind of play with some of these and look at them. And I just want to show you how to maneuver around with the get help functionality, because ultimately you're going to spend a lot of time here when you're working in PowerShell day to day. And again, one of the things about PowerShell for a lot of administrators is you'll kind of get into an environment where you're writing scripts that do things, but you don't write them every day. And so you'll always need to have a little bit of a refresher on PowerShell, and you will always want to remember get help, and you'll get real good at moving around in get help. Welcome to part 2 of get help. And we're talking about the get help commandlet and the functionality of getting help in PowerShell. So what we're going to do in part 2 is we're going to jump out into the PowerShell console, and we're going to play with this get help functionality. So let's say that we run the get process command. So we just type get process, we type that commandlet in. The verb is get, we want to get some information, we want to extract some information. The noun is process, and this has to do with the processes running on the machine. So our commandlet is get process, we hit enter, and notice what it does. It has a default layout and a default set of parameters, and this is showing me the processes that are running on my machine. I want you to notice especially this PowerPNT process right here. Notice there's a process ID and a lot of other information, okay? Well, there's probably more to this get process command, and what is that? Well, I am going to type get help space get process. And notice when I hit enter, now I got basically one page of help information. Notice I get the name of the command, I get the synopsis. This command gets the processes that are running on the local computer or a remote computer. And then you can see right down here in the syntax, and there's 3 different versions of the syntax. I can pass the name of a process and a string, and we're going to do that in just a moment. I can pass a computer name and a string, and it will utilize DNS to find that remote computer name. And if we're all configured up correctly, I can see the processes on that computer. And so here's a description of what's going on. Then here's some related links about other commands or commandlets that are kind of in this family. Notice debug process, start and stop process, wait process. And then we see this information down here about getting detailed information, full information, examples. And notice, I didn't mention this before, we can even go online and we can get help. And this will kick us out into a browser and we can know that we're looking at the absolute latest information. Also, keep in mind, I mentioned this earlier in the course, from time to time, you need to run the update help command to update your help files, okay? Let's do something a little different here. Let's talk about getting examples. And so if I just type get help, get process, and I pass the parameter get examples, okay, you can see that I'm only getting examples. Now notice I got 10 examples here for the get process command. I'm going to scroll up, and there are some other things I can do to stop all the scrolling. We'll talk about it later. Notice there's just get process, and notice here get process WinWord Explorer, and then I'm getting a format command. We're going to talk about format a little bit later. But then we get a little more interesting. We can play with this, and it explains what's going on. So you can learn an awful lot about PowerShell by looking at these examples and looking at the descriptions that they give you. So I'm going to scroll down to the end here. And notice I can just always type CLS. It'll clear the screen and take me right back to the top. So notice I can also just type help, and it's not case sensitive. Help get process, and this returns really about the same thing, but notice I've got the little more here. And if I hit return, it gives me one line at a time, and if I hit the space bar, it takes me all the way to another page, and in this instance, it just takes me to the end of the file. Notice I can also type get help, get process detailed, and this gives me a little more information. Notice it even threw in the examples on the bottom of that. I'll hit the up arrow key and take detailed out and put full, and notice this gives me even more information. This gives me all the technical information with it as well. Now there's the show window command is really, really nice here. I really like this thing, and it was great to see it in PowerShell 3, and I want to demonstrate it right here. Now again, you'll have to make sure if you run PS version table and hit that, you'll have to be running version 3 here to see this, okay? 3 or 4 or 5. So I'm going to type CLS to get a clean screen. And I'm going to do get help, get process. I don't want to make it too big, but I'll just pass show window. And when I press return, notice what happens. It gives me the help, but this is in a separate window. I can make this full screen, and I can do a lot with this. For example, if I'm looking for a computer name, how I can work with computer name, I can come up here to find and type computer name, and notice it will highlight every instance of computer name in the help files here. And so I can come over here and just scroll back to the top, and notice I can find the matches, and there I can move from one to the other, and every time I just click next, I go to the next one. And notice there are settings over here. I can click on settings, and I can see the different sections that I want to see, and I can turn off syntax and rerun this, and I won't see syntax and so forth. I can match case, whole words, all sorts of things. This is really cool. If I've got 2 monitors, I can move my help over out of the way and then still see my console and work in that. So there's a lot of really, really cool functionalities in Get Help. Make sure you use it. Notice right here we've got Get Help. We can put any command that's out there, and it will give us help on it. So get friendly with Get Help. This is the best way to learn PowerShell. Now let's take a look at the Get Command commandlet. Now there are hundreds of commandlets in PowerShell. For example, if you get your hands on PowerShell version 1, you'll notice there's a few commands. In version 2, there's a lot more commands. In version 3, there's more. And so every new version of PowerShell introduces even more commandlets. So how do you know which commandlets are out there? Well, you've got to learn them somehow, and you kind of get into this situation where you're thinking, well, I need to perform a certain action. I wonder if there's a commandlet for it. And so let's talk about how we can find the commandlets that are out there. The get command commandlet will generate a list. If you execute this at a PowerShell prompt, it will by default return a list of all the commands in the PowerShell version that you are running that you can run on your machine. The best way to understand this is to see it in code. So let's jump out there into the command environment, into the Windows PowerShell console. And so notice all we need to do is type get command, and notice when I hit return what happens. This is how many commands there are in PowerShell version 3.0. So I don't know if you're reading all those as I'm talking about them, but as you can tell, there's quite a few commands out there. And so, a quick perusal of this list and you're good to go with PowerShell, right? Well, obviously, we've done quite a few commands here. And so a good question, for example, write host. How do I use write host and what is that? Well, let's go back with what we've learned already. We'll type get help, write host, and execute that. And it will come back and show us what we can do with write host. So there's the name. Write host writes customized output to a host. And here's the syntax. And so we can write all kinds of information out. And then there's related links, write debug, write error, write output, that sort of thing. And when we can see examples of this by getting out here. And so we can do all kinds of cool things. Now, if we scroll back up, we can go back into some of our information. And let me show you one trick here. Okay, we're going to get to this in formatting a little bit later. But for something like get command, I can pipe that and use the more parameter. And this will tell it to give me one screen at a time and hold up. Notice more right there at the bottom left. If I press the space key, it will take me to the next page. It gives me another page of information. If I press return, I can move forward one line at a time. Okay? And then if I ever want to kill this thing, just Control C, and it will stop the running process and take me right back to a command prompt, and I can just type CLS and clear that. Okay? Now, that's as far as I'm going to go right now. Get command is ultimately the way to find out what's going on. You can get a little fancier with that. And notice we can type get help, get command, examples. We can see some examples on using get command, and there's some pretty interesting things in here. And I'll just kind of leave that with you to go look at it. Notice we can see the importeds. We can see the types that are commandlets. And so if we type get command and we do type commandlets, notice this is just going to return things that are commandlets. And so we don't get functions. We don't get all those other things out there. So this can give you maybe a smaller list to look through. This is also a great candidate for show window, right? Show window. And this would put all this out here, and then I could start to look at the various help aspects of this in my window. So all that stuff works. So you can see you've got your work cut out for you. And also I want to show you, if when you run a long list like this, you can't get all the way back to the top, you probably have in your configurations your screen buffer size too small. Notice I'm on 500. I could bump that up to 700, and I can see a lot more information scrolling up and down, okay? So anyway, that's the way to use get command to start to get your head around all the different commands that are out there in PowerShell that's available for you. Now, when you run PowerShell commands, sometimes the data that's produced by these commands seems to kind of take over the screen, and it just shows up in all kind of bizarre formats. And there is a format functionality built into PowerShell that's very powerful, and that's what I want to talk to you about in this particular video. Now, PowerShell has a set of commandlets that give you the ability to control which properties are displayed for particular objects. These commandlets begin with the verb format. Now, there are 4 format commands. There's format wide, format list, format table, and format custom. Now, we're not going to deal with format custom. It's way outside the scope of this course. You'll kind of get the idea of the kind of power that's available there by the time we get to the end of this set of demos. Now, each format commandlet has default properties that will be used if you don't specify any specific properties for them to display. And so format wide displays only the default property of an object by default. Now, this is one of those chicken and egg things. You say, well, wait a minute, are we talking about a default property? How do I see that? And the answer is you haven't seen it yet. We're going to talk about the get member commandlet a little bit later on. in a video aptly titled Get Member, and that will talk to you about how to read what's going on with these objects, the methods, the properties, and so forth. And if you're a little bit fuzzy right now, welcome to the club. You're right where you should be. As we get into Get Member and some of the other things, hopefully all this will start to piece together. I promise it will. Then there's Format List. This displays an object or the data that's coming back from an object in the form of a listing. And each property is labeled and displayed on a separate line. Sometimes these are fantastic, sometimes they drive you nuts. Format Table. This produces a table-like, a tabular layout. And then Format Custom. This formats the output of a command as defined in an alternate view. But again, we're not going to get into that in this level of a course. All right. So let's go out there into the PowerShell console and start to look at some examples. Oh, and by the way, the examples that you're going to see here are out there in your working files folder in a text file called Format Examples. So you can just go grab those things. And as a matter of fact, I'll pull it in here and let you see it. And this is what I'm copying off of, right? So some of the examples that you're going to see here with me, I'll just right click and then I will copy this, right? Then I'll come over here and paste it in. So you can get this very same file. It's going to be out there in the working files folder for you. So what we're going to do here is we're going to jump out into the PowerShell console, and I'm going to right click and it will just paste in that command that I just copied. Again, if yours is not doing that, come out here to Properties, click on the little PowerShell icon in the upper left corner, go to Properties, and right here, Quick Edit and Insert Mode, check both of those, and you'll be able to do what I just did right there, okay? Now, notice, I'm going to take this back, and if we run Get Process, it looks just like that, okay? Well, if I do Get Process and use the pipe character, and it's usually the little key right above your return key, you'll have to shift to get it, it's above the backslash, and just type Format Wide. I copied it in, then took it out, and then typed it, okay? That kind of day. So if I get wide, notice what it's doing. By default, it's just giving me the name, but it's making them wide like that. So you can see right here. Now notice, if I come up here, there's conhost, CSRS, DLL host, and you can see it's doing them across and down to get those. 2 columns is the default, but what if I want to play with that a little bit? I can say column 4 and execute that, and I get it in 4 columns. How about 6? I can get it in 6 columns. So I can play with the format. Pretty cool here. Now, what about this same command, and instead of Format Wide, let's look at Format Wide here, just like that. What if we do, and I'm just hitting the up arrow key. Notice I can do up arrow and down arrow and see all my previous commands. This time I'm going to do Format List. And with Format List, notice what that's doing. It's giving me every one of my processes now as a separate list. Okay, so let me scroll back up here. So notice here's my PowerPoint, the process IDs 3048, the handles, CPU, utilization, and then the name PowerPoint. And it just goes all the way down and it shows me every one of those. I can also specify, let me clear the screen here. I can specify the properties to be included. I'm going to copy and paste this one in. And so let me copy this and come right here and paste it in. And there it is. Notice Get Process, Name PowerShell, and Format List, and then put the property parameter here, and then put the arguments, process name, file version, start time, and ID. And when I execute that, notice it just gets process name, file version, start time, and ID in the list form. And then I can also use a wildcard. We haven't talked about wildcards yet, but the asterisk wildcard works the same magic here that it does in the DOS environment. And we'll get all the properties here in the format list. And so notice there's all the properties that are out there on these processes. So you can see all the properties. We have peak working set, the threads. We have standard input, a working set 64. Who knows even what some of these things mean. Welcome to part 2 of using format, and we're just going to continue with some of these command examples right where we left off. Now notice I've got a lot of junk on the screen here from this last command that I ran, and right here's the command Get Process PowerShell Format List Property, and I used a wildcard. Well, I can clear the screen at any time. Just type CLS, it'll jump to the prompt, and I can just clear the screen. Now all my command history is still there. So I can press my up and down arrow keys and move through those, even though I cleared the screen. Now let's talk about using format table. So if we use get process, by default it did it in wide mode. Let me clear that and let's get process. And this time we are going to do format table. And notice it looks exactly the same. Okay? And so what we want to do is look at some of the information over here, and let's do this just a little bit different. I'm going to copy a command in here, and I'll come over here and clear this out and paste it in. And notice this gives me just the process PowerShell in the format of a table. And of course, I could go back and do that as a list, and that's what it looks like. And then I can start to add a little bit more to it. And I want to show you something that happens here and something cool you can do with this. Now I'm going to copy this one in, and notice it's get process name PowerShell format table and then these properties. Well, notice what's happening with the properties here. I have a path that was executed. Okay, so here's my property path right here. And this is not really helpful for me if I'm trying to read the path. What can I do about that? I can get that command back up and I can add the auto size parameter. And notice it's wrapping around, but you can see it's -AUTOSIZE. And if I hit return this time, notice it's going to auto size and it will put the entire path here before it starts the next column. So what it's always going to do is auto size by using as much real estate as it needs for the leftmost columns until it runs off the screen on the right. And so if I want to see more of a certain particular column, all I have to do is just change the order of my columns. So notice get process, the name is PowerShell, then we're going to pipe it out and format it as a table. And this time we're doing company name, ID, path, and auto size. And so notice Microsoft Corporation shows up over here on the left. If we switch these properties around over here, they're positional, and they're going to show up here in the order that we list them here. And so you'll have to watch for that. We can also use the wrap parameter, and let me copy that one in. And notice right here it is, there's the wrap parameter. And with this, if we don't have room on the right side, it'll just wrap the data. And that's pretty cool. And then last but not least, we have a group by parameter that we can use with format. And I'll copy that and drop it in here. And I'm just right clicking on the mouse to drop this in here to copy it in. I'll copy somewhere and paste. I just right click here and it will do a quick insert and paste it in. Notice get process, name is PowerShell, and right here is wrap. And then right here is group by company. This is going to get all my processes, but I want you to notice what happens this time. It pulls the name PowerShell, but it groups it by the company name Microsoft. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to call this up. I'm going to left arrow key, just hold it down and come over here. And I'm going to take out name PowerShell. We're going to get the processes and we're going to format it as a table. We're going to use wrap and auto size and our property name, ID, path. We're going to group by company. And I want you to notice what's happening here. As it works down through the list, it's now grouping everybody based on the company that is the creator of that process. Okay, so here's where we started. Notice Microsoft Corporation is the owner of these particular processes. We didn't have a company name here. Here's some more Microsoft. Here's Cortado AG for TP Auto Connect services. Here's VMware for some tools that they have. And so it will basically group by whatever property that we would like. And that's another cool thing. So you can play with these commands and get some really cool output on here to really get at some information very quickly when you're looking to do updates on a computer and so forth. And you'll see a lot more commands as we go through the course. So with the get help command, the get command, and the format command, we can really start to pull some information about the various aspects of our computer. And now as we move on through the next few videos, we're going to add to this knowledge and really become proficient in pulling data from our machines. Welcome to a video on the getMember commandlet. In this video, I'm going to talk about getMember, but understand this particular commandlet gives us an idea of what's going on under the hood, and I'm going to use this video kind of as a beginning point to kind of tunnel under the hood just a little bit so that you can understand exactly what's going on with the .NET objects and how they relate to PowerShell. If you can understand that fundamental aspect, it will really broaden your horizons on what you can do and understand what you can do and how you can do it using PowerShell. Now, the bottom line on this is that the getMember commandlet retrieves information about .NET objects. And you don't have to read maybe 3 or 4 lines about PowerShell to understand that almost everything that you're seeing or dealing with is a .NET object. So the getMember commandlet displays what's called the properties and methods of the object. And what we're talking about here are the members of the object. Now, if all of that is absolutely confusing, welcome to the club. It takes just a little bit to get your brain around this. So the best way to understand this is to look at an example. Now I'm going to use this example to kind of build a foundation of a little bit more understanding, but probably a little more confusion. And then over the next 2 or 3 videos, we're going to go kind of under the hood and take a look at objects and classes and then how we can utilize in PowerShell. And what I'm hoping to do here is to get the light to come on, so to speak, so that you really see the relationship. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out and go into PowerShell. And first thing I'm going to do is use the $sign and just the letter M. And I'm going to create a variable M. Okay, could have been anything. Could have been variable M, could have been variable mark, but it's just variable M. And then I'm going to set that equal to, and I'm going to put it in quotes because it's text, hello there. Now, if I hit return, what happened is I created a variable and I loaded it with hello there. Now, notice if I just type $M and hit return, it printed hello there because hello there is loaded into that variable. Okay? But here's what actually happened. $M is a variable, but it's also a .NET object. Okay? And so I can use getMember on it. And so I will call $M and then I'll pipe the results out to getMember. And this is the way you will see getMember used most of the time. And notice what it printed out. It's showing me all the methods, and then there's one property. And notice this property is length. I want to show you what we can do. $M, and just put a .length and hit it, and notice the number 12. There are 12 characters in hello there with the exclamation point. And you can pause the video and count them if you would like, but trust me, they're there. Now notice there's something else up here. There's this toUpper method right here. Notice it's a method. And let's see what that does. If I do $M period, let me move the cursor out of the way, toUpper, and since it's a method, I have to open and close with the brackets. Notice it's hello there, all caps. Well, we can do something else. $M, and we can do to right up here, to lower. Okay, let me come back down here. To lower, open and close brackets. And notice it's all in lowercase now. Notice hello there, right here, is all in lowercase. When we did toUpper, it converted it all to uppercase. So what we're seeing here are properties and methods that are automatically available to us on our variable. Why? Because our variable was created as a .NET object in the background. Now I want to show you a little shortcut that you can do. So I can do $M and pipe the results, and we'll talk about pipe a little later on. getMember actually just means feed the results to getMember. And notice it had methods, right, properties, that sort of thing, and they even had a parameterized property. Well, notice I can use the parameter, if you will, member type. I just want to see properties. And if I execute that, notice it just shows me that property. Now I'll arrow up to get there, take this out, and I can just see methods. And press enter, and notice it gave me just the list of the methods. So I can execute this getMember command right here, and I can use these parameters if I would like in the argument. But this is always going to give me the properties, the methods, and there's a few other things on any .NET object. Now, I can hear some of you asking the monitor right now, but wait a minute, when did I create an object? Well, trust me, you created one, but it kind of happened by magic in the background. So over the next few videos, I want to talk about what happened in the background to help you understand how you can, without a whole lot of trouble, dig into the .NET framework and see what all you can do very easily in PowerShell. Now let's take just a little closer look at .NET objects. Now you'll see this all the time. Everything in PowerShell is an object, and that's true. Almost everything that you see and touch in PowerShell is indeed an object. That's the power of PowerShell. However, it becomes a lot more powerful when you understand exactly what's going on. And some of you are saying, okay, that's cool. Everything's an object. That's the power. What exactly does that mean? And since I'm asking questions, let me go ahead and throw this one in. What is this big deal about objects anyway? Well, the getMember command provides part of the answer for us. It retrieves information about .NET objects. Now you're saying, wait a minute, what .NET objects? I didn't create one. Well, let's look at an example that uses the string. We'll use the same example we've used in another couple of places in the course, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open Windows PowerShell. Let me clear this out. And if I create a variable, here's a variable $M, and I set it equal to hello there, okay? And when I hit return, it just loads hello there into the variable. And then I can immediately call the length property. And notice it tells me that the variable is 11 characters long. And if you count these, including the space, you'll see that there's 11 characters there. Then I can use the getMember command to find out, wait a minute, if I've got something called length, a property there, what else is out there? And if I hit getMember, you can see there are a lot of methods and properties. And we took a look at these in a separate video in the course. Now, where did all this stuff come from? Well, this is the power of .NET objects. Here's what actually happened. We typed this code in 3 separate commands, right? We set $M, we set the variable equal to hello there, and then we called the length property, and then we called getMember and saw all the stuff. So when we created that variable, $M, or the variable M, and we loaded hello there into it, we were putting text characters into the variable. Now that's also called string data to the computer. And so when we added hello there, the .NET framework said, hey, wait a minute. Dude just loaded string data into the variable. Now, the computer says, hey, wait a minute, that programmer loaded string data into that variable. So that variable is going to be a data type of string. It's going to be a string object, and it automatically created it in the background. Then, since it created it as an object, we automatically now have certain methods and properties that we can call, and we chose to call the length property. And it told us there were 11 characters. And then we called getMember, and sure enough, it confirmed we are indeed working with an object, and it gave us a list of all the properties and methods. Because when PowerShell made the M variable a string-based variable, or a variable with a string data type, it automatically acquired all the capabilities of a standard .NET string object. Everything in PowerShell is usually actually a .NET object. So everything in PowerShell automatically has a lot of extra pre-programmed functionalities that we don't even have to worry about. All we need to do is know how to call them or how to invoke those functionalities. Now, .NET objects can offer a tremendous amount of functionalities because .NET objects employ a functionality known as inheritance. One object can inherit functionalities from parent objects that can inherit functionalities from their parent objects. And so you may have an object out there from time to time with 200, 300, 400 methods and a whole bunch of properties. Now, here's the next big question. Where did these objects come from? Well, objects are created on classes. Now, before you panic, we've reached the top of the food chain here, okay? It all starts with classes, and we create our objects based on our classes. Now, when you hear about the .NET framework, what you need to understand is the .NET framework is simply a huge collection of classes. So what we're going to do now is stop right here, take a look at the videos, objects and classes, and we're going to dig a little deeper into exactly what's going on. And what I'm hoping to in this next video, maybe a 2 or 3-parter, is to really get that light to come on so that you understand the relationship between PowerShell commandlets, PowerShell functionalities, and the underlying .NET objects. This is going to be the secret to really getting powerful, no pun intended, with PowerShell. Objects and classes are fundamental to most forms of programming nowadays. Object-oriented programming is what you will hear it called, and PowerShell is taking advantage of the objects and classes that are part of the .NET framework. Now, as a result, there are three key concepts that you need to understand to fully grasp PowerShell and all the capabilities that it's providing you. The three aspects are .NET framework classes, objects, and PowerShell commands. Now, to understand the first two, .NET framework classes and objects, we're going to have to kind of wade out into developer world just a bit. Now, I'm not going to bore you here or confuse you, but let's first talk about .NET framework classes. The .NET framework is a collection of this whole library, a whole bunch of classes that simply are used to define various objects that we can use to manipulate things. Now, a class functions in the same way that a blueprint defines a house. So we have a blueprint, and based on the instructions and functionalities and measurements that are laid out in that blueprint, we can take that one blueprint and create as many houses as we want to. Now, they don't all have to be identical, but they're all going to structurally be the same, right? So the houses, or the objects, are constructed based on the blueprint or the class. And so in the real world, we would have houses and blueprints, and in the software world, we would have classes and objects. The houses would be the objects that are constructed based on the blueprint, which would be our class in the programming world. Now, .NET Framework classes have one very interesting functionality. They can inherit functionalities from their parent classes. For example, the string class is a class that's built that has certain properties and methods, but it gets some of its properties and methods from its parent object, which is the object class. Now, this makes it very easy for developers who are using the .NET framework to pass functionalities down through a structure of classes without having to rewrite a lot of code. And so some of the methods and properties show up in the final object, but they're actually inherited from farther up. So what's the bottom line here that I'm getting at? If I want to know how many characters are in a string, I can either write the code to count the characters in a string, which would be tedious for most people, or I can just use the length method of a string object once I have a string object based on the .NET Framework string class, right? So that is exactly what we've been doing. So when I create a variable called m and I load string data into it and it becomes a string object, then I can just call the length method or the length property, whichever it is, it can be written either way, and it will return to me automatically. All I have to know is how to call it. It will tell me how many characters are in that particular object. Now, objects themselves are created in memory based on a particular class. For an example, a string object is created based on the string class. And so, when we created a variable, loaded string data into it, the .NET Framework said, whoop, get me a string class, let's build an object here, we'll give it the name of m, this is their variable, and we're going to store their data in the string object. And then that string object automatically has whatever functionalities were defined in the string class that was used to create that object. And by the way, any parent classes that string object had, and by the way, it had one called the object class. Now, the functionalities that object has are called methods and properties. Methods are actions that can be performed. A little earlier in the course, we played with some methods on a string object, to upper and to lower, to convert it to uppercase and to lowercase. You'll see things like copy and trim. Then properties are attributes that describe the object, the name, the color, the size, the length. We used the length property a little earlier as well. When we start to use PowerShell commands are actually commandlets, right? We hear them all the time, get member, right? All those commandlets that we've been working with so far in the course. Now, these commandlets, usually in the background, you don't see it happen, but these usually cause .NET objects to be created automatically or manipulated in some way. Now, you can actually reach into these things and utilize the properties and methods of these objects to create a lot of very powerful functionalities by writing very little code at all. And you can use getMember commandlet to see the list of methods and properties that are available on that particular object. So here's the bottom line. You really don't have to understand all the inner workings of the .NET framework to use PowerShell. But the more you understand about the .NET framework classes and objects and how they work, trust me, the more you'll get out of PowerShell and a lot more functionality you're going to get to make a lot of really cool magic happen with very little code. Welcome to Classes, Objects, and PowerShell. Now this is going to be part one of a multi-part video. And what I want to do here is kind of start at square one and help you to understand what a class is, what an object is, and how PowerShell is using those. And trust me, if you can get this concept, if you can make these concepts connect in your brain here, you're really going to have a leg up on working with PowerShell and understanding how to really access the power of PowerShell. Past this, it'll just all be syntax. So what I'm going to do here is show you a very simple example. I'm going to open Visual Studio and we're going to create a .NET class. Then we're going to create an object based on that class by using PowerShell commands. Then we're going to execute a method on that object using PowerShell. And then we'll use getMember to examine the object and its available functionalities. Here's what we're going to do first. I'm going to jump out and open, I'm using Visual Express 2013 for the desktop because I'm on a Windows Server 2012 box. Now, if you're a developer or if you've got Visual Studio Express or even like Visual Studio, you can do this right along with me. If not, just watch. I'm going to give you the class file. I'll place it out there in the working files folder and I'll tell you the name of it when we get done here, okay? So I'm going to click on New Project. And if you don't understand all this stuff, don't worry about it. It's not required, but I just want you to get a grasp of what's happening here. I'm going to call this project ML class. And then notice I'm doing a class library and I'm in C#. And so I'll click OK here, and this is going to open up a C# based project. And notice here's ML class, and then I'm going to change the name of the actual class that we're going to build to messages. Because here's what we're going to do. I'm going to create a functionality, and I'm just going to do a command prompt here. You remember the old NetSend where we're going to do an MSG, and we're going to send a message to the administrator saying hello. And notice we get this nice little box here that says hello. Well, we're going to do that through PowerShell. We may even throw a message box in there, okay? So what I'm going to do here is, in my public class messages, I'm going to give myself some room here, I am going to, first of all, create two properties, and one of them, I'm just going to paste these in so that you don't have to watch me type this. Notice one of them, publicly accessible, it's a Boolean value, meaning true or false, and the name is isAdmin, and this is going to be exposed as a property, and here's our get and set functionalities, and then I'm doing another one called isOnDuty. Now, to set those, and I'm just going to set them to true, we could programmatically set them to false somewhere else, but what I'm going to do is utilize what's called a constructor on this class. Now, if you know what a constructor is, fine. If you don't worry about it, but notice this is setting them both to true. What's going to happen every time we create an instance of this class and create an object off of this messages class, this is going to be set to true as that object comes into being. And then what we're going to do, I'm going to create a method, okay? Public void send MSG. And this is going to be a method. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a .NET framework functionality to send that MSG, that message command, okay? And I'm going to paste this in. Notice it's in the system.diagnostics.process framework or namespace. And then there is a class here called start. Okay, yeah, this is going to be the process class, and then it's going to be the start method in that process class. So again, notice this class that I'm creating called messages is utilizing something out of the process class. So you can see how these things are stacking up. And we're going to send a message command to the administrator and just say hello from PowerShell. Okay, we're also going to do a very simple message box. Now I want to do this to kind of show you how we can very easily reach into Windows and bring Windows functionality in. Okay, now message box is going to go squiggly on me because I've got to use System Windows Forms to take care of that. And then once I take care of that, I will not get that problem anymore. Now notice That still turned red. I've got one other issue I've got to deal with, and you can just watch this. I should have done it already, I guess. But I'm going to go down to System, Windows Forms, and I need to add a reference to this project for that so that it can access that namespace in those classes, okay? So there we are. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to right-click on my project and go to Properties. I'm going to build a DLL, a class library file. That's pretty much it. We'll go with that, and I'm going to do Project Build Solution, okay? This is building an ML class messages type situation. It's going to be an ML class.dll, okay? And so I can see right here is where it put it, okay? And so let's go out there and take a look at that. I'm going to go into my documents, into Visual Studio 2013, into projects. There's ML class project. I go into ML class and bin, and then go into debug, and there is my ML class.dll, okay? That is what I'm going to access with PowerShell. I'm going to access that method, send message, inside there, and those properties, is admin and is on duty. So join me in part 2, and we'll continue to utilize this class. Welcome to part 2 of classes, objects, and PowerShell. And in part 1, we opened Visual Studio, and we basically created a project that allowed us to build an ML class.dll. Okay, now quick review here. I'm going to move this out of the way just for a moment. In this ML class project, and that's the namespace for it, we created a class called Messages. And this Messages class exposes 2 properties right here. One is admin, and one is on duty. And we set is admin equal to true in our code, and we set is on duty equal to true as well. Okay? Then I also put a method here. Now, anything that's a function, a subroutine, whatever, these become methods on objects that are created off of these classes. And so this is a class. Okay, and let me make this thing go away. So all of this is a class, and this class determines the functionalities that objects created off of this will have. And so we're going to have 2 properties right here and 1 method. Now when we execute this method, it's going to send a message, what used to be called a net send, to the administrator and say hello from PowerShell. We'll see that appear on the screen. And we're also going to do a plain old Windows message box that says is admin equals, and we're going to put the value, and of course it will be true because we've set it to true right here. And so now let's go out to PowerShell and use that. So I'm going to come down here and kick off PowerShell, and you're going to see here not only how to understand what's going on in the background with these .NET Framework classes and methods and properties, but also what's going on, how you can build your own classes if you're a developer type at all, and then utilize those in PowerShell. There's an awful lot of power here in building your own custom classes. Well, to use these in PowerShell, we're going to use reflection. And if you don't know what reflection is, don't worry about it. Outside the scope here. And then 2 colons, and I'm going to call load file. I need to load my DLL file. But there's something that we've got to do with it. I'm going to come down here, and this file that we created when we built our project, this ML class, notice where it's at. It's in our projects folder, and if I click out here, you can see it all the way out. It's in the username, see users, administrator, documents, Visual Studio 2013 projects, ML class, the bin folder, and the debug folder. Okay, here's ML class DLL. Now I'm going to put a copy of this DLL file in your working files folder. You'll need to do what I'm going to do right here. Go to your working files folder, get the ML class DLL, right click it, and copy it. Then go to the root of your C drive, and then we're going to drop it, we're going to paste it right there on the root of the C drive because we've got to point PowerShell to that. So I'm going to close Visual Studio because we know about our properties and our methods that we've created. And so now we're going to say load C:\ml class.dll. Now, if I hit return and don't get any error messages, then I'm good. Notice the global assembly cache is false. It's not in there. Version, location. This means it saw it. It has registered it with PowerShell. And now I'm going to create a variable $ml, and I'm going to set it equal to a new object. And the class that I'm going to use to create my new object called ML is going to be the ML class.messages class. And notice it is going to look right here at the ML class DLL for that. I hit return here. I don't get any error messages. And so notice I call ML send MSG. And notice what's happened. I got my hello from PowerShell message for the administrator. And then if I look out there, I also have the Windows message box. So I'm reaching into Windows to run this stuff out of PowerShell. To show you what's happened here, if I take $ml and pipe that to get member, I want you to see what you're going to get. Notice, here is our isAdmin property. Notice it's a Boolean value that tells me it's going to be true or false. Here's our isOnDuty property that we built. It's Boolean, right? And here is our send message method. And notice it says void send message. This is telling me I don't have to pass it any parameters or anything. So if I want to know how to use this ML object or any object based on ML class.messages and the messages class in the ML class namespace, then getMember shows me. I have these methods. And we won't worry about what these other ones are for right now, but notice there's send message, isAdmin, and isOnDuty. Now, let me back up. This part right here, where we typed new object ML class messages, this happens in the background and you don't see it. If you remember when we first created our variable and it became a string object and we had all those cool things we could do, it's because in the background, that was turned into a new object based on the string class. Now, I hope this helps you understand where those methods, where those properties are coming from. And so now, when you go out and run a getMember on anything, whether it's part of the .NET framework, and you can start to dig around in there and use getMember and see what functionalities, but just know that you're able to call these method names and take advantage of some code some other programmer wrote, and you can just make magic happen. Now, do you need to know how to use the message functionality out of PowerShell? No. Just create a variable, create an object based on ML class messages, and call the send message method off of that, and there you go. I hope this helps tie it all up with how classes, objects, and PowerShell are all working together to give you basically unlimited availability of power. Next up on our tour of some of the basic PowerShell commands you need to be familiar with right out of the starting gate is the Get-ChildItem commandlet. Now, you're probably already familiar with this one from DOS, you just don't know it as Get-ChildItem. Keep in mind, most of the objects we deal with in a computer system are related to each other, and quite often that is in what we call a parent-child relationship. For example, the Employees folder contains a folder named Managers. The Managers folder contains another folder named Supervisors, and the Supervisors folder contains one named Programmers or whatever. And so there's a parent-child relationship. Well, when we want to list all these things or access them, we can write for next loops and for each loops and collections and so forth, or we can just call Get-ChildItem. This commandlet makes reading these types of items very, very easy. It gets the items and the child items in one or more specific locations. Now, what exactly are you talking about when you use that word location? Well, a location is different things. It could be a file system made up of directories or folders. It could be a registry hive. That's pretty cool. Or it could be a certificate store. It could be a lot of different things. Now, if that item or that location is a container, Get-ChildItem will return the items inside the container. Now, here's the cool part about this. You can also refer to the Get-ChildItem commandlet by its built-in aliases, ls for you Unix types, dir for you MS-DOS types, and GCI is just a three-letter acronym abbreviation for Get-ChildItem, right? All these work exactly the same. So the best way to understand this is to look at it in PowerShell. So let's go take a look, and we're going to start off by looking at get help so you can see what's going on with that. What I'm going to do here is tab out to PowerShell, and let's start by just typing get help, and then we'll just call Get-ChildItem. And notice this is going to let us see the help files and a lot of other information. Let me scroll back up. Notice the name is Get-ChildItem. The synopsis, it gets the files and folders in a file system drive. Here's the syntax. Notice we can supply a path. I'll show you that one in just a moment. A filter, an include and exclude. Here's include right here. And exclude, there's a lot of things here that you can add, and I'll just kind of leave it to you to play with these. Notice Get-Child gets non-hidden items, okay? You can use various system parameters to get only items with these attributes, and you can use the attributes parameter. So you can look up here, actually right here it is, attributes, file attributes, and so forth. So there's a lot of information and help out here. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. But let's use this. Notice if I call Get-ChildItem, and notice I'm at the root of the C drive, okay? Well, if I type that, it gives me a list of the folders on the root of the C drive. Now notice if I type dir, it gives me the same thing. ls, same thing. gci, same thing, okay? Pretty cool stuff. Now, what if I want to get more than that? For example, notice this little VP folder right here. Now, I'm just going to change my directory to VP and press enter. And now if I type GCI for Get-ChildItem, you can see that inside there's a region manager folder. Well, I happen to know there's other stuff in there. So how can we get all of those? Well, we can call, and I'll spell it out this time, we can call Get-ChildItem, and this time we can tell it to recurse, make it recursive, R-E-C-U-R-S-E. And that's up there in the help. I didn't point it out, but you can go find it. And notice what that does. It just kind of recurses through. So it looked in VP, and it found Region Manager, right? So we go into VP Region Manager, and we look, and guess what we find there? Manager. So we go in the VP Region Manager, and guess what we find? Another folder, Administrative Assistant or Admin Assistant. So you can see the recurse will keep going through child items and finding things and bringing them out. Now let's type CLS, and I am going to CD / and take me back to the root. Now I'm going to call Get-ChildItem. I'm just going to do GCI, and I'm going to use the path parameter, and I'm going to pass it HKLM and a colon. And notice this is going to jump out into the registry. So notice it's showing me hardware, SAM, software, and system. I've got a permission denied to security, and we won't worry about that, okay? But notice there's software. Well, I could call GCI, and I could do path, HKLM, and just put / software. And notice this shows me everything that is in my software portion under my HKey local machine, okay, or HKLM. Pretty cool stuff. Now, let's do one more. I want to show you one more thing. Let's do GCI, use wildcards to look everywhere, and I'm going to use the include parameter and tell it that I just want to see text files. So it searches through and it finds one text file, IP text. So there's a lot of power here. Get-ChildItem is what we're talking about. Make sure you look at this and play with it. This is the way to move around out there in what we used to know as DIR in the old DOS world. One of the most powerful features of PowerShell is the pipeline. And so in this video, let's take a look at the pipeline and then look at some examples to help explain it. Now, what is a pipeline? This is also known as piping, and you'll hear people say, well, I wrote a little script and I piped the results out to something, something, something. Well, it's where we take the output of one command in our text environment, and we use that output of that command as the input to the next command. So we can just kind of chain our commands from left to right and keep taking the result sets from one command and passing them to the next command, over to the next command. Here's an example. If I call Get-ChildItem, and I'll do this for you in just a moment out in PowerShell. I call Get-ChildItem, and then I put the pipe. That's a vertical solid line, and on most keyboards you have to shift to get it, but it's right above your return key, right below the delete key, kind of in the upper right portion of your keyboard. And then I'll call sort object. Now this is a command that sorts things by the name property by default, and that's what it's going to do for us. It will retrieve the child items in whatever location we're in and whatever folder we're in, and it will send or pipe the items to the sort object command, and we can then see things in different orders. Now, most command environments pipe text very easily, but if you're trying to pipe anything else like objects, well, you've got a little bit of a problem. Now, PowerShell automatically pipes objects in a very cool way. Now, pipelines operate on each item separately. You don't have to modify them based on whether you're going to have 0, 1, or many items in the pipeline. You can really think of the pipeline as a for next loop, and whatever is in place for the command right then is the active item, and it will be used, and then it'll kind of loop again and grab the next one and the next one and the next one. To understand this, let's look at an example of using the pipeline. So what I'm going to do is jump out into PowerShell. I'll clear the screen here and we'll come down just a little bit. Let's start off with this Get-ChildItem. Now, if I just return that, notice these are not necessarily in any kind of order. Well, this time I'm going to call, and I can just bring that up with my arrow key, Get-ChildItem. I'll add the pipe, space, sort, object. And notice what happens this time. They're now in alphabetical order. And we can play with sort object and put them in all kinds of orders by length and whatever. We won't mess with that right now. But notice what's happening is we're running this command and we're piping right here. We're piping the results to the sort object, and then it's putting them in name order. But I want to show you something else that's really cool about this thing. As things move through the pipe, we can create a list based on conditions, and this will help you understand one very important aspect of the piping functionality. We're going to call getService. Okay, now there's my services, and you can see the ones that are running and stopped, and there's quite a few of those, right? So let's go back down here. Let's do this a little cleaner this time. I'm going to clear this off. We're going to call getService, and this time I'm going to pipe it, and I'm going to use a where object commandlet. As you can see, there's a lot of commandlets out there. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open a little squiggly bar, and I'm going to use this symbol, $_. $_ is an object that is populated with the current item that's in the pipeline. So every time getService passes another option or another piece of data into the pipeline, I'm going to check it for a where clause, kind of like a T-SQL where clause, if you know what that is. And so I am going to ask it for display name. And then I'm going to say, but I only want you to match MS. So I only want to see Microsoft services, right? Or anything that has MS in it. Makes sense? And so I return this, and notice what happens. It returns MS SQL Server and SQL Server Agent. But notice display name is what it matched. And so you'll notice we have MS here and we have MS here. Okay? So we can match all kind of things. But notice what happened there. getService returned this whole long list of things, and every time one came up, it piped it to where object. It took the current pipeline object right here, and it looked at the display name property of it, and if it matched MS, it put it in the result set. Then it looped through some more, and it checked every one of them as they came through the pipeline. So remember, $_ is what we can use to check the current status, the current contents of the pipeline at that particular point in time. Pretty cool stuff. Go out there and play with the pipeline. You're going to see it everywhere, and you're also going to see this $_. But just understand that every time we got a getService object that was produced, it got loaded into the pipeline, so that was an object, and we can access the property on it, okay? Pretty straightforward. That's a quick look at the pipeline. Probably the single most addictive aspect of PowerShell is a feature called tab completion. Now, you may have seen me do this just out of habit in some of the code examples. I've tried not to because I didn't want to confuse you. But the bottom line is that tab completion gives us a way to choose or complete our commands without even knowing what the options are. It will tab through the options for us. And of course, the big offshoot here is it completes our commands, and we're not susceptible shooting ourselves in the foot constantly by doing typos and all that sort of thing. So all we have to do here is type part of a command, press the tab key, and it starts to suggest things. Now, you can also use wildcards with tab complete, and I'll show you that in just a couple of moments out there. Now, tab completion was enhanced considerably in PowerShell version 3.0, and you're going to like all the things you can do. And I would strongly encourage you, get out there in PowerShell and just play with tab completion. People are always uncovering cool stuff it'll do. So let's just go take a look at it. So I'm going to jump out into PowerShell, and I'll come down a couple of lines. And let's start off with get process commandlet, right? So if I just type get process, it kicks all of that stuff out, right? Well, I'm going to CLS and clear the screen, hit return a couple of times. And let's say that I want to do get process, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. I just type get hyphen and start pressing the tab key. Notice it's going to take me through all of the get commands, okay? And I say, wait a minute, you know what? I know that this thing started with a P, all right? So I'm going to do get hyphen P, and it doesn't have to be uppercase. I just did that for ease of reading. And notice as I hit tab, it takes me just through the get commands that have things that start with P. And so there's get process, okay? And once I get it, of course, I can hit it and make it happen. Now I could have just as easily have typed get PRO, and I could have gone right to it with the tab completion, okay? Now here's something else I can do. I want to use a parameter, but what parameters does it have? Well, I could go read get help, and that was clearly not written for most of us. I can just put the hyphen in and hit tab, and notice there's name, there's ID, computer name, module, file version, and I'm just going to take name, okay? So I'll keep looking here. There's name, and notice it's saying, well, you've got to put a name out there, right? Okay. Will it help us there? So we'll get PRO, and then we'll hyphen and get name, and then we'll hit the space and we'll start tabbing, and notice it will even show me the available names out there. And so we'll use PowerPoint, and we can get the process name PowerPoint. Now how cool is that? A lot of things you can do with this. So just get out there and play with it. Now let's talk about some wildcards. Now what's this one? Asterisk hyphen S. There's a command. I know that it started with an S, right? On the noun side. And so what I want to do is just asterisk hyphen S. And notice as I hit tab, it's putting different commands on this side, but everything on this side starts with S. Notice backup SQL database or backup S. Block SMB share access. Close SMB open file. And so as I move through, let me hit a few right quick. And notice format secure. So this is all wildcarded. The rest of this is, but it starts with S. Pretty neat stuff. What I will do is move backwards, and I'll do asterisk hyphen service. I know service was in there somewhere. And notice I can get new service. Let me tab back through that. I can get service, new service, restart service, resume service, set service, and then it kind of starts, stops, suspend, and then I move back through them. So tab completion is extremely nice. So just play with it. Use this thing all over PowerShell to complete your commands, to give you hints about what you can do in a particular situation. So just a quick look at tab completion. Well, believe it or not, we've finally reached the point in the course. We've laid enough foundational work. I've got you relatively confused now. Let's go take a look at actually creating a PowerShell script. In these kind of courses, it's always, which came first, the chicken or the egg kind of a deal. And I hope I haven't lost you here. Everything that I've laid onto you so far feels a little fuzzy. Just hang on to it. It's probably about where you should be. But I want you to understand some of the basics of PowerShell. And now we're going to jump into creating scripts and actually getting some things done, then look at a lot of code examples. First of all, what is a script? Well, a script is a text file that contains one or more Windows PowerShell commands or expressions. And then once we've got that text file put together with all those commands or expressions, we can then call the name of that file, and the script can then be executed. And that's why we'll also hear it called calling a script. Now the commands and the expressions that are in that script file just simply get executed by PowerShell one after another. They're going to run sequentially, top to bottom. It's going to look just as if you sat at the command line and typed them one at a time. Now this is obviously really cool for complex things, for actions you need to do throughout the week or the month from time to time. You don't want to remember them. You don't want to type them all every time. So you just create a script and then execute it. Now that script is a text file. when you create the script file name, it has an extension of PS1. That's not an L, that's the number 1, so PS1. Now, scripts can be as simple as a one-line command or as complex as an entire application program. Now, there's a number of ways to create scripts. You can just open up Notepad or other text editor and just type your commands in, save the file name with the extension .ps1, and you have yourself a PowerShell script. Now, there's a number of script editors out there. Keep in mind that the Windows PowerShell Integrated Scripting Environment, or the ISE, is included in the Windows operating system. And then, just for a little extra confusion, Microsoft in Server 2008 Release 2 does not install the PowerShell ISE by default. It has to be added as a feature. And let me just show you right quick. I'm on Server 2012. It'll show up usually down here. This right here is the Server Manager. But I already opened it because I didn't want to have to wait for it. But notice if I go up here to Manage, Add Roles and Features, this is how you would add a feature. So notice we're going to go into our installation type, role-based, and we're just going to click through some things. Here's roles right here, and we're going to click through some more. And notice if we come down here, we will see Windows PowerShell. It's grayed out because part of it's already there. And so we've turned on PowerShell 3.0 and 2.0 and ISE. It's already there, so we don't have to worry with it. But that's how you would turn it on. So there's just kind of a little extra freebie there from a server perspective of how to turn on this feature if you don't have it and you happen to be on Server 2008 R2. Now, there are many excellent third-party script editors out there. Just Google them, search them out, install them, and play with them. Some are free, some are expensive. But the bottom line is, let's go create a PowerShell script, okay? So we're going to jump out to the start screen, and we're just going to do a search for ISE. And notice this brings up Windows PowerShell ISE, and I'm going to open up the Integrated Scripting Environment. Now, you're going to notice this looks a little different than what we've looked in so far and worked in. I'm on PowerShell version 3, and so you're going to see all kinds of cool things going on here. Well, first of all, let's create a very simple script. Notice up here is where the script is going to be. Down here, I can type commands if I'd like. Down here, I would just hit return, and it would execute it. And I can type CLS. Well, I can come up here and start to type multiple lines of commands and execute them as a script. And so, notice I can use tab completion. I can get down to Get-ChildItem and just hit return. It goes to the next line. And then I will clear the screen. Then I'm going to call $PS. I'll put a V on there, and notice IntelliSense right here is showing it to me, and I just hit enter when I see it, and we'll stop right there. We have just created a script. Now, does it work? Well, let's execute. We'll run the script right here, and we'll see the results right down here, and it looks like it ran just fine. So how do I make a script out of this? We're going to do a File, Save, and we're just going to call this first script, okay? And notice it has the PS1 extension. To make this easy on us, I'm going to put this on the root of the hard drive. So I'm going to put it right on C, and I'll just save it, and that put our script out there. So what we need to do now is to go execute this script. We're going to take care of that in a video entitled Executing a Script. But I want you to notice in the ISE, we looked at this earlier in the course, we have all sorts of things over here, commands that are provided out here for us that we can search through. And this is what IntelliSense is going through as we work with these things. We have created a script. We can go out here and look at the root of the C drive, and we can see right here is our first script, PS1. Join me in executing a script, and we're going to look at how to run this thing. Now, when you first look at this title, you're probably wondering, is he really going to do a whole separate video just on executing a PowerShell script? And the answer is, indeed, I am, because this is the one place where most people who are brand new to PowerShell finally just give up and say, this is way too complex and silly. I don't want to do this. Here's what's going on. PowerShell scripts are powerful, maybe too powerful, because they can access any aspect of the .NET framework. They can access our Active Directory structure and our Active Directory domain. They can access our SQL Server. They can access the registry. I could go on and on. So we don't want these things just being executed very easily. Let's take a look at this process. Let's execute our new script. What I'm going to do is jump out into PowerShell, and we're going to execute first script. That's the name of our file that we created back in a video entitled Creating a PowerShell Script. And so I execute that, I hit return, and it comes back and says it's not recognized as the name. And so I think, well, you know what? I've got to go chasing things down. But here's the bottom line of what's going to happen when you finish chasing things down on this, and that is the ability to even execute PowerShell scripts is disabled by default. Now, you're going to have to change the execution policy. I covered this earlier in the course, and we'll take a look at it really quickly right here. I can do Get Execution Policy. I'll clear this off and just type Get Execution and use tab complete. Get Execution Policy, and you can see that it's set to restricted. Well, I can call Set Execution Policy. I can just tab and see them and set it to remote signed, and it's going to say, are you sure you want to do that? Trust me, that's what all that says. And we say yes, and we can go back up and look at our execution policy, and we're now set on remote signed. We've at least gotten that far now, so let's go try to execute our script once more. And so if we go out here and try to execute it, it's not going to work. And part of the problem now is we're not in the right path. So I'll do CD /. I could have done set location. And if I do a dir here, you can see that our first script, there it is right there, first script PS1. I'll even, to try to appease it, use the caps PS1 and execute it. And again, I'm getting an error message. So what's going on here with this? And here is the answer to this. To run a script, I have to type both the path and the name of the script file. Now this path is required even when that script is located in the current directory that I'm sitting in. This seems kind of silly at first, but understand this is a very deliberate security measure on Microsoft's part. This is not designed to keep 13-year-olds out, okay? But it is designed to make it more difficult for malicious code to kind of get loaded onto the machine and to run scripts. Also, it will make it more difficult for the administrator to inadvertently execute a script. Have you ever done anything, erroneously changed something on a server that you weren't supposed to change, and then tried not to look stupid as you explain that little process? So let's go out and try it one more time. Back to PowerShell. I'll just do CLS here. And this time we're going to type C:\/ first script PS1. And notice it ran that time. Now it ran fast and we need to clean it up a little bit, but still it ran. By including the path, the script executed. Now there's another shortcut, and that is the period and the \, and that basically means this directory. And so that will work as well, okay? So that was period \, and then the name of it. That will cause it to run. Now I want to show you something real quick here. I'm going to jump out and just type ISE. We're going to change our script just a little bit. We've got a little time in this video, so I want to do this. We can call, for example, Get-ChildItem. Instead of clear the screen, we can call start sleep and sleep for 2 seconds and then clear the screen. And then we can start sleep for 1 second, and then we can get process. And I want you to notice just in this screen what happens here. And I could make this a script. Notice it ran that. It's going to wait 2 seconds, then it clears the screen, waits 1 second, then runs the rest of that. I will actually put some more involved code than this out there just a little bit. I'll put a first script.ps1 out in the working files folder, so you can just copy and paste that into here and save it as your own script file, or just copy it out to your C drive and play with it that way. I hope this helps you understand all the kind of ins and outs that happens when you're trying to run a script. Now, I do want to show you one more quick thing here, and that is I can go straight to my script file, right-click, and say Run with PowerShell. Click on that. It will open it up and run it, but it won't stop. As soon as it completes, it will close the window. But if you have scripts that do certain things and you want them to just happen, that's the key right there. That's a quick run through on what it takes to run scripts in PowerShell. In a live training situation, you get about maybe 45 seconds into executing a script before someone raises their hand and says, "Can I execute a script from a shortcut?" And the answer is yes, but it's just a little different in how you have to set that up. So let's talk about that here. Now you can take a PowerShell script that you have, say it does something, it goes out and gets a list of something, or it performs some sort of maintenance, or kicks off a backup program or something, and we just want to launch this every morning or every evening as we're walking out the door. We can very easily create desktop shortcuts and kick off our PowerShell scripts. However, this is a little different from working with standard shortcuts because you'll have to stop and think you're launching a PowerShell script from outside PowerShell. And so we actually have to get into the PowerShell world to execute that script. Let's take a look at how to do that. What we're actually going to do is create a shortcut. Then we're going to right-click the shortcut and choose Properties. And we're going to click on the Shortcut tab if it gives us. Now, it depends on the operating system you're in. I'm in Windows Server 2012, and I won't get to the Shortcut tab here. In the target field, I want to enter this command. Notice I'm going to point to my system root, which is probably Windows, System32. I've got to get to where the PowerShell executable file actually exists. This is the executable file that actually runs the PowerShell application. And I've got to pass that some parameters. Notice I need to bypass the execution policy, and then I need to point to the file that I want to have executed. So what you'll do in the real world is copy this somewhere, put it in a notepad file, somewhere in an information folder so you can get back to it later. And then you can go through setting these up very easily just by changing the path and the file name here. So what I'm going to do is jump out to the desktop, and I'm going to right-click and choose New Shortcut. Now, in Windows Server 2012, it starts this Create Shortcut Wizard. And I'm going to just go with that. And so I want to type the location of the item. That is where I want to put all of this information. I'm going to copy that in. Notice we did system root, then System32, Windows PowerShell. Version 1.0 is a folder name. It does not mean the version of PowerShell. That's only there to confuse you, so don't let that happen. And then we're calling PowerShell exe, and then we're passing it a parameter for the execution policy called bypass. And then we're using the file parameter to pass the path and the file name of our script. And then we'll click Next and type a name for the shortcut, and we'll just say First Script. And I will click on Finish. And now we should have that on our desktop. So we'll go out and look, and there is our shortcut. And so if I double click this, notice it opens the window, and it's going to run real quickly here. And it closes the window because we did a bypass there. The execution policy was bypassed. This thing's going to run and just go away. But that is a very cool way to put all kind of functionalities out there into scripts, put them out there as shortcuts, collect them based on what you want them to do. And just by double clicking these things, you can execute your PowerShell scripts. Now let's turn our attention to using variables in PowerShell. And it's kind of an obvious statement that variables are a foundational aspect of programming, no matter what language you're using. In most programming languages, variables really do one thing for us. They store data. We create a variable, we load data into it, and at some point we go read that data out or make changes to that data and then read it later. But a variable is something that simply holds data. Well, not exactly the same deal in PowerShell, because PowerShell variables are mapped to underlying classes in the Microsoft .NET framework. We went through some things in a little earlier portion of the course where I went out and created a class in Visual Studio, and we created an object off of that class, and you kind of saw how these methods and properties work. And I mentioned how PowerShell takes the very things that we work with and create, and it converts them into various .NET objects. And that is exactly what's going on with these variables. When we're working with variables, we're actually working with objects. So PowerShell variables can not only store data, they can also perform manipulations on the data. Now, there are two ways to declare variables in PowerShell. The first way is to use the $sign and then just give the variable name, $A, $M, $mark, that sort of thing. And then we can put an equal sign and go ahead and assign a value at the time of creation. Now there's also a new variable commandlet. We'll talk about that in a separate video when we talk about constants a little later on in the course. But the new variable commandlet's really cool. It provides parameters that can be used to set the properties of the variable. This allows us to give a variable a text description. We can make a variable read-only. We can create a constant. We can control the scope or set the scope of the variable. We can deem a variable to be public or private, and that has to do with scope and where it's visible within the code. And so the bottom line is variables always start with the $sign. Even if we create them using the new variable commandlet, it creates a variable that has the $sign as the first name. Now variables, I want you to watch this, can contain letters, numbers, symbols, or, and I know you wouldn't do this to yourself and the other programmers around you, spaces. Because if a variable contains spaces, it must be enclosed in braces. Here's an example. I've got a really cool idea for a variable name, mark space long. Now, while that may be a good name, it's not a good variable name. In my opinion, you may use these, okay? If you do, go for it. It is accepted. It will work in PowerShell. But notice I have to put a $sign, open brace, spell out mark space long, and then close the brace. Now, just getting the braces in there alone, for me, is going to take 3 or 4 tries each. But if you like this, if this is the way you like to do it, go for it. Now, PowerShell, here's the main thing I want you to get out of this. PowerShell will determine the data type of the variable for you if you let it. And this seems like a good idea, but just understand that it may change it for you as well. Now, let's go out and take a look at an example of this. So we're going to jump into PowerShell, and I'm going to create a variable, $A. I'm going to set it equal to 4. So I hit return, and then I just type $A and hit return, and you can see that it gave it the value of 4 right here. So there is the value of 4. If I call $A and pipe it out to get-member, I want you to just notice we have nothing but methods here. And notice the type name system.int32. So this is a 32-bit integer, and everything is cool here. But notice what happens. I do $A equal mark and hit return, and it didn't squawk at me. It took it, and now if I type $A and hit return, it returned mark. Let's go back and do our $A get member again. And notice there's a lot more methods. We now have a property here and a parameterized property. And so we can see it's a total different data type. That could be problematic for us. Allowing PowerShell to just assign our data types implicitly can create problems. We can explicitly set variables to a specific data type, and then PowerShell will not change those. Now let's take a look at explicit data types. I'm going to jump out here, and this time I'm going to clear the screen. Let me give us some room here. I'm going to open a square bracket, create an int, close the square bracket, and now $ml equals 7. And I hit return, and I look at $ml, and it is 7. Now, if I try to take $ml and set it equal to mark, notice this time it says, it squawks at me and says, I cannot convert this string character to the type system integer 32. Input string was not in the correct format. This is protecting me now. You got to be careful with this kind of stuff, because if I think that my variable is storing a number, and somewhere in there I erroneously set it to a value and then use it in other places, it can really sometimes not create a break in the program, not throw an error, but really foul up the results of whatever I'm trying to do. So you want to be very, very careful with that. One last thing I want to tell you about these variables. You can assign these data types using the assigned shortcuts for .NET, or you can also use the full .NET framework name. So you can do int, or you can do system.int32. Both of these create the $A variable as an integer. Now there's a few common data types. I'll just put them up here for you and let you look at them. You can dig into PowerShell a little more and see a lot of them, but notice date type, string, character, double, integer, Boolean. These are all standard from other programming languages in the .NET world. Pretty straightforward, but That's how you can work with variables in your scripts or even just out there in the PowerShell execution window. PowerShell gives us the ability to create constants to use in our code. And as you know, a constant is simply a write-protected variable. It's a variable that once the value is set, it cannot be easily changed. Now, I know the true definition of a constant is that we create the variable, we set the value at creation, and it cannot be changed except we destroy the constant. However, PowerShell gives us the new variable Cmdlet. We use this to not only create constants in PowerShell that have to be brand new creations to be a true constant, but if we have variables that are already in existence, we can change those to be read-only, and they function like constants. So the best way to understand all this is to just go look in code. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a variable called server IP, and we're going to set that equal to 10.10.10.10. So I guess that's the IP address of our server. So we call server IP, and there's our IP address 10.10.10.10. Someone could very easily come along and change that. They could set that, thinking they're doing the right thing, to 11.11.11, and PowerShell says, sure, okay, if that's what you want, it's now 11.11.11.11. That is not what we want. We want it to stay 10.10.10, just like this. So if you notice what I did there, I just changed it back. Let's think of how we can make this variable act like a constant. We can use the set variable command, and we can pass the name of the variable we want to work with, server IP, and then we're just going to use the option parameter and set it to read only and return this. And notice what's happened now. If I try to go set that to 11.11.11.11 again, I get an error. You cannot overwrite the variable because it's read only or constant. Well, how do I undo that now? I can choose set variable, and I'm going to use the option parameter again, and I'm going to say none, and then I'm going to use the parameter force and execute that. Hang on, I made a mistake. Okay, let's do this again, and I'll show you my mistake here. This is very easy to do. I didn't give it the name of the variable, so I have to do server IP. I have included the name of my variable in my set variable statement, and I'll execute this. You will notice that I can go call it. There's the value of it. It's 10.10.10.10. I can now change it to 11.11.11.11 very easily. Now, what if I just want to remove this thing? I'm done with this, and I just want to remove this variable. I'm going to do a remove variable and server IP. And I'm just going to tell it force for the parameter. And now that variable is gone. It's no longer in there, and there's no value there. I'm going to clear the screen here. Now let's create a true constant. That variable no longer exists, and you cannot create a true constant this way with a variable that already exists. So we're going to do set variable, and we'll give it a name. We'll just call this one server IP because it doesn't exist now. We removed it. And I'll pass the option constant. And then I have to pass it a value parameter of 12.12.12.12. And when I execute it, there it goes. And now $server IP is 12.12.12.12. And if I try to change that, it says you can't do it. It's read only or constant. Very easy to use constants, very easy to make things read-only. There's a lot more things you can do with set variable. There's get variable, remove variable, all those sorts of things. There's a lot of power here. You're starting to see some of the bricks and blocks that are going to enable you to build some really sophisticated PowerShell scripts and even applications. So that's a real quick look at constants in PowerShell. Now let's turn our attention to comparison operators in PowerShell. It's just a fact that the basis for most of the program actions that we take begins or is started off by the comparison of some sort of values. For example, we need to load a variable with today's date, and then check to see, is that date equal to 15? Is it greater than 15, less than 15? Is the year 2014? Is it less than 2014? That sort of thing. We also may execute a query or read a piece of data and then check that to see if the current inventory is greater than 25. And you've seen this before. We do all sorts of these things. Well, PowerShell provides a number of comparison and logical operators, but this is kind of one of those things where you're kind of wondering, what were they thinking? Because these comparison operators are implemented in a text form as opposed to the more commonly used symbols. Now, there are plenty of technical programming reasons as to why they did this, interacting with the .NET framework, but still, it takes you back a little bit, and you'll just have to get used to it. And when you see it in code, it's hard to realize what's going on. For example, the equal to check to see if something's equal, you won't use the equal sign, you will use the -EQ operator. Less than is -LT, and notice I'm putting on the right here the normal symbols or the more common symbols that you will see in most programming and scripting languages. A -GT means greater than. -GE is greater than or equal to. That's one that will really get you because you just naturally want to put GTE since you're in this text form, but just GE, greater than or equal to. LE is less than or equal to. NE, not equal to, and that's the same as the exclamation and equal in the C-style languages. Now, these operators can also be used to compare strings. You can preface or start the operator instead of -EQ, -IEQ to perform case-insensitive comparisons, and actually you never have to use the I because case-insensitive is the default. But if you want to do case-sensitive operations, you can preface the operator with a C, so -CEQ would tell you upper and lower case are the two strings equal. I'll show you a little example of that in just a moment. Our logical operators are standard. -not means not. The exclamation point also means not. You can use that. -and means and. -or means or. And the best way to understand these is to look at just a couple of quick examples. And so I will jump out into PowerShell. The first thing I want to do is I want to create a variable called A and set it equal to 6. And then I want to create a variable of B and set it equal to 6. And now we're going to use a comparison operator. $A -EQ $B. And that returns true because they are both equal. Pretty straightforward. Now, if I bring that same thing up and change this to GT is $A greater than $B, notice I get false. So it's pretty straightforward. Now I can also get a little more complex with this. Notice I'll do $A equal 12, $B equal 13, and then I'm just going to paste this one in because it's a little longer and I don't want you to have to endure watching me wrestle with my fingers to make this one happen, okay? And so notice in parentheses, $A equals 15, close parentheses, -or, so we're using our OR logical operator here, or is B equal to 15. So if either one of these are equal to 15, and they're not, we know because it's 12 or 13. If we change this, if either of them are equal to 12 or 12, notice we get a true because one of them is. Pretty straightforward stuff. And I'm going to clear the screen and give yourself a couple of lines here so you can see me easily. And now let's think about comparing strings. So if I set $A equal to ABC, and then I'm going to set $B equal to, notice, ABC uppercase. And so now A is lowercase ABC and B is uppercase ABC. So what I want to do is I want to just do a very simple comparison. $A -EQ $B. Notice it returns true. Now that's a case-insensitive comparison. Okay, now I could have easily written that as IEQ for insensitive, and it would have been true. But I want you to notice something here. If I go back and change that to a case-sensitive comparison, you'll notice it returns false. Why? Because $A is equal to lowercase ABC and $B is equal to uppercase ABC. The operators, you'll see them all in the scripts. You'll use them all the time. You will get used to them. They do take a little getting used to if you've never worked with operators in this text form like this, but it'll come to you really quickly, and there is a lot of different ways to carry out all sorts of things here. I would strongly encourage you, since this is just an introductory course, to go dig out into the PowerShell documentation and learn even more about operators and what you can accomplish with them. The if statement is another one of those foundational functionalities that you'll see in virtually any type of programming language, and PowerShell offers one as well. Comparing values and then using conditional statements are required in most scripts, and that really is what programming is. Now, the if statement in PowerShell works just like the if statement in other programming languages. It gives us the ability to branch our program in different directions or take different actions based on a condition. And so here's the simple syntax. In PowerShell, we have our if keyword, and then we put whatever condition we want to check. And we put that condition inside parentheses, just like you see here. This could be if today equals the 15th, if the at inventory is less than 100, whatever our condition is, we put that expression inside those parentheses. Now, if that condition evaluates to true, then the block that we put inside the braces will execute. If this condition is not true, this code will not run, and this can be multiple lines of code, and we go run whatever happens at the end of this code block. So we just skip all this code and continue executing the script at the next line. Now, the else if statement can be added to the if statement to give us other options. Notice we have our first one, if this condition is true, run this code. Well, if this condition is not true, then let's go down to the else if, check this condition, and if it's true, run this block. If this is not true, we can go down to another else if, and so forth. But eventually, for example, if this condition was true and we ran this block, then the else if would not run. So anytime we leave a block here, we're going to terminate the if statement and go to the next line of code after the if statement. Now, the else statement can be used kind of as a last resort or a cleanup or whatever. You can use this to provide code that runs if all the other conditions are false. So let's say that you had 2 or 3 else ifs here. This condition was false, so this did not run. This condition was false, so this did not run. Now, since none of these ran, else will run. This block of code will run. If this didn't run, if this was not true and this didn't run, and this was true and this ran, then this code will not run. Okay, we would execute here and go down to our next line of code down here and continue. The best way to understand this is, let's see it in an example. What we need to do is run the ISE, the Integrated Scripting Environment. In Windows 8, actually this is Server 2012, but in this Windows 8 Server 2012 interface, I go to the start screen, just type ISE, and notice it finds the PowerShell ISE, and I can open that up. And with this, I can actually write scripts out, and they're a little easier for you to see. Okay, now notice I'm going to put it in this particular layout right here. Then we will kind of play around with this a little bit later on. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to lose those commands. I'm going to do something over here in the PowerShell console window. I just want to show you something. I'm going to create a variable called day, and I'm going to set it equal to get-date. Now, when I execute that, I want you to notice what happens if I look at $day. Okay, it's Friday, September 12, 2014. Well, since that $day was set by PowerShell into a date time data type because I loaded a date into it, I picked up certain properties, methods as a result of that variable being a date time object in the underlying .NET. And so notice if I call $day and hit the period and start tabbing, I can see date, day. So if I hit day, notice it returns 12. I can see that this was 12. I can do the same thing for year. So I'll take that back off. We'll hit dot and we'll just start tabbing through. And you can see that we can see year. There it was. And it shows me 2014. Okay, so I'm going to clear this. We're going to use this right here. So we're going to say day equals get date. Then I'm going to put an if statement. So if, open parentheses, $day dot day, and here's our comparison operator, equals 12, then we want to run this code. Write host today. Then we're going to do an else, and then once more, another block, and we're going to write host not today. That is our if statement. If I want to execute this, I will just simply highlight this and run it. And notice it shows me my code, and it ran it, and it returned today. Let's change this up here and tell it if it's not equal to 12, then not today. Execute this, and notice it returned right here, not today. Get you a very simple example like this. Play with it, work with it. We're going to use this. You'll see it in all of your scripts from time to time. This is the foundation of using your ifs. Play with this. Do some if-else's in there if you would like. That is a very simple look at the if statement in PowerShell. Looping is another one of those foundational programming constructs that we use, and PowerShell offers us a number of ways to loop through code. Now, this is a basic programming process that basically just allows us to execute the same command multiple times and take action based on what we see on the result each time we loop through a set of data. Now, this gives us a very simple, easy to follow syntax, and you can do a lot of these things with nested ifs and so forth, but that gets really, really complicated. So we're going to take a certain condition or a value and loop through a collection of data and do some sort of action based on what we find. Windows PowerShell provides several different looping methods, and these really are the standard ones that you see out there in most programming languages. There's the for each loop that works with objects. There's the for loop, while, do until. Let's go take a look at real simple description of each one of these, and then we'll look at some very simple examples. First of all, the for each object loops through a collection of objects. Now, this is really powerful, and it's one of the cool things about PowerShell. It's based on the .NET object world, and you'll see an example in just a moment. The for loop executes a specific number of times. We tell it how many times to go through the loop, and it always runs that many times. Notice the difference in these is how we do the looping. A while loop executes as long as a certain condition remains true, and it tests that condition first before it does anything. A do while executes once, so it runs the code once, and then it starts to test the condition, and it continues to repeat as long as that particular condition remains true. And then there's do until. This executes once, and it repeats until the condition becomes true. These are all very similar. The slight difference is, does it run first, or does it check the condition first? Does it run until it's true? Does it run until it remains true? Experience will teach you which one of these to use. Now, the best way to understand this is to see a few examples. And so what I want to do is jump out into the Windows PowerShell ISE integrated scripting environment, and let's just drop a few of these in and play with them. And I want you to notice what I've done. First of all, and I'll put a space in here, I've set the variable a equal to a collection of variables here, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Now, what I've really done is created an array here in the background, just a collection of values. I'm going to look at the variable a, and I'm going to pipe it into a for each loop. And notice in the for each, it's basically telling it for each value that you see in a, write out to the host the current value of the pipeline. So it's just going to loop through this. Now, there's a little easier way to see this, and it's this one right here. For each $value, so we're creating a new variable here called value. And for every value or variable that you see in a, write host and write that value. So the first time through, it sees 5 and it writes it out. Next time through, it sees 6 and it writes it out. And so I'm going to remove this part, and we will execute this as a loop. Let me correct my typo here. I had a regular parentheses there. And when I run this, you will see that it returned 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. It just looped through those. I want you to see something here. I can also do this with character strings. And so if I execute that, notice it just goes through and grabs those just like that, okay? Now let's take a look at the for loop. I'm just going to put a comment in PowerShell. It's just the number sign or the pound sign. So I want you to notice what's going on here. We're saying for. We're creating a variable $a equals 1. So we're setting our counter equal to 1. And then we're checking. As long as a is less than or equal to 5, we want to continue this loop. And every time you loop through, take a, and this a++, Comes from the C languages. It means take whatever the value of A is and add 1 to it, or increment A by 1 every time. And then just write out the value of A. Let me come over here and clear this out. And let's execute this one. And notice it just looped through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now get in a quiet room, away from the dogs, the TV, and all that other stuff, and play with these very simple examples and make sure that they make sense to you. We could put this down here to make it a little easier to read, and it will run just fine. Now let's talk about the while clause. And so I'm going to come up here and paste in the while clause. While will execute a specific number of times. Notice A equals 1. As long as A is less than or equal to 5, it will execute. And so we'll run that, and it works. And notice I can change this. As long as it's less than or equal to 3, it will run. And so notice it changed the number of times that it looped through. Join me in part 2, and we'll do the last 2 examples. But I don't want to rush them because I really want you to get this. And by the way, you will see these very code examples out there in your working files folder, so you can just copy these and play with them without having to code them out yourself. Welcome to part 2 of looping through code. And here in part 2, I just want to finish off the last couple of examples that we didn't have time to get into part 1. I'll remind you again that we're going to put the code examples for this video and part 1 out there in your working files folder. And you can just copy and paste those out of that text document into your PowerShell ISE environment and play with them. In this video, let's start with the do while statement. And notice this always executes once, and then it tests for the condition and repeats as long as that condition remains true. Let me paste this code in. And notice our variable A is equal to 1, and the do loop is first going to write the value of A out using the right host here. Then it's going to increment A by 1, and then as long as A is less than 5, it's going to keep looping through here and doing that. And so when we execute this, I want you to notice we got 1, 2, 3, 4, because as long as A was less than 5, we looped through. Well, what if we put a 0 in here? Now A is not less than 0 because A is 1, so 1 is not less than 0, but notice when we run this, it still runs through. We get a 1 back. Right here, we still get this 1 back because it ran through right here before it checked its condition. That's a subtle little difference. There will be times in your code where you want something to run once, always, and then check for conditions and continue to loop if it sees those conditions. So now let's take a look at a do until. A do until is going to be very, very similar, except it is going to execute once, and then it will repeat until a condition is true. So notice we're going to set A equal to 1. We're going to write the host. We're going to write out the value of A. Then we're going to increment it. And we're going to do it until A is greater than 5. We will execute this. And notice it ran all the way through until A became greater than 5. And then it didn't run through and write it. So if I said until A is greater than 1, well, we're only going to get 1. If I say until A is greater than 2, again, notice we just got 1 and 2 because the next time around A was 3 and we didn't loop back through. Now these are very simple examples, and I did them this way for a reason. If you can get your head around what's going on here, which one of these will execute once and then repeat, which ones will check first before it executes and all that, and if you can get the syntax down in your brain, then you can do some very complex things with these later on in your scripts based on the names of files, the latest modified date, the size of the files, and so forth. And you can work with collections and do a lot of things. Okay, so that's a very simple look at these various looping constructs that we have in PowerShell. We'll end it right here and we'll keep moving. But this is another thing that you need to go out there and just play with, make sure it's making sense to you. And then you will see these in various scripts and stuff that you utilize out there in PowerShell from now on. Welcome to a two-part video on regular expressions, and what I'm going to attempt to do here in a couple of short videos, give you just a very, very brief introduction into regular expressions and then show you a couple of examples of how we can use them in PowerShell. Now, there are many situations in scripting where you have to verify values. Does variable A equal 3? Does the answer variable equal yes? Now, in a lot of situations, we can pretty much anticipate the possible answers to these questions. We know, for example, A is either going to be 3 or 9. For whatever condition we're working with, that's the only thing we're going to get, 3 or 9. Answer, yes or no. Those are very easy to write code to branch based on what we know is coming. However, sometimes the data that we need to verify does not come in predictable values, and regular expressions are the answer to trying to determine whether we've got a match to what we were expecting or looking for. Regular expressions are also called regex or regex. You'll hear that term out there. So if you see or read those, they're talking about regular expressions. So what is a regular expression? Well, it's simply a pattern that we can use to locate matching data. Now, there's two ways to go about doing this. There's the literal matches. These are very simple, very easy to follow. And pattern matches can approach brain surgery and rocket science pretty quickly, but they're extremely powerful. Let's start with literal matches. The best way to understand literal matches is just see it in code, so we're just going to jump right out to PowerShell. So we've got the word Microsoft, and we want to do a match here, and this is going to kick off our regular expression functionality. Match takes care of that. And I just want to see, is the word soft in there? Return to true right here because we do see soft. Let's make this a little more interesting. Let's do software, and let's do a match and see if we still see the word soft. True, yes we do. Now why? We did a case-insensitive match there. Let's do that again, and this time let's add a C here, C match for case-sensitive match, and notice it returned false. So if someone's answered a question, we can check to see if certain parts of values are in there very easily, and that's called a literal match. Now I'm going to clear that off, and let's go back. And now let's talk about pattern matches. And this is where it can get really interesting really quick. Pattern matches are based on regular expression characters. Now we have characters that we can use to match. We have qualifiers to tell us how many times they can match or to limit them. And then we have shortcuts that make it possible to write those things much shorter. And it can get confusing. So let's go kind of slow through here. First of all, if I'm doing a pattern match, a period in that pattern says match any single character. If in my pattern match, and I'll show you one of these in just a moment, so don't expect this to make total sense if this is brand new to you. If I put letters inside square brackets, A, E, I, O, U, this means that I'm looking for a match of any one of these letters. If I put B-F, or letters separated by a hyphen, means match at least one character specified within the range. Then, if I put a caret, B, C, D, E, F, or whatever letters, this means match any character except the characters that are within the brackets. Then the caret by itself outside of brackets means match the characters located at the beginning of a string. And the $sign says match characters located at the end of a string. The asterisk says match 0 or more occurrences of whatever character is in front of this asterisk. And the question mark says match 0 or 1 occurrence of the preceding character. Then the backslash says match the character following the escape character. So the backslash is the escape character when we're working with regular expressions. The qualifiers basically apply values to the expression characters. And so an asterisk means it must match 0 or more times. The plus means it must match 1 or more times. The question mark means it must match no more than 1 time. If I put a value, a digit, inside the braces here, it means it must match that many times. So it must match n times. Then, if I put a value, a digit, with a comma, it means it must match at least that many times. Then, if I put two values separated by a comma, it means it must match at least as number of times of the first value that I put in there, or the n value, but not more than the m value. To make it all much more useful and more confusing at first, there are shortcuts. Notice the \D is a shortcut for matches any decimal digit. This is the same as the brackets with 0 through 9. This is kind of like a range. The \W, notice this is lowercase, and the regular expression pattern matches are case sensitive. \w matches any word character. This is the same as a bracket with 0 through 9, capital A through Z, lowercase a through Z. \D matches any non-digit. \W matches any non-word character such as a space. And a \S matches any non-white space character. So let's stop right here. I'll join you in part 2, and we'll continue and look at some examples and kind of make the light come on when it comes to regular expressions. Welcome to part 2 of regular expressions, and I'm just going to finish this process of going through showing you kind of in black and white what the pattern matches are. And keep in mind, you can get more information if you just go out into PowerShell and type get help followed by about_regular_expression. You will see a lot more information about regular expressions. You will see all these shortcuts and patterns that I've been rambling about in part 1, and this will give you information. But if you ultimately want to get the absolute bottom line, keep in mind all of this regular expression functionality is coming from the .NET Framework, and so you can go out into the .NET Framework documentation and look at regular expressions and get the lowdown on it and kind of do a deep dive there. Let's take a look at a couple of examples here. I am going to go out into the PowerShell console, and we have a program or a script where we're asking the users to input an IP address. An IP address should look something like this, right? 192.168.15.20. How do we know that the user has put something in that's in the correct format? I'm going to create a variable called IP and set it equal to 192.168.15.20. And so I'll go to the end of the line here and I'll enter that. And then I want to do a regex to match that. I'm going to create a value called RX. And then I'm going to create a regex pattern here. And I'm going to copy this in. We're saying that we're going to do a pattern match here. We want to see digits. At least 1, not more than 3. Then we want to see, this is the escape, we want to see a period. Then we want to see more digits, at least 1, no more than 3, another period. We want to see digits, at least 1, no more than 3, a period. And then digits, at least 1, no more than 3. So that's our pattern. $IP match $RX. Does it match $RX? And notice it says true. Yes, it does. Well, let's go play with this. And let's go up there to where we set IP. Let's take 20 out. They fat-fingered it, and notice they didn't get that period in there. And so we're going to go back and we'll set that. Now we're going to call our match, and notice it says false. This does not match the pattern that we're looking for here, which is 1 to 3 characters, a period, 1 to 3, a period, 1 to 3, a period, 1 to 3. What about social security numbers? This is another one where people seem to have a problem with that. So let's do a social security number, and we will set that equal to 111-11-2345. Someone has passed in a social security number. We want to match it and see if at least it's in the right format. Well, how are we going to do that? We're going to do that by using a regular expression. We're going to regex the SSN. That's just the name of a variable. It doesn't really mean anything. I'm going to paste this in, close it with the quote. And notice we're writing a regular expression here, and I won't go through all this. We're looking for 3, then a hyphen, then 2. That's a literal, a hyphen, and then 4. And this has got to be at the end. We're checking for this at the front. And so we'll put those in. And now we're just going to do $SSN. And we're going to run match against $RX SSN. And notice it comes back and it's true. If we change this up, and for some reason right here, we don't get all 4 characters in here, and then we run our match, notice we get false. It's not in the right format. There is a tremendous amount of power. I've used these to capture strings coming off RS-232 equipment, some integration situations, and you just simply take the entire string, write you a regex looking for the data you're looking for to see if it's there, and then capture that, write it in the database or whatever. There's some really cool things you can do with this. We've just scratched the surface here. If you're just a little bit confused, I would say you're probably about where you should be if this is the first time you've seen regular expressions. But I hope you've seen the possibilities here. This is something that needs to be kind of in your PowerShell scripter's toolbox, because from time to time, you're going to run across things in PowerShell where you're not going to be looking at data you're anticipating, and you're going to have to look for certain matches to see if the data that you're looking for was included in the mishmash that was returned. That's a quick look at regular expressions in PowerShell. Two situations come up quite often in your coding that you'll need to understand how to get around. That is the escape character and comments. Now let's take a look at each one of those. First of all, what is an escape character? Well, it's a character that we can use that tells the computer that it needs to apply a different meaning to the following character. A good example of this is we need to do a tab. If we type the word tab in our code, it's just going to spell it out. So we want to somehow tell the computer, wait a minute, I want you to treat this next character to mean something else. Now in PowerShell, the character that we use for that, the escape character, is the grave accent. It looks like a backwards single quote, and you will find that usually right above the tab key on most keyboards. It's just to the left of the number 1 key. And you don't have to shift to get it. If you shift, you get the tilde. In a lot of languages, and it's kind of common for the escape character to be the backslash, but here's the grave accent. So what happens when we're writing literal data out and we want to insert a new line, or we want that data to be separated on 2 lines? What happens when we want to insert a horizontal tab into a result set? How do we do that? The answer is we're going to use the escape character. Let me go out and let's open up the integrated scripting environment. This would make this easier to see. In a script, I want to write hello, but I don't want it to appear normally the way you'd see it. Write host, hello. If I execute that, you know what's going to happen, right? It says hello. Well, that's not very exciting. But what if I could push that down just a little bit? I'm going to copy write host, and I'm just going to put a few of these out there. And so I can tell it to kind of kick it down a little bit, and then let's put a few on the bottom. And now when I execute this, notice I get some space here, right? It's putting all this extra space in here for hello. I can actually see this a little easier if I save this, and notice it's going to save it on the root of my hard drive as untitled1. So what I'm going to do over here is go to the root of my hard drive and use my // shortcut. Then I'm just going to call untitled1 right there and execute that. And notice it put the hello spaces in there. Well, that's kind of neat, but I would also like to not write all these write hosts. Let's go back and let's use the escape sequence. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the grave accent right there. And then I'm going to put in for new line. I'm just going to repeat this 7 times. And then after hello, I'm going to do it again 7 more times. And we can take all these write hosts out, and we can actually pull this up to right here. Now in one line, I can execute this, and I want you to notice what happens. That is all I get. This one line is now doing it all. I want hello kind of out here in the center. Well, I can use my escape sequence or my escape character, and I'll use the grave, and T is a tab. So I'll put 4 of those in there, and I will execute it. And notice it gave me the line spaces on the top and the bottom, and it tabbed it over. Really cool that escape character will let me do a lot of really cool things in my code, like getting new lines and tabs and so forth, and there's even more of these. So here's how you can use it. If you put this at the end of a command line, just the grave accent, you can continue that command on to the next line. This is kind of like the line continuation characters that you see in VB and C# and so forth. An escape character $, you can actually put the $sign in the output. Keep in mind, if you just put a $sign in most places in PowerShell, it thinks you're talking about a variable. The escape 0 means null. Most programmers in PowerShell would rather use the $null system variable, but you can still use escape 0. Escape A makes an alert sound. That one's kind of interesting. Play with that one. That will actually make a little beep come out of your speaker if your volume's up. Escape lowercase b means backspace. Escape lowercase f means form feed. This only works if you're working with printer. N means a new line. R means a carriage return. T means a horizontal tab. We've already seen that. And V means a vertical tab. And again, that only affects printed documents. The escape or the grave accent and then single quote will actually make a single quote appear in output. Same thing for a double quote. And I just want to mention this. I've used it a couple of times and I want to make sure that you've noticed it and seen it. The pound sign is the comment symbol in PowerShell. So if I put, this is a comment, notice this will still run and it just gives me the opportunity to use a comment up there. Nothing's changed, but I can put comments in. I can also put comments at the end of lines if I would like. There you go. That's a very simple explanation of the escape character in PowerShell. The ability to provide our scripts with input parameters really makes our scripts powerful. Because think about it, we normally create scripts to allow us to very simply execute some common task that's probably a little complex. And so it may take us 7 or 8 lines of script code to get this to happen. And so when we come back next month and need to run this, we don't want to have to figure all that out again, right? So we put it into a PowerShell script, we call that script, and everything's great. However, we seldom create a script that will perform that common task on the same object or under the same condition every single time. And so we don't want to have to write a new one for every condition. Wouldn't it be cool if we could pass a value into the script when it starts running to give it a clue or to help it branch or work on a different object? And that is where parameters allow us to provide the script with the additional information that we need to make that script much more powerful. And we can kind of tailor it to various situations. For example, we can use that parameter where we're passing that information into the script to tell the script which object to take action on. We can tell it what name to look for, say for a folder or a username in Active Directory. We can tell it what condition to check for before executing the script. We can tell it when to execute one particular action over another based on the value that we pass in. And as you can tell, this can just go on and on and on. Parameters are easily added to scripts using what's called the param block or the parameter block. And there are 2 forms of this block. There's a simple form, and notice we just put the word param. This has to be right at the very beginning of your script. We put param, and then inside parentheses, we create a variable, and we explicitly set the data type. So we're doing a parameter of string, and $variable name is what's going to be passed in. The full form of the param block lets us do something else. We can do a lot more than this, but this is what I'm going to show you. And you can go dig a little deeper for more options. But notice parameter mandatory equals true. $true is a system variable that is just there. We won't go any deeper than that. Notice we always have to provide this parameter for this script to run. And again, we're going to take whatever's passed in, drop it into a string data typed variable named variable name. The best way to understand this, naturally, is to see it in code. So we're going to jump out and we're going to open the ISE environment. Then we're going to write a very simple, useless script, and then we're going to make it a lot more useful. So first thing I want to do is I want to create a variable called $A, and I want to set it equal to my name. And then I want this really cool program to say, hello, Mark. A couple little reminders here. I put double quotes around this. This is telling PowerShell, write all this out, but if you see variables, give me the value of the variable. If I put single quotes here, it would just write it out literally, and it would say hello, $A. This is a script. I'm going to save this script so I can execute it over here and show you. And I am just going to call this PX for param example. Notice it's at the root of the C drive, so I'll save it there. And then out here, I'm going to do a CD C:\/ to get me to the root. And I'm going to execute this PX that I just created. So \PX, and I'll execute it. And notice hello, Mark. Well, okay, fine. What if I want to say hello, Bob, or hello, Jack? Well, I've got to rewrite all this stuff. So let's parameterize this. I'm going to come over here to the script. And notice what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a param block, P-A-R-A-M, open parentheses, and I'm going to do the more sophisticated example here. I'm going to tell it that I'm going to add a parameter, and I'm going to set mandatory equal to true, close my block. Then notice I opened with the parentheses right here, so I've still got to close that one. So I'll come down here and close that one. Now I'm going to set up my variable. Open a block, string data type. I'm going to explicitly assign a data type, and I'm going to put username. So now this is saying I have a new parameter called username. It's a data type string, and it's mandatory. And so now I'm going to come down here, and I am going to set a equal to $username. And with that, I should be ready to go. So I will save this new version, and then I'm going to call PEX, and I'm just going to pass Mark. And notice it says, hello, Mark. Well, I'm going to do it again and pass Jack. And notice, hello, Jack. How cool is that? But I want to show you what happens if I don't send it any information. If I just say PEX, PowerShell automatically says, hey, wait a minute, you're supposed to be providing a username parameter here, and you didn't, so what is it? And I can put Bob in there and execute it, and it will run it. Now, if you try to execute, say, a store procedure in SQL Server without a parameter, it will squawk at you and break, and you have to start all over. But this will just prompt you for whatever you need. And there it goes. That's a real quick look at using parameters. I can put multiple parameters in, go dig around in the documentation. This will be a necessary factor in most of your scripts. You want to start by passing in information and then making decisions or changing locations and stuff based on that data that was passed in. So that's a quick look at adding parameters to your scripts. Providers are the basis for the functionality that we see in PowerShell. Understanding providers can really clue you in to the true power of PowerShell. And if there's one thing that will convince you that the time and effort that you put into learning PowerShell and some of this strange syntax stuff is worth it, providers will do that for you. This is going to be a two-part video. I want to start off answering simple questions, for example, like what is a provider? And then in part two, after we've explored providers just a bit here, we'll go look at some code and some examples and then talk about a couple of other little things. Now, a provider, what is it? It is a way that PowerShell connects to an underlying Windows operating system, and it reaches into whatever data store that we want to access, and it exposes that to us just like a file system as if it were a mounted drive. Now, actually what's going on here in the background, there's a .NET assembly with a lot of code out there. We don't know what's going on, we don't care. But if we're trying to access the registry, it reaches into the registry, does whatever conversions and so forth it needs to expose registry data to us in a very familiar structure. As a matter of fact, it's the same structure we've been using to access files and folders since way back in the MS-DOS days, if you've been around that long. Simplifies accessing external data outside the PowerShell environment is the bottom line. Because all the data that we're trying to access when we're working with PowerShell ultimately usually is outside the PowerShell environment. Now, the best way to understand this is to kind of see a little animation and think through a provider in action. So we have a user, an administrator, who needs to work with the registry. They need to check a setting, they need to change a setting, they need to add a key, add a value, whatever. And we're all well aware of the dire consequences that can occur when we get out there and mess with the registry, making some sort of registry modification. This administrator finds themselves sitting there and they need to do something with the registry on this computer. And you know, if you go out there with the normal tools, regedit and so forth, it can be a little bit cumbersome and confusing to move through. But how can the registry be efficiently accessed in a command line environment where we're trying to script some sort of functionality so that we can call it later and have the peace of mind of knowing that we're not going to do something erroneous or accidental and cause us a major problem toasting our registry in some way, some sort of mistake in the registry. The PowerShell Registry Provider makes this process very easy. So what's going to happen now, the user or the administrator can simply call the set location commandlet and then add HKLM : on the end of that. and that will invoke the registry provider. Now, in the background, .NET goes to work to reach into the registry, grab that information out there, and then expose it to us in a standard file structure format that we've been working with, again, since DOS. And what this is called, if we were to open just a regular command prompt out there on our Windows operating system, we would see our C drive, and we would just say that's the C drive. When we open PowerShell and we see that C drive, we're actually looking at a PowerShell drive, because everything we see in PowerShell is being provided to us as an object through .NET. That is exactly what we're seeing. But now we're doing the registry that way. By calling setLocation HKLM:, the registry can now be accessed using the standard PowerShell commands that you will learn to know and use without even thinking about them. We've already used setLocation. You can use Get-ChildItem or its alias, dir for directory, to display items in the HKey local machine hive. You can use the new item commandlet to create new registry keys, and there's even more. I'll leave it to you to go look out there in the documentation. But that is exactly what's happening here. There's a number of available PowerShell providers built into PowerShell. We use a lot of these without thinking, but I want you to understand what's going on and have an idea about the providers that are available. There's the Alias Provider, the Environment Provider, File System, which is the default, Function Provider, the Registry Provider, the Variable Provider, the Certificate Provider, and the WSMan Provider. Now, WSMan may not be familiar to everyone. That's a Web Services Management Configuration Information Provider, and you won't even see this unless you have PowerShell 3.0 or later. Now, PowerShell providers are the PowerShell version of system drives, and you can actually create your own custom provider if you would like. That gets a little more complex. It's outside the scope of this course. You can go out there and dig around Microsoft's website and see how to do that. But the main thing you need to know is that providers are often referred to as PS drives or PowerShell drives. Now, what happens, we actually connect or utilize a provider via a PS drive. Another way to say that is the provider exposes the PS drives or the PowerShell drives to us. Now, most providers only have one PS drive, but the file system has as many PS drives or PowerShell drives as there are drives on our system. So if we have two disks, a C and a D, the PS drive, the file system provider will see those and show us a PowerShell drive C and a PowerShell drive D. The registry provider has two PS drives, the HKLM and HKCU, and we'll dig into those a little deeper when we talk about the registry provider in its own video. Now, you can create a custom PS drive to serve as a shortcut to a system resource, and we'll take a look at that in part 2. Join me in part 2, and we'll look at some of these PowerShell drives and providers out there in the PowerShell console. Welcome to part 2 of understanding PowerShell providers. And in part 1, we talked about what they are and did some simple little animations. And here in part 2, let's go do some code and actually take a look at these things. The first thing when working with providers is to understand you're already working with a provider as soon as you open PowerShell, because the file system provider is the default. It is exposing our C drive to us right now. Notice up here, PSC. So that's the PowerShell provider that's using file system to hook down to our system drives. More on that later. But right now, we just want to see which PowerShell providers we have on our system. And so we're going to call the Get PS Provider commandlet. And notice that shows us our providers. Now, you may not see everything that I listed in part 1, and that just simply means that it hasn't been loaded. We'll get to that a little bit later on. These are our providers. And so let's think now, for example, the file system. We want to see the PS drives that we have out there for the provider that we're in. So I'm going to call Get PS Drives and hit return. And what I've done here is I've put an S on the end, Get PS Drive. And notice if I hit Get PS Drive, and if you type the commands correctly, they actually work quite well. I see my PS drives that are out there, and these are what are being provided by these providers. Notice you see A is a file system for the A drive, which we don't use much anymore. There's our alias. Here is our C. Notice it's 23 gigs. There's 36 gigs free. And the file system provider is giving us the PS drive C, and here's the root. And you can just kind of see as we come down through here what's out there. If I wanted to use, for example, the alias PS drive, how do I get there? Well, the same way I would get there any other way. I can do set location alias, and now I'm in alias, okay? And if I do dir, which is the alias for Get-ChildItem, right? I can hit that, and it shows me all the aliases on my machine. I'm just going to stop that and clear the screen. We'll get to all that later when we deal with aliases. Set location, and go back to where I was. Now, I want to show you a little example here of something that we can do. We can do new PS drive, and we can give it a name, and I'll call it ML Docs. We will then call the PS provider parameter, and we'll say that it's a file system. And so this is just telling us that our ML Docs PS drive is utilized by the PS provider file system. Now, what I want to do is put a root parameter here, and just have to follow me on the syntax here. You can go out and chase this down later. Notice resolve path, and I will put the little tilde / documents. And this is going to create the custom PS drive ML Docs. There it is. It created it. Anytime I want to, I can set the location to ML Docs. That took me to the alias, which is actually my, notice, C users administrator documents. And I can do a dir or a Get-ChildItem, and I can see what's going on there. PS drives are a result of the functionality of the PowerShell providers. Here's the bottom line. Here's the real power of using PowerShell's providers. Once I move to a PS drive provided by one of these providers, regardless of the provider, I can then utilize the very same PowerShell commands over and over and over. And as you work with these, there's a gazillion parameters and things out there that you can do. When we get into scripting, you can see some cool ways to put these together. You'll be able to use all those commands and parameters over and over and over to perform very familiar tasks to very different objects, like registry, environment, file system, so forth, certificates. And notice we're talking about Cmdlets like get location, set location, new item, copy item, rename item, set item, clear item, and it just goes on and on. There's a bazillion commands out there. So this is the real power of PowerShell providers. Now, if you can understand what's going on here, now you've kind of divided PowerShell off into sections based on providers, and all you've got to do is get comfortable with a few of these commands like your get and set location, new item, and so forth, and the power explodes with what you're now capable of doing very easily through either command lines or scripting with PowerShell. Welcome to the File System Provider video. I'm going to take a real quick look at each one of these providers for you, show you some things you need to understand, and then maybe do a couple of quick little demos. Now, the File System Provider is accessed when PowerShell is launched. It's the default provider, and this is what allows you to create, retrieve, and remove files and folders just like you've always done in the MS-DOS environment out there in the command application. Now, part of the data that's provided by the File System Provider shows up in the form of what's called the mode column. And I want to explain this because understanding the keys here can really help you get a lot of information out of this simple Get-ChildItem or the dir command, which is its alias. For example, we can look here, the text3.txt file. We can look at the mode column and tell that this is an archived file. So let's talk about these columns and what they're telling us. First of all, column 1 in that mode column, if you see a D, it indicates that item is a directory or a folder. If you just see a dash, then the item is a file. Column 2, an A here would indicate that the archive bit is set. This is useful if you're working with differential or incremental backups, and you can see the condition, current value, whatever, the archive bit. Column 3, R, would indicate this is a read-only item. And then column 4 would let us know by seeing an H there that this is a hidden file or folder. And as you know, these hiddens don't appear in most reports. most tools, and we can go in and change that in the Windows operating system, but this lets you know you're looking at a hidden resource. And then column 5, an S would indicate a system file, and again, by default, most users never see system files, and we designate them as system files to hide them from a lot of various tools so that that particular file can't be accidentally deleted, modified, or whatever. To understand this, let's just go out there and look in PowerShell just for a moment. And notice the first thing that we can do with this is the file system provider. We use the set location commandlet, and we can set the location. We're already in the root of C. Well, I can set it to the Windows directory. Well, that is the same as CD. CD is the old DOS command that we all remember, and it is an alias of set location. And so you can see I can use CD to do the same thing. And I can do Get-ChildItem here, and this will return all the various directories and files at the root of my C drive. Notice I'm not seeing any system or hidden items here, but to see these, I can just go back to my command and add the force parameter. And notice now I got a lot more. I'm seeing hidden files and system files. Here's one that's read-only and hidden. We've got a number of various files out there. So that's a real quick look at using the file system provider. There's a lot more here. Go out and dig around, and you're going to see a lot of things as we move through the course. Go out there and play around and dig around with this in the documentation and in some of the PowerShell documents that I've put out there in your working files folder. There's a lot of power here. Now let's take a quick look at PowerShell's Alias Provider. A PowerShell alias is simply another name that's assigned to a commandlet. Now usually this is a shorter name. It's some sort of abbreviation or acronym so that we don't have to type set location, get child item, and all that stuff every time. However, you probably need to type those commandlets out when you're learning PowerShell so that you understand what can be done and the relationship between the commands and so forth. But you will want to set your own aliases up. Now there's a lot already here. For example, set location, well, CD. We know this is change directory from the old MS-DOS days, and CD does the same thing as set location. dir is the alias for Get-ChildItem. So in the old MS-DOS world, if you type dir for a directory listing, it's the same as Get-ChildItem. Also, by the way, you can have more than one alias for a commandlet, and notice Get-ChildItem also has the alias GCI. And you can just kind of go play with these and see how they work. Now, the alias provider enables access to all the aliases that are in PowerShell. And to take a look at this, we can mount a PS drive to access the alias provider. And how do we do that? How do we mount these PS drives and take advantage of these aliases? We simply call the set location commandlet. Set location alias colon. What you always have to put the colon on the end. This will allow us to work with aliases. And notice we can use the same commandlets that we use to work with files and folders, and we can work with aliases. And so let's go look at this one in code. We'll go out to PowerShell, and I'll first of all do a set location. Notice it's not case sensitive. And I'm going to set it to alias and put the colon, and this puts me into my PowerShell alias drive. Now, I can call Get-ChildItem, or I can use its alias, dir, and notice this lists all the aliases in PowerShell on this particular machine in this session. You'll notice the alias dir is an alias for Get-ChildItem. And I'll scroll down here just a little and notice here's another alias for Get-ChildItem, GCI. Any of these will work. If I call GCI, it's going to basically call Get-ChildItem. I'm going to clear the screen here. Notice I can call Get-ChildItem working with my aliases, and then I can filter, and I'll just tab here on the name parameter. There's the name parameter, and I can use wildcards to get only the aliases beginning with C. And I can create my own alias very easily. Let's say that child item, I don't like GCI or any of the others, and so I want to create my own. I'm going to call the new alias commandlet, and I'm going to create an alias called ML, and it's going to be an alias for Get-ChildItem. Hit return, and now all I have to do is type ML, and notice it got all the child items for me. Really cool stuff. Now, I do want to warn you about something. The new aliases that you create are not saved between PowerShell sessions. If I close this PowerShell window and come back in, that new alias of ML will not be here. If I want that to persist, I will have to go put that new alias statement out there in my profile. Now, we talked about PowerShell Profiles back in the first parts of the course. So if you've forgotten that or you skipped it, go back and take a look at it, and you'll see how to persist these aliases across all of your sessions. That's a quick look at the Alias Provider. Now let's take a look at both the variable and the function providers in this video, and we'll start with the variable provider. The variable provider lets us see all of the PowerShell and user-defined variables that are available in this particular session that we're in. And the way we mount the variable PowerShell drive is simply call set location variable, and notice the colon on the end. I'll show you that in just a moment. But I want you to remember something here. PowerShell variables, we talked about this earlier in a different video where we talked about variables specifically. They're always preceded by the $sign character. The first character of any variable is the $sign. When you look at this list of variables through the variable provider by mounting the PS drive variable, you're not going to see the $sign as the first character most of the time. Don't let that throw you. When you do want to add those particular variables or make use of them in code and scripts, you do need to include that $sign as the first character. Let's just jump out there and look at a couple of examples. We're going to jump out into PowerShell, and we're going to do a set location, and we're just going to put variable and put a colon. That mounts the variable drive, and we can just do a Get-ChildItem or a dir to see all of our current variables. So you can see the variable here and the value here. For example, let's come down here, notice PS Home. Where is my PowerShell installed? There's the variable PS Home. Now, if I want to see that, I have to put a $sign. Notice if I put PS Home in here, the way they show it, I'm not going to get anything. But if I put the $sign PS Home in front of that, there is the installation location of my PowerShell. There's a lot of things that you can see in here, and you can just go in here and look. Notice the profile variable. And if I were to create a variable called ML and then go look somewhere here, I should see that. Let me set it equal to something. And if I go back and take a look at my variables, you will now see there is ML, and it has a value of 5. That's a quick one on variables. Let's clear the screen. Let's set back to the root, and then let's talk about functions. Now, what is a function? A function is just a named block of code. It's where we create quite a few lines of code, give those lines of code a name, and then just by executing or calling the name, all those lines of code execute. Kind of like an internal script for PowerShell, if you want to think of it that way. Now, PowerShell has quite a few built-in functions, and we can even build our own functions, although that's outside the scope of the course, but you can chase this down. But anytime you see yourself doing the same task over and over, well, that's a good candidate to create it as a function. Now, whenever you need to do that task, you just call that particular function name, and you can call functions from your own scripts. Now, let's take a look at functions, and again, we'll jump out into PowerShell. Let me clear this to make it a little easier to see. We're going to set location to function, and this will access the function provider and mount the PowerShell function drive. And now with that, we can call Get-ChildItem or dir, but we'll do Get-ChildItem, and you see the pattern here. And now you can see kind of what's going on in the background. When we type C, it's actually calling a function in the background to make something happen. Notice here's a function called clearHost. Here's a good question. What exactly is happening when we call clearHost? We can use the getContent commandlet and call clearHost. And this will show us the code that is running in the background for clearHost. Now you can use this to see exactly what's going on with functions, give you some ideas on some things that you can do. But the bottom line is it lets you kind of see behind the scenes a little bit, okay? So that's kind of the bottom line between PowerShell variables and functions. I just wanted you to see these and be aware of them. And you can go out there and dig in the documentation and see a lot more that you can make happen with these functionalities. Next up on our tour of providers is the environment provider. And this exposes all of the environment variables that are defined on the system. Now, do you remember environment variables? These are things that you don't work with very often, and every time you need to work with them, you have to go figure out how to find them again or how to remember them. Now, we used to see these a lot back in the pre-graphical user interface days before our operating systems got very sophisticated, and anytime you added a new program, you had to go change that path variable. You can see these graphically in Windows. Depending on the operating system you have, you can see them. You want to get to System Properties, Advanced tab, Environment Variables, and I'll show you here in the Server 2012 Windows 8 environment, and you can do this on Windows 7 also. Just go to the Control Panel, put it in Icon View, and then open the System applet here. And once you get there, go to Advanced System Settings. And this brings up the System Properties dialog box, and just go to the Advanced tab, and right there is Environment Variables. And you can see variables for administrator, you can see the system variables here, and here's everybody's favorite, that path variable, right? And sometimes you can edit them here, sometimes you can't. But the bottom line is you could change these graphically, but you can also work with the environment provider in PowerShell to work with these things quite easily. So let's jump out to PowerShell. Let's set our location to env : clear this so it looks a little cleaner. We're now in the environment variables PowerShell drive. So I can call Get-ChildItem, and there are my environment variables. How cool is that? So notice there's computer names. We can see all sorts of information out here. We can see the username. We can see user profile. So we can see all sorts of information. I can also, for example, on OS here, I can call Get-ChildItem and just pass it OS, and I can see the value of that. And I can see it easily right here, but this gives me a way to just look up just that particular one. And then I can add one more thing to that. We can pipe that out to the format list commandlet and put a wildcard on it. And we can see a lot more things about that particular OS environment. Notice we can see the key, the value, the name, the PSIS container. We can see a lot of things going on here. It's that simple to work with these. Keep in mind you can use get, set, new item, and all those other PowerShell commands to work with your environment variables thanks to the environment provider in PowerShell. Now let's take a look at the Registry Provider. Now this is a very popular one, and as a matter of fact, most of the time when you see PowerShell demonstrations, you will see the Registry Provider used. Why? Because all administrators kind of get that tight, nervous feeling when they get out there into the registry. You can do some serious damage to your world and your employment by messing with the Windows registry. But the PowerShell Registry Provider makes it very easy. Using this provider, you can navigate and work your way through the registry, make changes and modifications the very same way you work with files and folders in the file system. Now, I've mentioned this quite a few times. It needs to sink in. All we want to do in PowerShell, move to the appropriate PowerShell drive that's provided by the providers, and then basically just use the same commands over and over and over to move through the information. Notice we can navigate the registry. We can search it for particular items and values. We can create new registry keys. We can add new values. We can modify existing values. We can even manage ACLs or access control lists via the registry using PowerShell. The Registry Provider exposes two PowerShell drives in the registry for us. First one is HKCU, that's the HKey current user, and HKLM, the HKey local machine. Best way to understand this is to take a look, so let's jump out to PowerShell. Now what I want to do first is I want to get PS drive. We just want to see a list of all of our PS drives. Notice we don't see registry here, but we do see HKCU and HKLM. And notice these come to us via the registry provider, and this is the root location for those. Let's set location to HKLM : that puts us at the HKLM root, or the HK local machine root. Now, if I call Get-ChildItem, I've got one here that's not allowed because of security. We won't worry with that right now. But notice you can see the BCD, you can see hardware, the SAM, Security Accounts Manager, software, and system. We can very easily set the location to HKLM:/software and go directly to the software section and then call Get-ChildItem to see the software that's out there. And then we can dig through this and start to get even more information. We won't go through that right now. You can use the very same commands. You can get items, create new items, and so forth. I just wanted to bring it to your attention that you have these things exposed, and you can use all the commands. You're going to see a lot more examples as we move through the course. You can come back and apply to a lot of what you're seeing going on right here. The certificate provider really simplifies the process of seeing and managing your certificates. And this really makes PowerShell look very attractive to a lot of administrators. It provides access to our X509 certificate stores and the certificates. Now, this is a very cool way to see all the security certificates that are stored on our machine. We're talking about certificates that provide digital signatures, encryption, all that sort of stuff. Beginning in PowerShell 3.0, you just need to be aware that the module that contains the certificate provider is not automatically imported into every session. Not a big deal, though. You can still execute set location cert and you'll have it, but you may not see the certificate provider mentioned out there when you go look at all your various providers. I want to jump out and show you a few certificate provider examples and show you one cool little trick that you can use in other places. Now, I'm going to clear my screen here and I'm going to set my location back to the root. Let's start off with set location cert, because that is the name of the drive that utilizes the certificate provider. Now let's just call Get-ChildItem. Do you see a pattern here in every one of these videos on the providers? So Get-ChildItem, notice we have a current user and a local machine location for the various certificate stores. Now, I want to show you something here. If I call Get-ChildItem, I don't have to type that out. I can just hit my arrow key and get my last command. Now I'm going to pass the recurse parameter, and this says jump into current user, jump into smart card root, jump into trust, and I'm reading these right up here. And so notice what's going to happen. I'm going to get a lot of information about the various certificates that are loaded on my computer. That's probably more than I really needed to work with right now. Now maybe I want to see those, but let's go a little different path here. Let's change this. We can hit Tab to see the various options, and we'll go into Path, Cert, Local Machine. I can see all of the certificate stores out there on the local machine. Well, I can go one more here, and I can see, for example, Trusted Publisher. I don't have any there, and so let's change that, and let's go to Trusted Devices. And we don't have any there. Auth root, here's some. And so notice I can see some of the things that are here. And so this is going to help me see the thumbprints and the subjects and so forth. Notice the qualified names of these. When you bring these things out, you could be getting a lot of information, especially on that first child item that we ran. So I'm going to show you a little trick here. And this gives you another idea of the power of PowerShell. We're going to call Get-ChildItem. I'm going to do that recurse command, so that's going to kick out all of that stuff. And I'm going to pipe that out to export CSV. That's a PowerShell commandlet. And then I'm going to point that to the C drive, and I'm going to put it in an ML certs CSV file. So I'll execute that. It looks like it did it. And so now I will invoke item, another PowerShell commandlet. and I will just pass it C:\ml search.csv. And when I execute this, I want you to notice what happens here. It actually opens Excel and shows me that data that it loaded in there. Now, if I expand these columns out, I can see all this various information that's in here. There's a really cool trick that you can use all over PowerShell to get to information or to save information that's being returned and it's creating too much, is use that Get-ChildItem and export CSV commandlet, and then you can use invoke item to open it. So that's a quick look at certificates in PowerShell. In this video that's entitled Working with Files and Folders, I just want to talk about and show you some very simple examples on working with files and folders and kind of start to bring all this together. And understand that PowerShell is almost a never-ending subject. It just continues to get deeper and deeper and deeper the longer you work with it. And so what I would suggest is start out with some simple examples like this, get comfortable with what's going on, and then just kind of start to hack on it and play with it. Go out there and find some other resources. There's all sort of scripting sites on Google. And now you'll be able to understand, after you've been through this course, a lot of what you're seeing in this code, in these scripting sites, it just kind of tends to confuse you. So PowerShell really does make managing files and folders easy, and it also gives you the ability to work with more information about the files and folders than you've probably been accustomed to working with. Now, when I say it makes it easy, it does once you get past that learning curve of understanding some of the syntax and piping structures. Now, we can easily perform such tasks as listing all the files and folders within a directory, and you're thinking, well, thanks very much, but I could have done that already. But it makes it very easy for us to find specific files based on the last modified date, and it also helps us find files in specified folders based on the last modified date. Now, this can be a huge security tool because by checking specific crucial folders, especially for the number of files that are out there and the time they were last modified, it can give me some clues as to whether I've been intruded, or whether somebody has done something they shouldn't have, and so forth. And then also I can copy a folder and its contents very easily. So let's look at some examples of these. First, I'm going to jump out just into PowerShell. The Get-ChildItem we've used quite a bit, but remember, Get-ChildItem, one of the aliases is GCI. So if I just type GCI, this is what I get in my particular folder. But if I do GCI Get-ChildItem and use the force parameter, it will also show me hidden and system files as well. And then, of course, if I want to see the contents of all these folders, then I would just put the recurse on there. And that's going to take off on this massive thing, and I'll get the little red areas where there's a security problem, and I'll just Control-C and close that and clear the screen. So that's an easy way to use Get-ChildItem. But now let's talk about some cool things. For example, let's find some specific files based on the last modified date. And I'm going to paste this in and let you see it. Notice what I'm doing here. I'm calling Get-ChildItem. I'm putting a path in here. So I'm going to check in my program files, and it's going to be recursive. And I'm going to include only executable files. And then I'm going to pipe that to the where object commandlet. And then I'm going to apply a filter on the where object. And notice for every object in the pipeline that's coming through, I'm going to check the last write time. And if it's greater than, I'm going to set this to say 9/1, September 1st, 2014. I'll execute this, and I want you to notice what it's going to bring back. It didn't bring back anything, so let's loosen it up just a little bit. Let's say 1/1/2014. So notice what it has found. I can scroll back up through my result sets here. Here is the last write item of 2/21/2014. Here's some 2/21/2014s. Here's a 1/26. Notice I can chase these down, see the mode information on them, and notice right here I can see the locations of these, where these particular files are located. So this gives me an idea of the last write time on these things. Then what would be really nice is when I executed this, if you notice, I had a path here and I had a get time. Well, what if we parameterize those to make it even more useful? I will jump out to the desktop, and I've created a shortcut down here for my ISE we're going to open up Windows PowerShell Integrated Scripting Environment. What I'm going to do is just copy in a little script, and this will give you an idea of where you can go next with these. And notice that I've created parameters. I've created a parameter called path and a parameter called write, and I'll use the escape character right here to be able to kick that to the next line. It'll still see that as all one line, but this little escape character, I don't know if you can see it. It's the grave accent right above the tab key. Talked about it in other places in the course, but this lets me continue this down to the next line so I can see it better. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this script, and I'm going to save it on the C drive, and I'm just going to call this Find Files PS1 on the C drive. And I'm going to come over here and do a set location C:\/ so that I can see it. Now, what I want to do is execute this. And so I will put in my period \, and then I will put find files, and there it is, IntelliSense sees it. And I press return, and notice it's going to ask me about my parameters. So the path, we'll just do C:\/, and then the last write, we'll do 09-01-14 for 2014. And notice it just returns those files for that date. And I could very easily run this and change my path again, change my date, and get more information there. So this is just a little example of where you can start to go and play with working with files and folders. And it's absolutely endless. If you get an idea, just start working on it, chasing some scripting ideas down, look at some of the scripting sites, and you'll be surprised at what you can accomplish with PowerShell when you're working with files and folders. In this video, I want to show you some very simple examples on reading and writing data files in PowerShell. PowerShell provides us a number of ways to write data to files. We can use the redirection operator. Notice it's the greater than sign. It's the very same situation as piping. It just gives us a little less functionality. We can use the new item commandlet to create an empty file. And then we can use the set content commandlet. Now this will overwrite and replace data that's already in a file. And the add content commandlet will actually append data to a file. And then we can also pipe data using the out file commandlet. So let's take a quick look at all of these examples. I will place some code for you out there in the working file for this chapter. I'm going to copy these in so that you don't have to waste time watching me go through this. So I'm going to call Get-ChildItem, and I'm going to redirect it to test.gci.txt. And notice it's on the C drive. And so now I will jump out to my local C drive. Notice here is test.gci.txt. If I open that up, there is the results of that Get-ChildItem. Now I can also use the new item commandlet, and notice this is what it looks like, new item, and I'm simply creating a file called newitemtest.txt located at the C drive. Notice the type is file, and when I execute that, this is what I get back. If I go out there now and look at the C drive for new item test, and I may have to refresh, sometimes you will, if you refresh, there's new item test, and notice it's empty. We have 0 kilobytes here. We can use the set content commandlet to create this. And notice we're going to call set content. We'll use that commandlet. We're going to point it to the file that we want to work with, and then we give it whatever we want to write into the file. So I'm going to write in, it was the worst of times. Now you may recognize that line. And I'm going to tab out there. And notice I now have 1 kilobyte. Well, if I open that up, you can see it was the worst of times. Just wrote it into the file. So if we go back to our command and we change it, it was the best of times. And we execute that and we go back out there. I want you to notice that it overwrote that. So set content will write to a file, but it always overwrites. Well, there's a fix for that. We're going to add the second line. It was the worst of times, but instead of doing set content, we're going to do add content. This will actually append that data. So if I go look now, you'll see that appended, it was the worst of times onto that one. Just put a new line in my file. Now this is extremely powerful for maintaining your own log files and so forth. The add content will append, the set content will overwrite. I can also use the out file. GCI, the alias for Get-ChildItem, and just pipe that to the out file, tell it to put it into this text file. Now, if I tab and go out there and look for ML test, I don't see it right there, so I have to refresh to be able to see it. There it is, and notice it just wrote it out just like the redirect did. So very, very easy to write data into files in PowerShell. Let's talk about reading data from files. And this is very simple. We're going to use the get content commandlet. Once again, we're going to jump out into PowerShell, and if I just type get content and then point it to mltest.txt, there is my data. And so I can pipe that somewhere else and write it into a text file or whatever I would like. So it's very, very easy to get content from files. Simply put the get content commandlet out there, point it directly to the file that you're wanting to read, and you can pull that in. Now, I can just as easily have loaded that into a variable. And then by calling that variable, I've got that data now in a variable, and I can move it around. I could loop through it and look for certain things, do all sorts of things. Okay, so real quick look here. Hope I'll give you some ideas and get you on your way with reading and writing data to files in PowerShell. PowerShell makes outputting to HTML format very, very simple. And as you well know, HTML is an excellent format for making data very easily accessible to large numbers of people, because if we can generate a simple HTML file, we can place it up on the company intranet, on the SharePoint site or whatever, and everybody can see this information very, very quickly. PowerShell provides us a commandlet called convert to HTML that makes this process very easy. We just take whatever action we want, write whatever script we want, whatever commandlet we want, and pipe the data result to the convert to HTML commandlet, and we end up with an HTML file. So let's take a look at this in code. We'll jump out into PowerShell, and let's just think about a pretty simple command we could run. I'm going to copy this in so you don't have to watch me type it. Get service, and we're going to pipe it to the where object commandlet, and we're going to look for a condition where the status is running. So we only want to see the services that are running, and there they are. We would like to put this out in a particular section of administrator information on our intranet. Let's talk about how we can do this very easily. All we have to do is add just a little bit of information out there to our command. And here we go. Notice what we've done here. Get service where object. This is our original command right here. Now notice we're going to call convert to HTML, and we're going to mention that we want to use the name, the display name, and the status columns. And then we're going to pipe that to set content. We're going to create a .html file called SVC. So we'll execute that, and that fast it's done. We will go out to our C drive now. Let's see if we see svc.html. Right there it is. If I right click, I can open this. I'll open it with Firefox, and you're going to notice a very cool looking report that we can see and place out there on our intranet or wherever we'd like it. And notice there is the data. Notice I'm in Firefox in HTML format. By playing with our command just a little bit, we could basically put whatever columns we would like, whatever information we would like, format it into HTML, and pretty straightforward, there we are. Now let me show you one other thing. Let me open this with, and let me choose a different application for this. Let's open this in Notepad, because I want you to see what I actually got written. You basically got a table with table rows, table cells, and so that's exactly what it generated. So anyway, very, very easy to generate HTML with your output from PowerShell commands. XML is a very, very popular format for both saving data and for moving data around and sharing data and doing imports and exports. And PowerShell will allow you to save pipeline object data in the XML format. Now, XML, you probably already know this, but let me just hit it. Extensible markup language. And again, this is kind of the de facto standard now. It's kind of taken the place of what comma-separated values used to be, and we'll talk about that later on in the course. But we can simply use the export-CLI XML commandlet and pipe our data results to this commandlet, and it will write it out there in XML format. And then we can very easily read our XML data that we've written by using the import CLI XML commandlet. Now let's take a look at these so that you'll see how they're looking and the results that you get back from these. So I'm going to call GCI, that's the alias for Get-ChildItem, and I'm just going to pipe the results of that to export CLI XML, and then I'm going to tell it where to put the file. Let's put it at the XML test.xml location. So we're going to put it at the root of the C drive in a file called xmltest.xml. And this will create the result sets of the Get-ChildItem as an XML file. Now we execute the command, and just like that it happened. And so we will tab out to our C drive, see if we have to refresh to find this. And nope, there it is. We could have refreshed if it wasn't there. If I double click this, I'm going to open this just in Notepad. And you can see that it has written, and notice this schema right here. This is something you'll have to deal with later if you want to work with this in other locations and tools and so forth. But for now, notice this is the XML format that we got. Pretty cool stuff. All that was written for you. It was all generated. And so now we saved that out there. And what happens if we ever want to read that? Very simple. I'm going to create a variable called X, and I'm going to set it equal to import CLI XML. And then once again, we will just point to our file that's out there. Just like that, we've loaded $X. So if we read $X now, you can see that we're reading from XML format. So we're reading from this XML file out here, converting it back to data that looks more standard like we're used to. Very, very easy to read and write. So I could save something in an XML format so that I can interchange data with other people. But then when I get ready to use it here, I could pipe this import CLI XML data back into a notepad or somewhere else, or use it to loop through it and work with the data, use regular expressions, whatever I want to do. I'm hoping you can kind of get a glimpse of the power that can happen here with this. So working with XML within PowerShell is very easy to do as long as we're generating our own XML. You will get into some other situations. I don't want to go into that in this course. It's a little deep because of those namespaces and so forth. But there are ways around that. XML is a deep world, as you know. There's always something else to learn and tweak on XML, kind of just like anything in IT. This gives you an idea of how you can very easily write and read XML from your PowerShell commands and scripts. PowerShell makes working with comma-separated value files very, very easy. We can write to and read from CSV files. And these are, again, comma-separated values. Now keep in mind, this is a very common, simple file format. It's very widely supported. It has been for years and years and years, going all the way back to the very early days of the PC, and actually before that, into the mainframe world, the most basic way of simply moving data in a formatted manner from one location to another. It just stores data separated by commas, and then one complete row of those columns makes a record, and then the records are separated by new lines. And so we just have a lot of data separated by those commas, and then we want to use that data. Once we've stored it in CSV, we just have to go through and strip out the commas and apply our data. Now, Microsoft Excel is one example of an application that readily accepts and works with CSV. There's a lot of them out there. Comma-separated values are still used quite often in data warehousing to very simply move data from one location to another. Let's look at some examples here of how we can write data to a CSV file. We're going to pipe that data from any action that's creating a result set. We're going to pipe it to the export-csv commandlet. And then to read that data from CSV, we've got a couple of options. We can use the import CSV commandlet, or we can use the invoke item commandlet to open the data in a program like Excel. Let's just go take a look at some examples of this, and I'll just jump out into PowerShell. First of all, if we're going to call the get service commandlet, you notice what it shows us, all of the services on our machine, those that are stopped and started. And let me scroll back up here, and you can see some of the information that you see, name, display name, and so forth. Let's do something a little bit different here. Now let's call get service. This time, let's pipe the results to export -csv, that commandlet, and let's tell it where to put it. I'll just put it on the C drive as service list.csv, and I'll execute that. Let's go out to our drive, and notice here is service list.csv. If I right click and open this, you're going to see just a standard comma separated value. Notice here are the column names right here. They come down to right there, it looks like. Then we have our data. The way we import this data is we can double click on this, and since my system is mapped to use Excel with CSVs, there's my data. I just have to come out here and expand the columns, and I can see everything that I want to see. And so I can close that, and then I can go back into PowerShell, and I can actually import that data. So I'll create a variable called $S, and I will import -CSV. That's the commandlet. And once again, I will just point it to a file that I want to import it to. And I'll just call this svc list.csv. So I'll import that into S. Now, if I read S, there's all that data. Notice in a little different format here, so I would have to work with the format command to make it look exactly like I wanted it to. But very, very easy to get this data. Now, there's a lot of data there, obviously, so we might not want to live through all that in that particular format. But let me show you one more thing. Just like I double-clicked on the CSV and opened Excel, I can use the invoke item commandlet, and I can just point to svc list.csv. And notice that will jump out there and open Excel for me right from PowerShell and let me see that loaded with the CSV data. A lot of cool things you can do with CSV data from PowerShell. I hope this kind of turns the light on for you a little bit. Very cool to take data from your commands, from your scripts, just write them out into CSV files, and then later, if you need to investigate that or do anything, share with it, get any stats off of it, you can dump it out into Excel. Also, keep in mind with CSV files, very easy to parse these things, pass them around, import them into like a SQL database, those sorts of things as well. This will get you started going with CSV. In this video, I want to talk just a little bit about working with processes using PowerShell. Now let's talk just a little bit about what processes are first of all. Today's computers run, quite obviously, a lot of different programs at the same time. The programs that we may be most conscious of, things like Microsoft Word or Excel or something like that, but then in the background, there's a lot of different things running. Now, Windows quickly switches between all these various programs and services to create the illusion that everything's running in parallel and everything's running at the same time. Some of these programs and services are actually running at the same time thanks to multi-core processors, but the fact still remains, we have many more programs running than we actually have processors, and so we don't have a one-to-one relationship, obviously. That would be the best of all scenarios. A process is a program that's being executed. So a program is the actual code. A process is how that program or how that code is managed by the CPU as it's being executed. When a program is started on a computer, the executable gets loaded into RAM. Windows, the operating system, adds a new process for the program into its internal process list. And that process now gets in the little group of programs that gets a share of CPU time, memory, and other resources with all of the other running processes. PowerShell provides the get process commandlet for managing the processes on a computer because, as you might have guessed, there may be times when one of these processes starts to hog things or it hangs up and we need to go stop the process or restart a process or something. And so get process will let us see what's going on. Then we also have other commandlets for managing the processes like start process. We can start an application up using PowerShell's start process commandlet. Stop process. If we got something that's hung or is causing a problem or consuming too many resources, we can stop it. The wait process is kind of interesting. It's going to wait for one or more processes to be stopped before accepting any more input. And you can go dig into that one a little bit more on your own, as well as the debug process. You can actually open a process in a debugger and take a look at it. But for now, let's take a look at some of the basic functionalities of get process. So I'm going to jump out into PowerShell, and we'll start off just executing the get process command. Now notice this is going to show me every process that's running on my computer. And notice I can see handles, npm, pm. This has to do with memory, non-paged memory, paged memory. And notice this is in kilobytes. This is working set. And this is a really good picture of how much space and pages of memory are being utilized by this particular process over here. Notice this is the process name. This is the process ID number. Now, ultimately, this process ID number is like a process's social security number here in the United States. It's an absolute identifier for that particular process. And then we can see the CPU utilization and so forth. This is where we're going to look when people start complaining about poor performance or something that's hanging or not doing things. And from time to time, we've all gone in here and looked because we've gotten a new program, and this happens with antivirus stuff a lot. When we change versions, it starts hanging up processes and consuming way too many resources. Let's talk about how we can use this. And I'm going to execute a get process command, and we're going to pipe that to the where object. And we're going to do a little filtering here. Notice every time we move through this array, when we get this process and we've pushed it to the where object, every time a new object comes through the pipeline, we want to look at the working set. We want to see when it is greater than, there's our operator, 20 megabytes. Now I have to put it in kilobytes, so I'll have to put 20 million there. If we execute it, notice what we've got here. We're seeing that these processes, Explorer, PowerShell, SQL Server, VM tools, notice these are all using on the working set more than 20 megabytes. If I see one of these that I think is a problem, for example, SQL Server, and if I'm not running SQL Server right now, it might be something I want to go stop. So all I have to do is execute the stop process. But before I do that, let me do a start process. And notice I can just put the name of an application, and that opened Notepad. Well, if I go back now and do a get process, I will actually see Notepad out there. If I didn't close it, did I close it? Yes, I did. There's start process Notepad. I'll leave it running this time, and I'll do get process, and there you can see Notepad. Now notice 368 right here is the process ID for Notepad. So if I want to stop that, I can simply call stop process. And notice if I execute this without any parameters, it's going to ask me what's the process ID, and I tell it 368 and leave the next one blank, and it will stop Notepad. So if I go out here and look, notice Notepad's no longer running, and that stopped it. And I can also stop it by the process name as well. So that's a quick look at how easily you can see your processes and manage them right here on one screen with just a few simple commands using PowerShell. Now, even though this is a basic course on PowerShell, I don't want to leave you without mentioning PowerShell and WMI. Now, what is WMI? It is the Windows Management Instrumentation functionality that is part of the Windows operating system. Now, this is actually Microsoft's implementation of the Web-Based Enterprise Management, or WBEM, and Common Information Model standards. What this does is it exposes information on almost every aspect of a Windows computer to you. We're talking about deep under the hood things that have to do with the operating system, hardware, and software. Just keep in mind that WMI has a reputation for being complex. Well, there's a lot going on in the computer, and WMI itself is its own little world. This is way too complex to really adequately cover at all in one video, but I want to kind of get you started and just kind of show you what some WMI looks like and how easy it can be. PowerShell greatly reduces that complexity that everybody's always been kind of frightened of with WMI. Now, PowerShell provides two ways of working with WMI. Make sure you understand this. There are WMI commandlets, things like get WMI object, invoke WMI method, and so forth. There's quite a few of those. Then you will also see some CIM commandlets in PowerShell 3.0 and later. And they do exactly the same things. There's a correlating CIM commandlet for most of the WMI commandlets. And you'll see things like get CIM associated instance, get CIM class, get CIM instance, and it just kind of goes on and on. Now, what's the big deal here? Future WMI development will concentrate on the CIM commandlets. So if you're going to start now and learn to work in PowerShell and script against WMI, then you probably want to use the CIM commandlets. WMI data is organized in a hierarchy of collections very similar to the way the Windows registry is organized. And the WMI collections are known as namespaces, and then those namespaces contain classes, again very similar to the .NET framework, and each class represents a specific type of manageable Windows component that WMI can query. You can see these in the computer management tool. Now what I want to do is just going to jump out to the start screen and just search for management, and notice there's computer management. And I'm just going to open this tool up briefly here. Here's computer management, right? If I expand services and applications, right there is WMI control. Well, if I right click on that, now you'll have to left click first or you won't get the right pop-up menu here. But I want to left click on properties then. And I want you to notice that if I look at the security tab, this gives me the list of the namespaces that are out there in WMI for this particular machine. For example, there's hardware, and I can at least see that particular namespace. And there's a Microsoft namespace, there's SQL Server namespace here, and I don't want to go too far here. Now, if I go to the Advanced tab, I can see the default namespace for the root level of my WMI objects, and it's root/CIMv2. So you will see this in a lot of the WMI or CIM examples that you might find out there when you're looking around for examples and you're starting to dig a little deeper in this. You can see the namespaces out there in the computer management tool, and that's what I just stepped through there for you. So let's go look at just a couple of very simple WMI examples to give you an idea of what this thing is exposing to us. I'm going to use the WMI version, and then I'll use the CIM version for you. So I'm going to get a WMI object, and I'm going to get the Win32_BIOS information. And that easily, I can see the version of BIOS I'm running, the manufacturer, the exact name of it, serial number. It's just really cool stuff, right? Very easy to get that. I could also get that by using Cmdlets and call the very same class Win32. We can do WMI object, Win32 processor, and you can guess what that's going to do. It's going to give us information about the processor on our machine. So notice the Intel 64, there's the device ID, manufacturer's genuine Intel, the maximum clock speed, the name of this, it's a Core 2 Duo P8600, 2.4 gigahertz, and the socket designation. Now I can do the very same thing here by calling get CmInstance. Same information is going to come back in a little bit different format. This is the way that PowerShell makes getting into WMI very easy. Trust me, there's an ocean of more information and more tricks and more things to learn about WMI. I just kind of wanted to scratch the surface for you and show you and let you know almost anything that could be known about your computer is accessible through the WMI or CIM commandlets in PowerShell, and this is greatly simplifying that whole process for you. Now, as you start to wind the course down, I want to make sure and mention to you something about PowerShell 5. So we're going to talk about it in a couple of videos here. PowerShell continues to gain in popularity and implementation. It is, in almost every survey out there, the most popular command line tool amongst administrators across all sorts of platforms. And the next version of PowerShell is already available in preview release form. Now keep in mind, this is not ready for productions or anything, but if you want to go ahead and start getting a head start on the next version of PowerShell, I'm going to talk to you about how to do it here. First of all, understand that PowerShell is always released as part of the Windows Management Framework. And so PowerShell 5 is part of the Windows Management Framework 5.0. You can go to Microsoft.com and just search for Windows Management Framework 5.0, and you'll find a link and you can go download this and you will see PowerShell 5.0 in there. Now do keep in mind that the preview version of PowerShell 5.0 can only be installed on Windows 8.1 and Windows Server 2012 Release 2. Now depending on when you're actually watching this course, PowerShell 5 may be out, it might be in full production, and you're just using it like normal. But if you're an early adopter here and you see this early enough, you may want to go take a look at it. Do keep in mind you need to follow the instructions because they're releasing updated versions of previews with more and more functionality every 2 or 3 months now, and generally you have to remove one before you can install the other. Now, PowerShell 5.0 is promising quite a few new features and technologies that are garnering a lot of attention, ranging from things like managing zip files with Cmdlets from PowerShell, which is really cool, network switch management through Windows PowerShell. A number of additions and improvements are being added to desired state configuration or DSC functionalities, and we'll talk about that a little bit more specifically in another video. The ability to audit Windows PowerShell usage by transcription and logging, that's really cool. And then the OneGet framework, we'll talk about that a little more later as well. Now the Windows Management Framework 5.0 is also pretty major in another sense, and that is it appears to be signaling a new way of doing business for Microsoft. Management Framework 5.0 has been released, at least in preview mode, just a few months after 4.0. Now keep in mind, everybody's been used to, 2 or 3 year major release. We had SQL Server 2008, then SQL Server 2012, SQL Server 2014. We've kind of done that on all the products. We've kind of looked for a new major release every 2 or 3 years from Microsoft, but apparently we're going to now start to get more frequent, more incremental product updates simply because the state of technology in the world's moving so fast that 2 to 3 year releases either get you behind or you spend a lot of time and money implementing things that have kind of come and gone. PowerShell 5 is on the way. It continues to grow and mature. You're going to like what you see there. I just kind of wanted to give you a heads up. Right now, at the time that I'm making this course, PowerShell 4.0 is kind of the top of the line for production environments, but just keep in mind 5.0 is at least out there and on the way. At this particular point in time, we're starting to get preview versions of PowerShell 5.0. We're already getting a look at some of the major features of 5.0, and I just want to mention those to you here because as you start to wade deeper and deeper into PowerShell, you're going to come across needs and kind of some Christmas wish list type things that you wish you had, and some of those you're probably getting in 5.0. Now, there are 3 major features in PowerShell 5.0 that are getting an awful lot of attention out there, and these 3 are OneGet, design state configurations getting a number of improvements, and the network switch Cmdlets that are showing up. Now let's first of all talk about OneGet. OneGet is a new way to discover and install software packages from around the web. OneGet's going to give an administrator the ability to manage a list of software repositories where software packages can be searched, acquired, and installed. Administrators can search and filter their repositories to find the packages that are needed for whatever situation is going on. You can seamlessly install and uninstall packages from one or more repositories with a single PowerShell command, and so OneGet's getting a whole lot of attention. Now, design state configuration, or DSC, is getting some improvements, but just understand that DSC is a PowerShell extension, and it originally shipped with Windows Server 2012 Release 2. What this thing's doing and being improved upon is the ability to install or remove server roles and features via PowerShell, manage files, directories, and registry settings, start, stop, and manage processes and services, manage local groups and user accounts, install and manage packages such as MSI and EXE, and manage environment variables, and also to actually run PowerShell scripts from within DSC. Now the big one here is the next 2, fix a configuration that has drifted away from the desired state and discover the actual configuration state on a given node or on a given machine. One key piece of network security is to make sure that all of your machines, especially your servers, have the same configuration and we don't have little holes in them. And DSC is going to be a great help in that respect. Now, network switch commandlets are very interesting. Microsoft has been working out there with the industry and the Distributed Management Task Force, the DMTF, to go through the process of standardizing the schema and protocol for managing network switches. Depending on the manufacturer you get them from, you do different things different ways. By including industry leaders like Arista and Cisco and some other ones, Microsoft has now come up with the process of having network switches that pass the Certified for Windows program. And once a network switch has been certified for Windows, it can be managed natively by System Center Virtual Machine Manager 2012 R2, and then with these network switch commandlets that we're going to see in PowerShell 5. Now, this is a set of L2 or Layer 2 network switch commandlets, and these will work on any certified for Windows network switch. And this will just bring the whole large, ever-expanding world of responsibility for network administrators, because it's really hard to differentiate when network administration and security administration and development and all that stuff starts and stops anymore. This brings more and more of that world into PowerShell, and it makes it possible for the network administrators to really take care of the network from a security standpoint, and security being from a properly configured standpoint. That's the main aspects of PowerShell 5 that you need to be watching for and keep reading about. These are big deals out there, and I just wanted you to have a heads up on these. Well, believe it or not, that brings us to the end of the course already. And I want to leave you with this little wrap-up video and tell you, first of all, please don't get intimidated or frustrated. PowerShell is a really big topic. Now, this course, as you can tell, is an introduction to PowerShell. The goal was to just kind of give you a good foundational understanding of PowerShell, to understand aspects like providers, basic commands, getting comfortable with the syntax, understanding how it's working, piping, and all that sort of thing, and just get you comfortable and get you a nice, smooth, flat place in which to expand from and grow. Now, understand, mastering PowerShell is going to take a little time, okay? It's going to take some time and some reading and lots of hands-on. Now, there are a number of excellent resources I'd like to point you to continue your evolution with PowerShell. And the first, most obvious place, of course, is Microsoft.com. Just go to www.microsoft.com, do a search for PowerShell, and you will see lots of things going from getting started with PowerShell and the PowerShell User's Guide all the way up through extremely sophisticated, complex things about PowerShell and Active Directory and WMI and so forth. Then there's a few excellent websites I would point you to, www.powershell.com. Then there's www.powershell.org. And then there's one, PowerShellMagazine.com. This is an online magazine. All three of these have information as deep and complex as you would like. And then they have a lot of good basic stuff, so you just have to kind of go search through these. But you can really find a lot of information to help you in your growth as a PowerShell scripter with these resources. Then, of course, you've got the forums and Googles, and you've got script libraries. Microsoft has a PowerShell script library out there on their site where you can just cut and paste these scripts, hack on them just a little bit, and get exactly the functionality you want. And there's some really, really nice stuff out there. Now, let me just leave you with this. The secret to learning PowerShell is to work with it regularly. The syntax is a little different than most things you've ever seen. Some of the piping functionalities and parameters are just going to take some time to get some familiarity with. Just go slowly, go steadily. Don't work with it frantically for a couple of weeks and then take hands off for a month or so. It's just going to be an exercise in frustration. So get with it, stay with it sort of regularly, and just kind of go little by little, and you will be absolutely fascinated with some of the really cool things you learn how to do with PowerShell very, very quickly. This really is what separates an administrator who can really efficiently manage a lot of desktops and servers with those who tend to struggle when they start to add the numbers on. And if you're out there working right now, you're already seeing that the trend is toward fewer administrators and more boxes, certainly not more administrators and fewer boxes. This is going to be a part of life for Windows administrators. It's already that way now, but it's just going to get even more important as time goes on. Hope you've learned a lot here. Thanks for being here. It's a privilege to teach you.